Good morning, everybody. First, I have a couple of formal announcements to make and then some comments before I turn over to our colleagues. First, the Ash Center acknowledges the land on which Harvard University sits is the traditional territory of the Massachusetts people. We also recognize the continuing presence of the neighboring Wampanoag and Nipmuc nations. So just so as people are aware, today's discussions are on the record and they're being recorded. We do have some virtual participants for this event watching and listening on YouTube. That means that all of the remarks that people make need to be addressed to a microphone so it can be picked up for those online. Next, I'd like to acknowledge our co-sponsors, the Rajawali Foundation Institute for Asia here at the Harvard Kennedy School, Fairbanks Center for Chinese Studies of Harvard University, and the Mostafa Rahmani Center for Business and Government, also here at the Harvard Kennedy School. But I particularly want to express our thanks and gratitude because without their support and their help, this event would not have been possible. So I really want to thank especially the advice we've received and the support that we've received of the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science at the National Tsinghua University and the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science Foundation. When I think about this topic, four issues came to mind for me, and time is short, so I don't have time to go into them in detail, but let me just outline some key points around them. First, for us here at the Kennedy School, this workshop is part of a broader set of activities to analyze how the US-China tensions are impacting on supply chains, trade, and investment, and how this is going to play out in other countries, especially those in East and Southeast Asia. It seems to me very clearly that the approaches that drove international economic policy through the turn of the century, WTO, free trade agreements, etc., are in retreat. Driven by the fusion of security concerns with economic policy. So now we see other phrases: economic revitalization, supply chain resilience, friend shoring, de-risking, or as the Chinese Communist Party has posited, dual circulation. Now, turning specifically on semiconductors, on the one hand, the proposed Biden administration Chip 4 alliance, US, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, with a strong nod to the Netherlands, has the clear objective of securing access to vital chips while denying access to China and Russia to advanced technologies under the flag of national security. However, it seems to me that the Chips and Science Act make it very clear that the US purpose is to boost domestic capacity and to restore US preeminence as a global leader. Thus, there'll be support for groups like Micron, Qualcomm, Intel, Global Foundries. But I think what kind of a message does this send to other partners? Something that we will look at. Many of those partners already have concerns about US market regulation. Secondly, I think the October 2022 security review and the restrictions on export around certain aspects of semiconductor related products was a clear statement of intent by the United States. But I think the interesting question is, what is the end game in Washington? Does actually Washington have an end game? Does it know what its end game is? Because there are many more levers that Washington can pull to hamper, for example, the Chinese economy, despite what President Biden may have said in the press conference yesterday. But both Japan and South Korea, for example, find themselves having to deal with navigating the discords created by a security Asia, which still has the United States at the core, and an economic Asia, which in recent decades has had China at its core. Japan and South Korea, as everyone here knows, are heavily invested in the development of the Chinese economy, not only in the field of chip production. US measures have impacted on Japan's export of semiconductor manufacturing equipment to China. I saw some figures that it was down 30% by volume in the first half of 2023, but we have a specialist here who will inform us better on this. And of course, that has led to complaints from China about the ban on chip exports. But of course, China remains Japan's leading trade partner. Same picture is true for South Korea, where it's tied in both to the security and the economic Asia. But interestingly, last year, for the first time for 15, 16 years, the United States regains its position as the main export destination. Thirdly, what that implies is it will require very careful politics from the United States to fortify any arrangement that the current regime is putting in place. In addition, as Chris Miller, who is with us today, has demonstrated, the value chain is distributed geographically, and developments in one country can impact adversely on the developments in others. The Netherlands has a virtual monopoly on lithography machines. TSMC is a leader in contract chip manufacturing for global companies. Japanese companies have developed niche roles to provide critical inputs such as specialized gases and equipment to TSMC. Samsung is a leader in chip design, for example. So that ecosystem which is developed can easily be upset if countries seek to fortify their own positions to capture more of the value chain domestically under the name of national security. For example, just to give one, Japan's proposed investment plans would provide a challenge to Samsung and others if it develops self-sufficiency across the value chain. It would also duplicate much of what is already available in Taiwan. So national strategies and global interests may well come into conflict. I think that would be very difficult for the Biden administration or a successor administration to manage. Coordination is hard enough within the US, let alone globally. And then the last issue I wanted to raise is that China is in the process of developing an alternate semiconductor chain, but it still lacks some of the cutting edge technology. In the past, it has compensated for this by its global engagement, either through its overseas acquisitions and investments by companies such as the Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, the exploitation of dual use technologies, or simply theft of intellectual property. All partners to the Chip Alliance and the Netherlands have been heavily involved in partnerships with Chinese groups, and some of them are heavily invested in China itself. So I think to conclude on this last point, I think the important question is whether China has the domestic capabilities to provide sufficient innovation in this field to keep its domestic industry up to date and provide breakthrough technologies. If China is shut out of the advanced global research network, does it have sufficient domestic capability? It's not shown itself to be particularly strong in other areas to date. So with that, I now have the pleasure to introduce the president of National Tsinghua University, Dr. John Gao, who is ideal for our event as he has a strong track record in organizing large-scale, multidisciplinary, multinational projects, and also devising effective strategies for industry university or collaborations, especially with relationship to his own fields of medical education and biomedical engineering. I turn the floor over to you, Dr. Gao.
Thank you, Tony, for that wonderful overview of today's event. Welcome everybody for joining us today, either in person or online. On behalf of the delegation from Taiwan, we are delighted that you're able to make time to hear our side of the story. A quick history on the National Tsinghua University. The university was started about 112 years ago as a result of a war reparation paid to the US government by the Qing dynasty. And that money was used to set up a Tsinghua Academy to train the very finest. And then over time, a lot of things happened within that past 100 years. The world has seen tremendous progress in terms of technology. We have seen several wars and also peace. And one thing that was important to NTHU is that we moved from Beijing to Hsinchu, where we are today. So with that history, it is quite important for us to think about what semiconductor actually means to us as individuals on a daily basis. And we're very pleased to have two new members of our university community that will share their story. One, as Tony already mentioned, is the Taipei School of Economics and Political Science. And I'm very, very honored that Mr. Wang was able, the chairman of the foundation, was able to work tirelessly and passionately alongside with our dean, Chen Tianzhi, to set up the new college, to look at very timely topic from the Taiwanese perspective. At the same time, we also have a new college of semiconductor research led by Professor Byrne Lane, who is a pioneer in the semiconductor industry and also a tremendous leader in the university and semiconductor community. So we're hoping today's event will give everybody a unique perspective from Taiwan on looking at semiconductor, not only on the technical level, but also on political economics. And we also have professors on our university working on the social sciences aspect of how semiconductor have transformed the Taiwanese society. So I hope everybody will find today's symposium as worthwhile and as enlightening as I will. So once again, on behalf of the university, thank you. And I just want to make one final acknowledgement is the tremendous support of TSEF on providing a very generous financial support for us to travel from Taiwan and to join today's discussion. So thank you very much. I think I already introduced Professor Ling, and he is a TSMC ex-exec and super engineers. And I was told that he will touch on some technical aspect of his research and his contribution, but at the same time, looking at the larger picture from his unique vantage. Please.
Tony and John. Well, I will touch some technical aspects. There will be 2 slides out of my 16 slides, technical aspects. All right. Can I have the first?
It's over here.
Well, to get it started. Oh, there. Oh, okay. I can see that. All right. Okay. All right. The title of my short talk is called Chip Peace. It's quite contrary to what Chris Miller has done. He has written a book this thick on chip war. Okay. Even though our peace and war seems to be opposite, but actually our thoughts are very, very well aligned. So let me go through it. First of all, what is what are chips? Nowadays, when we talk about chips, we're talking about billions of semiconductor integrated circuits. And it would enhance human intelligence by billions of times. Okay. Well, it can be used in 2 ways. First is to kill and destroy. That's what we observe that it can do. Fortunately, it can also improve the quality of life and ensure perpetual peace by responsible humans. All right. It all depends on the user. If the user is selfish, he can destroy the world. If he's him-oriented, is globally oriented, he will assure perpetual peace. All right. Miller did a very good report on the history of the chips. And I just briefly mentioned those. We got the inventor of the semiconductor. We got the inventor of the integrated circuits. And we also got a good visionist that predicted exponential IC growth. All these are Americans from American companies. So in the starting phase of this technology, everything is 100% American. Well, initially, yes, they are all Americans. However, nowadays, IC has evolved into multi-nation enterprise. I mentioned 2 slides. Here are my 2 slides. I like to introduce the complexity of integrated circuits using these 2 slides. First of all, you see the keyword layer because it's built by many layers, and you can see that we have critical layers, we have non-critical layers, and all those things. When we build the IC, we do it layer by layer, and on the upper right-hand side, is that a problem?
No, eventually.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Here we see that. So we see the many layers, and then we have the isolation layer as an example. You can see the top view. If you look from top down, you see the IC design, different shapes in there. If you look at the cross section, you can see the different layers. Here we have 2 layers. We have the oxide layer, we have the nitride layer, and we have a photoresist layer. We use these things to open up the area where we want to open up, and we want to protect the areas that we don't want it opened. So why are they so difficult? Because in terms of layers, in a 130 nanometer device, we have about 30 layers. In a modern device, when we're talking about 5 nanometer or so, it will be more than 100 layers. In each layer, then the requirement on each layer is on the critical dimension. We're now talking about a 3 nanometer device. The critical dimension has to be 3 nanometer, but then it has to maintain within 10% of that. That would mean 0.3 nanometer or 3 angstroms. Okay, and then we have to overlay these layers, these 30 or 100 layers within 0.1 nanometer, within 1 angstrom. Okay, all right. So I just count the number of processing steps for 1 layer. Here is 1 layer. I have at least 19 lithography steps in a layer. So you multiply them together, and you can work on all the interaction between them. It's a very complex thing, and that leads to my comment that semiconductor technology is too complex to be promoted by a single country. It used to be starting from 1 single country. Now it's become so complex. If you really want to do it with 1 country, you're going to sacrifice a lot of those advancements. All right, so what are the keys in this IC industry? Of course, you have to be able to do better performance at lower cost to grow the industry. For each generation, you need to have better performance, and you need to have lower cost. And that will translate to a larger quantity because it's cheaper. You can afford to buy more and use more. It will result in larger quantity and quick learning or debugging. I think it's very important. You need the quantity to make a profit. Also, you need the quantity to learn so that you can have a better yield and all those good things. All right. So if you have achieved all that, then you have more applications, and the application will drive quantity and cost. So it goes in the circle, and this is what the spirit of Moore's law. Okay. Well, how do you achieve that? You need the expertise. You need the mixture of expertise. It's no longer being able to be provided by a single country. And then you need heavy capital outlay. That also goes back to your quantity and all those things. And you need a large variety of talents. You need a lot of very smart people and dedicated people and hardworking people to work on this. I'm giving you an example of the talents we need. Let's say I divide the the technology into 5 disciplines: in the design phase, manufacturing phase, material phase, equipment phase, and design, right? I'm assuming for each principle, you need about 25,000 people in each principle to make this whole technology. And now we have a shortage of by about 10% of those needs. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we have a shortage of those needs. That is already a problem. 10% need. All right. Then now we want to localize it into different. We call it single country sufficiency. We want to go into single country sufficiency. Now we still need those 5 disciplines, and I cut down the number by a factor of 2. All right. So we need maybe only 100. We need only initially, what did I say? Okay. Yeah, we need only 25,000. Initially, it was 125. It was 12.5 thousand. Now it's 25,000. So we cut down the need of the people by a factor of 2, and I assume that if you have 5 countries who want to do the same thing, all right, then how many people you need? You need 25,000 people to do the same thing. That is a factor of 25, more than what we need nowadays. Okay. Now we said, no, we don't have 5 countries. Maybe you only need 2 countries to do that separately. If I reduce the number into 2 countries, then we still need 10 times more people to carry these things out. Okay. So we already have a shortage of talent by 10%. Now we have to multiply the 10%. We need a shortage of 100%. Okay. Let's talk about the contrast military and civilian applications. It's very important to have national security, and that's the main thing that we want to fulfill the need of the military. For civilians, we need that for economy, we need that for environment, and we need for better livings and all those good things. They both are very important, but we are pretty sure that the civilian need is much higher quantity than the military need. And now, if we focus on military, we emphasize the military, and it will disrupt the civilian applications. But if you focus on the civilian applications, then it also helps the industry. It also helps the military. Okay, I have to qualify that, but let me go gradually. So I think we can have both. You can satisfy the military, and you can also satisfy the civilian. By doing what? For the military, you can compete. You can compete. I think it's a typo there. You can compete in design using common devices. The common devices are developed for civilian use. It's a large quantity. Because of the large quantity, you can debug, you can do all those good things, and you can lower the cost and improve the performance. And then you have a common vehicle. That common vehicle can be used for military and can be used for civilian applications. Okay, but how do you differentiate that? You differentiate in the design of the common vehicle. Well, I'm taking an example here. We all know about the recent news that the Mate 60 Pro of the Huawei smartphone. They use a domestic engine. They used to use TSMC engine, right? Now it's a domestic engine for their 5G smartphone. And they sold it very well. It's 12 million units that they sold using domestic chips. The chips are slightly less in performance than the TSMC 5nm chip. By what? I probably have an, okay. It's slightly slower. It takes a little bit larger area, and it consumes a bit more power. Okay, but it's good enough for 5G applications. We also estimate that because domestic supplier doesn't have very high yield as compared to TSMC yields. So there is a. Do I have that? Okay. The speed is 80% of the TSMC chip, and the area is 1.3 times the TSMC chip, and the power is 1.5 times. Yield, we assume that the yield is reaching 50% from a start of 15%. Now they have quantity, right? So they improve the yield to about 50%. Well, still inferior to the TSMC chip, but passable. In history, there are decades of history that when that domestic company compete with TSMC, they always lost the battle. TSMC always wins the sell and sell a lot of units, and that domestic company never had the chance to really have quantity to improve their product. Now this is golden chance, right? TSMC is blocked, cannot compete. The only choice is that domestic company. So they got at least an order of 12 million chips, right? They got a lot of opportunity to improve that. So my thought is that actually what we did is we try to stop them, we try to keep them, and then it actually helped them to develop their self-dependency. And because they just help them to compete against foreign suppliers, because the overseas suppliers, even though it's so much better, doesn't matter. They have to resort to the single domestic supplier. So the lesson learned is, blockage is not the best way to give them trouble. All right. Another example is drones. I'm saying that right now the technology is very advanced. You can use existing technology actually to make a lot of weapons. Okay. And we can see the drones, the weaponized drones are very cheap and they're very destructive, very effective. And those technologies are currently available in whatever level of country. Well, right now you cannot stop them because there's already there existing technology, easy technology can make all those chips for you. All right, so however, there's a way to differentiate them. The design of those chips, right? You use the same technology, 5 nanometer, 16 nanometer, 100 nanometer, doesn't matter. Use the same vehicle, but if you can differentiate in the design, and here the US has a clear advantage in design, cleverness, and so forth. So that is one key advantage you want to keep. And also, the US students like to go for design, right? So you don't have to do anything special. They like to do design, and they are very smart to do that. Why don't we use that? All right, so we also learned from the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War was very simple. There was a justifiable goal to keep half of Vietnam free. Okay, very good goal. And then the country committed a lot of resources to reach that goal. However, we didn't reach that. We sacrificed a lot, but we didn't reach that. However, look at Vietnam now. Vietnam is a very good free country. Well, at least in free economy and so forth. You don't have to make that happen with any sacrifice or any price that you pay. It's there, okay? So what we learned from that is that with chip war, we are getting ready to pay a huge price to do that chip war. However, we are causing the world economy at a very high cost, and we don't know whether we can reach that goal. I would assume that it's an impossible goal to reach. Look at the example of the drones, and look at the example of the Huawei chip. Well, the other question is the nuclear war evil, right? We always think it is. Well, yes, it's evil if it actually happened. It has not happened, and there's a very good reason. Because that destructive power will scare people away. They will never really use it. They just use it as a deterrence. Let's come back to the chips. How about chip war? The enormous power of chip will also enable weapons that can destroy the world many times if the nation is a selfish nation. However, if you focus on the chips enabling power and to make the world prosper and to help the economy is tremendous. And you can use it, you can use the power in both ways. You can use the power to improve the economy and improve people's life and all those good things. And you can also use the power as a deterrent to prevent war. All right. So let me show chip piece to finish this talk. Thank you.
All right. So welcome again, everybody. I'm Edward Cunningham. I work here at the Kennedy School with our great team and Tony, mostly on issues related to Asia, particularly mainland China, but also Vietnam. So in some ways, I look at Professor Lin and I wonder, are you truly a lithographer or are you a political scientist? Because your timing of Vietnam was quite, I think, quite apt, while our US president is currently in Vietnam. In fact, working with some of our colleagues and presenting some of the documents from our project there. So well-timed, excellent positioning, I think. What I'll do is simply, I invite our next panelists up here, and I just want to quickly introduce Chris Miller. In many ways, Professor Miller does not require an introduction. I think most of you know who are interested in this topic, that he is a New York Times bestseller, an associate professor of international history over at Tufts. He focused on technology, geopolitics, economics, international affairs. He's obviously the author of Chip War, which you now heard a little bit about from Byrne, but he's also, very importantly, a Russia specialist. I think many people now link his name to Taiwan and to TSMC and to chips, but he also is a real comparativist. He's written 3 other books on Russia, including Putinomics, Power and Money in Resurgent Russia, We Shall Be Masters, Russia's Pivots to East Asia, from Peter the Great to Putin, and the Struggle to Save the Soviet Economy, Mikhail Gorbachev and the Collapse of the USSR. So he's done many things. I won't go through that, but he received his PhD and MA from Yale and his BA here at Harvard. Harvard always is good at taking credit, so I'm sure it will do that here as well in terms of starting him on his academic path. So if you could please come up, that's the introduction to Chris. Chris will then introduce our panelists. So panelists, please come up to the stage, and we will move right along. Lastly, Chris must leave at 10:30. He has a 12 o'clock flight to DC, so we have aligned incentives. He will get this panel moving quickly and ending on time.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. We've got a very exciting panel ahead of us, and I'd like to maybe start by thanking also Professor Lin for kicking off our conversation today. It's, I think, difficult for all of us to follow the remarks of Professor Lin, who has played such a fundamental role in not only building Taiwan's semiconductor industry, but the entire world's semiconductor industry. As many of you probably know, he's one of the founding fathers, if you will, of the modern field of lithography. And so it's a real honor to have him share thoughts on the challenges to chip piece as he sets it out. I think several of the issues that he raised are topics that we'll be able to touch on in our panel today. First off, the multinational nature of the chip industry is in some ways represented by the multinational nature of our panel today. And certainly, I think he's right to say that there's not a single country today that can produce semiconductors in a self-sufficient way, nor is there a single country that has a realistic prospect for doing so, at least over the short term. And I think that's one issue, the balancing multinational interests that we'll discuss over the next hour and a half. I think second is the interplay between security concerns and commercial concerns. Because as Professor Lin noted, most semiconductors produced today are used in civilian markets. 98% is the estimate, with only 1 or 2% going to government or security purposes. And that's, of course, a big change from the early days of the chip industry when it was only the Defense Department and NASA being customers of chips. Today, it's mostly smartphone makers and data center companies, with defense ministries playing a very small role. And so today, the dynamic is actually that compared to Apple CEO Tim Cook, Joe Biden has a much smaller influence on the supply chain than one might think. So that's the second issue I think we'll discuss. And then third, looking at the entire value chain in the semiconductor industry is an issue I'd like to delve into as well. Of course, of our panel, Professor Lin remarked on the multiple steps that are required to produce a semiconductor, not just in the manufacturing process itself, but the design that comes before that, the ultra specialized materials that are necessary, the packaging, and then finally the device assembly, a supply chain which is itself distributed between many different countries with different companies in different countries specializing in different aspects of the supply chain. So there are many moving parts in this industry, which I think is one of the incentives for cooperation, but also I think one of the challenges in setting up the goal of chip peace, which I think Professor Lin so accurately stated should be our goal. And so we'll dive into some of the challenges in reaching that goal in our panel. We've got three very distinguished panelists to discuss this topic from the perspective of multiple different countries. Director Nishikawa from Japan's Ministry of Economics, Trade, and Industry has been a leader, probably the leader, if I can say so, in the ministry in putting semiconductors at the center of Japanese policymaking, both on the promote side, but also on the protect side, to use the lingo that people use in Washington on semiconductor policy. So I'll be very interested to hear from him on the way Japan is thinking about semiconductors today. Professor Shi has been both an employee in the electronics industry, and the semiconductor industry, and the computer industry, and then now a very distinguished analyst of these topics, writing recently both on industrial policy, for example, in the chip industry, and also in adjacent spheres like panels, which we had a chance to discuss over breakfast. And then finally, Professor Shi from Tsinghua University is also here, not only a distinguished academic, but someone who built the semiconductor industry in Taiwan to a substantial degree. So there's no one, I think, who has a better grasp of the way Taiwan's industry has developed over the past half century, and who can shed light on some of the opportunities and challenges that it faces today. So what we'll do is start with about 10 minutes of comments from each of our panelists, and then I might have a couple of questions provoked by Professor Lin's opening remarks, and then turn it over to you in the audience for Q&A for the remainder of our time. So, Director Nishikawa. I think you can do it right here, whichever you prefer. No.
Yep. So thank you, Professor Mira, and good morning, everyone. My name is Nishikawa. I'm from the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industries. To be very frank with you, my background is lawyer. I'm not engineer. And actually, I'm one of the beginner in this room about the semiconductors. And to be very frank with you, it was just 3 or 4 years ago when I realized the very importance of the semiconductor in my ministry and in Tokyo. I have 7 comments here using the 10 minutes. There are no slides. However, the first point, starting from the what happened in last 3 years, 4 years in Japan. We have 3 big issues regarding the semiconductor mines and geopolitical considerations. 10 years ago, no one had to think about the geopolitical consideration of where to produce, where to procure the semiconductor. Even the US companies established the semiconductor factories all over the world, including China. However, the US-China tensions, there are some, have other people says, the enlighten the necessity to think about geopolitical constellation of the semiconductor supply chain. This is not happy things. However, this is a reality. So therefore, this is one, and also the various kind of disruption of the supply chain, the outside of the national security, which means that, for example, COVID-19 that disrupted a lot about supply chain in the not only the semiconductor but also the medical equipment, everything. Actually, also the fire accident or the electricity shortage. A lot of events have happened in last 3 years, especially in 2020 to the 2021. I, as a director of semiconductor IT industry division, I really realized importance of to think about the supply chain things in very the forward-looking manner. More than that, the disruption of the disruptive innovation happens a lot. Speed is very fast. So therefore, we cannot wait the disrupted supply chain to catch up the next generation innovation. So we have to consider geopolitical things and non-geopolitical issues as well as non-innovation things. These three changed the Japanese policy toward semiconductor drastically. This is the second point. We changed the semiconductor policy from traditional so-called industrial policy to the economic security policy. The traditional industrial policy, which Ministry of International Trade and Industries, MITI, the 20th century Japanese industry, the strategy, I believe is analyzed in Harvard as well in 20th centuries. But that industrial policy was very simple. If I exaggerate, to create some good Japanese companies to export the goods to all over the world to earn foreign currency. This is a typical so-called industrial policy. But the economic security policy is different. Semiconductor is like food or oil, essential goods for the society, economy, and democracy. We need semiconductor to maintain our society and our democracy. So therefore, like the policy toward how to secure the energy, how to secure the food, we started to do that policy, how to secure the semiconductor. Let's think about that. Even in Japan or in US, the tremendous amount of the taxpayers' money poured into energy industries or the food industries, and every Japanese or the US people who focusing on the market economy agreed about it because it's necessary. So therefore, the semiconductor changed the strategic, how can I say, the nature from just the goods to the strategic goods necessary for the daily life. And also, let's think about 30 years ago, Japan was very strong about semiconductor. In 1985, in 1980s, more than 50% of the semiconductor production was from Japan. Many people pointed out why Japan, lost their way. I am to say, if I, exaggerate again, Japan was not so smart to understand Professor Lin's things, complementary manner. No one country can create everything. So but in 20th centuries, if I dare to say, Japan tried to dominate the supply chain. It was bad thing. So therefore, this time, we created that we need complementary manner strategies together with allies and like-minded countries and regions. The friends is very important to secure the semiconductor supply chain. This is a very important thing. And these policy change created our, the actual actions. For the one is then supply side. We employed three-step approach. To be very frank with you, the 3 years ago, and even now, Japan's semiconductor technology, especially the production technology, is very behind. I have to say, what Japan can create in the logic is then just 40 nanometers, 40 nanometers. Far behind from Taiwan or the Korea or the US, every production countries. So therefore, we have to learn from other friends. We have to catch up the current the semiconductor supply chain with the help of existing technology and with the help of that friend. This is step one. So that TSMC kindly came to Kyushu. I will explain later. But this is a symbol of how Japan can get FinFET technology thanks to the TSMC in Taiwan. But second thing is, again, the disruptive innovation. Just as Professor or many Taiwan friends is saying, the innovation is going on. We need next generation semiconductor technologies and the future technologies. The speed is very fast. So therefore, simultaneously with the step one, to secure the current supply chain, we are to decide, invest a lot to the next generation semiconductor. That is the front end and back end, beyond 2 nanometers, GAA technologies, type, the new architecture, as well as then advanced packaging is a very key. This technology should be realized within several years, or the next years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, very fast. So that within 2020s, many industries, many countries needs the next generation technologies realized. But these next generation technologies can bridge to the future technologies like quantum computing and AI or the neural network architecture, new computings. To be very frank, is in Tokyo, especially the ordinary people, ordinary media, or the ordinary politicians understand, semiconductor is different from quantum computing. Quantum computing is different from AI things. AI is totally different from semiconductor. This is an ordinary understanding of the ordinary people. But from engineers' point of view, this is the same things. So therefore, without securing next generation semiconductor technologies, we cannot reach to the future technologies like the quantum computing or the, let's say, photonics, electric integration, and everything. So therefore, we think that this is very important things to invest the future things. This is the second step 2 and step 3. We are doing this simultaneously with the Japanese version CHIPS Act. Compared to the US one is relatively small, but the 2 trillion Japanese yen are already secured the resources in last 2 years. And in Japanese style, we are trying to accumulate the resources year by year in accordance with the actual advancement of the production, programs. Maybe I had better stop another 3 minutes. Can I use it? Please, yes, that's fine. So and also as for the fourth one is the demand side. Many people think, including the TSMC or the Intel or many people say Japan lacks the cutting edge semiconductor customers or users. Yes, currently we have no single nano, the smartphone users like Apple in Japan. But flip side is it that we means Japanese industries like the automobile or the machineries or the medical equipment. Variety of industries needs cutting edge semiconductor technologies to realize actual digital transformation, to create new services, new added values. So therefore, what Japanese government is trying to do is then to to share the importance of the semiconductor to the variety of industries, including, for example, Toyota or the Hitachi. These companies are very appetite to learn and to use the cutting edge semiconductors. Of course, then in addition, the green transformation. is very, 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 very important for us. Not only the the energy or the environmental things, but also the national security, energy securities, energy resiliencies, as well as them to create, how can I say, the energy efficient computing resources necessary for the AI generations. So the green transformation actually needs the cutting edge semiconductor. So therefore, in Japan, we started DX and GX, use digital transformation, the green transformation, using green transformation fund, which is we are to use 20 trillion yen in next 10 years to transform the industry. Fifth one and sixth one is then my comment to the appreciation to the Taiwan and the US, like as a friend. Actually, the TSMC, as I said, kindly invested their factories in Kyushu. It changes a lot in Japanese mindset, ecosystem, and that, of course, the semiconductor technology is everything. But TSMC kindly is educating Japanese technology peoples and enlightening the academia's mindset and changing ecosystems, local ecosystem, including the SMEs who support the semiconductors. The 20 years ago, or in 20th centuries, the Kyushu Island, which the Kumamoto is located, was called, at least in Japan, digital, Silicon Island. Silicon Island Kyushu, at least in Japan, we called it. But now the Silicon Island is Taiwan. So therefore, we are trying to bridge between the Taiwan and Kyushu and Japan as a Silicon Islands. So we are learning from Taiwan how to create semiconductor ecosystem right now. So far so good, but we are trying to integrate both supply chain with the help of various government industries and financial peoples and everything. We appreciate United States, especially the East Coast, New York. This is not New York, however, the 20 years ago, I heard after the 9/11, New York, Albany enlarged their semiconductor R&D facilities with the help of the government budget and IBMs, and also the US companies and Japanese equipment companies, or European equipment companies, Korean companies that have established Albany complex. The New York creates did very great jobs to provide cutting-edge semiconductor technologies. And thanks for the US, a new venture called Lapidus was established. They are trying to create a pilot line using then the New York technologies with the help of the European companies and the US companies and the Japanese companies conglomerate combined in Hokkaido areas. The Hokkaido is the northern part of the Japan, the closest islands to United States. So Japan are trying to connect the Hokkaido, US, Europe, as well as now, of course, Taiwan, Kyushu, and all over the Japan. By doing that, we are trying to create the connections throughout the silicon. This is my 6th point. And finally, the geopolitical things or the economic securities. Just as Professor said, the semiconductor can be utilized for good manner, but can be utilized for bad manners. So therefore, we have to think about how to control we have an obligation to control the cutting edge technologies. So therefore, what we are trying to do is then to take a balance to have more innovation for world peace and world civilian use. Simultaneously, we are very carefully thinking about to taking care of the controlling very cutting edge technologies. So therefore, now we need strong ties between government and businesses. in order to secure the balance between the civilian and the military use, we need strategic talk between the government and businesses. In this regard, we should be very careful transparency of the rules, regardless of it is the promotion side or the protection side. We are democracies. Japan is a democracy, Taiwan is a democracy, and the US is a democracy. Transparency under the democracy is a very key to take a balance between the promotion side, the civilian and the military. So that is why we are establishing new initiatives for the economic security to do that. But maybe I had better stop here. Thank you for the listening. Very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Turn from the Silicon Island of Kyushu to the Silicon Island of Taiwan, Professor Chief.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to to share the discussion with the distinguished panel. Ms. Miller, of course, is now his book bring us here. So thank you. And Ishikawa-san to talk about the Silicon Island, although he's talking about Japan, Kyushu. But it's very similar that Taiwan is also called the Silicon Island. Then Professor Willie Shi, we share a lot of common interests long time ago. And we actually, last time, and the only time that was in Harvard campus to talk to the student was because he's the invitation for me to come. That was about 15 years ago. So thank you for this opportunity. And also thanks to the previous speakers, particularly Bernardine. He outlined some of the challenges, but also talking about the good thing about the semiconductor industry, the interesting for the changes in the shift of the center of all this industry is moving from Japan, US and Japan in the 80s, and now in Asia, particularly Taiwan now is the hotspot. I'd like to share, although I also have a lot of slides, but I was prepared probably to talk about the hour or at least entire semester lectures. But in the sake of the time, that I would also only mention some of the important points. I would quickly scan because people already touched those points, so I don't spend time on that, but I let you see how why is led to this situation, why is Japan, and now why is Taiwan. Okay. Now I would, as I said, you can see that I put on 4 points. It's all this implication of the U.S. Semiconductor policy, and particularly now this big impact for Taiwan. And the second, of course, we are not talking about the geopolitical or chip war. That's not what I try to cover here. I would try to cover on the peace part of Bernardine said, that is, we focus on how we can really revitalize the semiconductor supply chain for the good of the world economy. Okay, and that's what I spent my last 40 years, 50 years working on that in Taiwan. And so I would also cover a little bit on the Taiwan history of developing the semiconductor industry, because Taiwan is a very poor resource, no resource island, but because certain hard work and as Chinese always said, when the location is right, the people is right, and the timing is right. 天时地利人和 that make Taiwan achieve today's situation. And finally, of course, I would summarize some of the lessons that we learned from Taiwan to how to really develop the probably not a self-sufficient supply chain, but it's a partial supply chain, but integrate into the world supply chain. So if you want friends, you want to make friends, Taiwan is the best part of making friends because we are small, and from the day one, we realize that we cannot depend on ourselves. We need all the friends around the world in terms of resources, but also in terms of innovation that we need for this industry. Okay. So quickly run through this. Now, this is what started this geopolitical things is because just about the beginning of the pandemic, Japan, U.S. also put a lot of restrictions, sanctions, and also try to come up with industry policy to build stronger American manufacturing capability here. Then, of course, a lot of other things like software, equipment, materials, chips, and also people. American people can now go work for Chinese companies. Okay, so this has started this interruption for the semiconductor supply chain. But the disruption of the supply chain is not only because this. We already experienced during the pandemic. Actually, there's itself without talking about the geopolitical complicate. It's already started because some area when you have a interruption point, then it affects the whole supply chain. So we all know that. Particular, there are also some example like earthquake, landslide, flooding somewhere, fire. So a lot of things can happen to the supply chain. Then, not only U.S., but also the alliance of U.S., like Japan or Korea or other country, also follow suit, come out with some industrial policy to strengthen their local industrial semiconductor capability. Well, that may be good, but if you want to self-sufficient, as Lim Byrne pointed out, it's probably wishful thinking. Okay, the founder of TSMC, Dr. Morris, has warned many times that it's going to be cost a lot, and probably not achieving your goal. Right? So this means that we need friends. So the structure is complicated, as you can see roughly from here. There are many sections. Okay, and the design or the IDM company are the real company that making the product that influence the application. Okay, all the others is actually helping to make it happen, like software, they help the design, the equipment, the foundry, the assembly and test. They are not counted into the final product, but they are essential part of the supply chain to make it happen. So that we are talking about $1 trillion US dollar business nowadays. So if everybody contribute to this, then you can see that US still dominate because they make most of the final product and also important part of software, equipment, any other things. Okay. Taiwan is only good at manufacturing part of the supply chain. The foundry, probably the packaging and test. But interesting enough, is Taiwan has a unique position. When TSMC was founded, it also stimulated the local design firm. So now US is #1 in design, but Taiwan is #2 in design. So it's very, very good things happen for Taiwan. Let's see. So, well, those are the point that the people already mentioned, and I just re-emphasize the importance, implication of this industry policy from US and other countries. The second thing that I also like to report what happened after all this industrial policy of this US, Japan, Europe happened. It's actually really stimulate a lot of investment in different locations. So many things happen. So it's going to be influence the change of the global supply chain allocation. It will, but we don't know what it will lead to. Both issue, effectiveness, okay, and what good for one country or one segment may not be good for other countries. So there's a lot of concern already being raised, particularly supporting a segment of the entire value chain. For example, the material and the equipment. That is represented by the Semi. Semi just had a very big and large exhibition in Taiwan last week. Many people went to Taiwan and were looking for the opportunity for the future, because there's still a lot of opportunity, like just mentioned about artificial intelligence, automobile, autonomous vehicle, or industrial automation. Those are good things for the business. Okay. So the Semi already expressed the concern that the semiconductor industry supply chain relies on the interconnectivity of all this global economy, so many countries, and also relies on the free flow of goods, data across border. So you cannot build a high fence right now. You need a very limited constraint on that. Otherwise, it would impose a lot of extra costs for the business and also maybe hurt the development of the economy. Well, this I think Sikawa-san just mentioned about Japan's development. So I would just mention that. And as this show, just try to elaborate why it's all connected together. Because we are not just talking about the chips, but we are also talking about the product or the system that use the chip. Because you make the chip, but you also need to assemble it. Then you need to accumulate all different kind of components together to make it work. And where are those placed to do this? I would say it's complicated work. Probably the U.S. company, the so-called brain company, they don't want to do it because it's costly and it's require a lot of labor. So those was given to the Asia country because they are poor. They are in the development stage. When we are poor, we like all this opportunity. And that's why the development country, the so-called in the 80s, there's a good name for four-liter dragon. Okay. They are all booming because this outsourcing to Asia. And that also laid the foundation for this country to bring up their technology later on. So it's very complicated. Application, as Chris has mentioned, the original purpose for using this technology for military purpose was very big part of this in 60s, 70s. But nowadays, the consumer, the civilian application, that's how it broadened the market of semiconductors. Now occupy 98%. That's why you have a powerful as a supercomputer in the 60s in your pocket, your cell phone. Very, very powerful. But now it's very cheap, affordable for all of us. Why? Because the global supply chain make it happen. And as I also mentioned, because some work is just you need a lot of people, labor, and you need to spend a lot of capital investment. But maybe the return of investment is not compared to if you just focus on one area, particularly focus on design chips, product, special product. That's why US is very dominant and very good at design because they make most of the profit. In the 90s, I think when Taiwan make a lot of computer for the world, export maybe, I don't know, maybe 80% or 90%. And one American scholar make a research report saying that all the supply chain, the brand name company make 90% of the profit, while the Asia country share and divided the rest 10% of the profit. With so much hard work, so many people working on that. So it's good for US. It's also good for Asia country. They need this job. They also need this capital to build up their industrial base. So it's good. It's win-win situation for the whole world. Why you want to change it? So that's why the semiconductor supply chain all concentrated in Asia because the component, the chip, everything has to go into Asia, assemble, and then back to them. Talking about China, we particularly worry about China. But if you look at China, it's a huge market for all this application. So their demand for the semiconductor going up very quickly. However, their capability, okay, it rather depends on the available TSMC or other country making the good chip for them. So their local content actually is very low. For a country they're developing, they always want to have some security. So, well, how can we increase our profit for this long supply chain? We need to go up the local content. Taiwan do that, Japan do that, many countries doing that. So with all this export control, this report also predict this market will still going up. The local content will be still up, but even in 2027, the local content is only still 20 something. So that's a summary here. So I will skip that. Let's talk about Taiwan. Now, Taiwan, when we started, actually nothing. But in 1960 and 70, we welcome the US and European company to set up assembly facility in Taiwan. Why? Take advantage of the excess labor from agriculture society. We have excess labor. So dimension. It's good for this company, Western company, but also good for Taiwan. Bring up the local salary job, and also Taiwan can accumulate foreign reserve, the capital required to invest into upgrading the industrial level. Okay. So when in mid 1970, because the first energy shock, Taiwan was really concerned because Taiwan has nothing, and the energy crisis gave a government really worry, and they said, well, Taiwan has nothing but people. Okay? We need to really invest on human resource, the talent. Education is important, and upgrading the technology base is important. 1970, mid 1970, Taiwan had an opportunity to have Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the Minister of Economic Affairs, with some Chinese American expert go to Taiwan and said, well, if you want to do that, you need to invest in infrastructure, you need to invest in technology build up. So luckily that we find US company, because they are the best in the world, RCA, willing to sign a contract with Taiwan. Taiwan start importing the technology to build the first layer of foundation. Now, people don't want to do it. The private sector, they view semiconductor is only a business for the very, very advanced leading country like the US, or maybe at that time, Japan is just coming up. So nobody want to invest it because it's very risky. And you don't know when to get the return, money invested in return. The best return business is on land development, land development, building, and maybe some light industry. Second, the government also established a very important research institute called the ITRI, Industrial Technology Research Institute. This organization later on played a very, very important role for Taiwan to import technology, divest the technology, improve it, and then diffuse to the Taiwan industry. So very important because Taiwan don't have any large corporation like Japan and Korea. Their structure is very different. Taiwan is all small, medium-sized enterprise. A lot of them were family-owned. So they do not invest heavily on capital-based They are small, but they are flexible. They are very, very innovative, using very limited capital. So interesting. That structure, industry structure, different than Korea and Japan. That's how Korea and Japan do not have a foundry is at the beginning. They all target on the memory chip. So Japan dominates the world by memory. I just mentioned one time maybe 80, 90% of the DRAM business is dominated by Japan. Following Korea again, now is dominated the DRAM because they are big. They are not afraid of putting capital. Okay. But they lost the advantage of being small, medium-sized enterprise. They are as Shikawa-san just mentioned. If you need a friend, you need a SME because they by nature need friends. They cannot survive alone. So that's very interesting. Leads to the different development model of Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. Oh, and also in the 70s, now E3 has that demonstration. Then they diffuse out to the private sector. So the first one was UMC, United Micro. They're following the model in Silicon Valley, the IDM, fully integrated manufacturing. But Taiwan's technology at the time still far, far lag behind industry level US. So this is not a really good choice. But as I said, there's no choice because you are underdeveloped and you have only a sort of labor that people are doing some things. So you build up the technology level gradually. And even without a leading edge technology, you can still doing some service for the company that are making the consumer product. We make a product which doesn't require really leading edge technology. Like watch chip, music card, a telephone dialer, make all this very suitable for Asian market. American company, Japan, Korea at that time, they want to shoot in at a big one. Big one means leading edge technology, means large commodity DRAM memory. That's probably about 1/3 of the total market. So Taiwan, being small, carefully choose a big two. Oh, interesting. Why TSMC come about? In the late 70s, actually, the idea also initiated from Professor Abrami, worked for APA because he saw the evolution of the chip. Small integration, medium integration, large integration, very large integration. Okay, all right. So the require for the IDM cannot just move in. They need a separation. So that's how the concept of separate design and Taiwan, because we already have some foundations. So we build on that foundation. We choose to take because of the time limitation, I will jump to the final two slides. Listen. So if someone can read that. Nature program for digital life. So they are doing each customer manufacturing. On the other hand, you need a lot of capital. Build that one at the same time stimulate. Semi
Single service window.
to be sure that we have continuous innovation and serve the good. Thank you.
Now we'll turn to Professor Shi. Mic's not on. A faulty semiconductor.
Okay, like I said, I gave you the disclaimer. Thank you to my colleagues who covered a lot of these points. I would say some semiconductor value chain historically has been built on the assumptions of free and open trading environment. I guess that episode is over. Okay, but what it has done is what we've seen is that it has enabled specialization, and especially when we are at the frontiers of what is possible technologically, you really need that hyper specialization in somebody like ASML who can make extreme UV tools, who also relies on a chain of specialists, whether it's Zeiss for the optical engine or Cymer for the lasers or what have you. Okay, it also has enabled, as my friend and longtime friend and colleague Professor Shi has said, it's also enabled exploitation of different values in different countries. Okay, and the way I frame this is, in the U.S., I've told people investors would rather invest in the next matching platform to match dog walkers with dog owners than they would in a chip fab, because the chip fab has a high variability return. It has a long time to a return, whereas if you do software or SaaS startups, you can turn over your money 20 times in the same period. Okay, so there's another type of globalization that has come about in different terms of business models. Now, if we really are in a chip war, and as has been pointed out, Chris, this is a great title for a book. I think it's really an unfortunate name I would agree with what's been said. There's still great benefit to be derived from this global effort, which enabled by specialization, because as we know, nobody has a monopoly on good ideas and inventions, as we've seen. If anything, I would argue that a lot of the issues that we see now could have been avoided if manufacturers had been a little more diversified in the first place. Okay, and the focus on that has really been the focus on that lack of diversification in supply chains has really been accentuated by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, although we also saw that lack of diversification and the impact during COVID. Now, what I would point out to my colleague from Japan is that I would argue Toyota learned that lesson during 2011 in the Tohoku, East Japan earthquake and tsunami, when they said, we rely on chips produced around the Ring of Fire in geologically and politically unstable areas. Okay, and what they did is they redefined the notion of lead time that says if we're going to source chips from some of these areas, then we need to have more inventory on hand. Okay, and they really rethought that, and it's what we saw during the pandemic when a lot of, for example, U.S. automakers saw sudden precipitous declines in demand, and they cut all their orders. Okay, Toyota took a much more even-handed approach in terms of managing their inventory, and they fared much better than everybody else. Okay, so what it says is, that the lack of diversity in supply chains, you can manage around it, but I would argue if we had a more diversified manufacturing footprint, there would be less angst today about, well, so much production is concentrated in one island. Okay, now on top of that, I would add to the comments previously about the production, the leverage in learning continues to be production scaling. Okay, and where you get that learning, and I think that's another area of concern that we see, because people are now saying, wait a minute, I'm now looking at, for example, if I go to TSMC and I'm going to use their process design kit to design stuff in your process, now I'm suddenly bound by confidentiality restrictions. I can't go work on stuff at another foundry. And what it's really showing is that that expertise in the chip design is advancing into, basic device physics and all that area, right? And so I think the other concern in the U.S. then tends to be is like, well, wait a minute, we don't have those skills. Even if we had to reproduce it in an emergency, we would not be able to do that. But at the core of it, I would argue that it's because the supply base is undiversified. Okay, now moving over to industrial policy briefly, we see a lot of policy initiatives in a lot of countries. I think people don't really appreciate how long this transition or rebuilding of U.S. capability will take. As Professor Shi has highlighted, it took Taiwan 35 years to get to the point where it did. All right, and so the question is, can we do it in one election cycle? Doubtful. Can we do it in 4 election cycles? We're talking about, to rebuild capabilities like that in the U.S. If we wanted to do it all ourselves, I'd say it takes 10 years to climb back into the ring, and then maybe after that, a couple more decades to get back to that. One other thing I'd like to highlight, and then maybe we can, two additional points listening to the comments. Okay. One of them is the importance of having customers. Nishikawa-san highlighted that, I would argue that Apple was an essential customer for TSMC in advancing because they were willing to finance a lot of those risks, and in fact, encouraged TSMC to take a lot of those risks, and they provided a customer. What are they, 26% of TSMC's revenue today or something like that? Okay. Current industrial policies, particularly in the U.S. in the CHIPS Act, does not recognize that. Okay, and I think that's a major issue in my mind. Inflation Reduction Act, in contrast, does recognize that, and I think we'll see a lot of differences. China's policies in these areas often recognize it, not always so. The comment I think about how industrial policies have stimulated a lot of expansion. That's also one of my worries, and I know there's going to be a session on employment next, okay, and developing skills. But my caution is we're seeing tremendous additions of capacity, okay, and we see trade restrictions that have led to tremendous additions of capacity in China and mature nodes. What we need to be thinking about is, like, if you want to get people to work in that industry, you need to have some prospect of a stable career. Okay, this has always been a cyclical industry. One of my worries is when we're adding all this capacity like this, I don't know, it may not be a pretty picture in a couple of years. Okay, so just a couple of quick comments. I'll turn it back over to Chris.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Professor Xia. I know we only have 15 minutes left, so perhaps I'll table my questions for a moment and see if there are questions from the audience to start. And if not, I've got a large set of questions for each of our panelists. Please.
Getting the end user to the discussion table is really spot on, because I was looking at all the public policies driving this reconfiguration of the supply chain. I rarely see the end user in the discussion. And you mentioned the importance of investors. And because at the end of the day, this has to be in a market-driven economy, and investment is quite important. In my area about technology, it would be wonderful to be part of that discussion on future and manufacturing, because, as we know, digitalization is going to transform healthcare. So my question is public policy driven environment, how do you get the end user to the table, especially in a global supply chain rearrangement?
If you wanted to use an industrial policy tool, my answer would be demand-side incentives. Okay, demand-side incentives. For example, if you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, it says, I will give this amount of credit if you buy an electric vehicle that has all these, has domestic content. Now, I have a lot of issues with this policy, right? Because in my view, the theory would be, I am going to subsidize you with demand-side incentives so that you come down the learning curve faster, and eventually you can stand on your own and be globally competitive. I would argue that's exactly what China did quite deliberately around electric vehicles. And now you look at companies like CATL and BYD, who are way down the learning curve in batteries compared to anybody else. Okay, so that's an example of success. I've proposed demand-side incentives, on the chip side. Again, that's with that with that condition that these things cannot be permanent. Okay, unless you want to go to a world of tariffs, which that would essentially become if you had those types of demands. But that's my short answer. Or it's not so short, but that's my answer.
And do you want to speak about demand-side incentives as well? I know Japan has thought carefully about that question.
Yeah, of course, the demand-side approach is very important. But of course, we have to think about, let's say, how can I say, WTO rules or free trade. Local content requirement is, not adequate from the point of the free trade. But the demand side, the incentive can be, designed in the very more smarter way to ignite the future innovation as well. So not to the zero-sum game, but to if we design in the smarter way, we can expand the market toward the future. So that is what we are doing. We are trying to do in the green transformation things, as well as the digital transformation. Let's think about the green transformation. We have to reduce CO2s, right? But more technology is needed to realize the CO2 reductions. Some demand side incentives to ignite, to create new market for such kind of things. And also, let's think about the digital transformation. Someone, professor mentioned about drone. In aging society like in Japan or even the Taiwan, we can rely on the more usage of the drone for daily life. But no drone is going back and forth outside the windows here. Maybe some kind of the demand side incentives is very important to socialize drone usage in the world. So that is what we are doing in Japan, discussing. Yeah. That's my comment.
Thank you. Other questions from the audience?
Christina Davis, Harvard. Thanks so much for a fascinating presentation. As you're thinking about how to secure supply chains, both in the location of production and avoiding end users through screening out who gets the highest end technology, with emphasis on friends. So how do you decide who is a friend? Japan and Korea had a very nasty dispute over semiconductor issues that went back to who could be trusted, and thankfully that was resolved. But now we have issues about, is Vietnam, it's part of CPTPP, a trade friend, but makes deals with Russia? Can there be relocation of production and sales to all countries? How narrow would you define the friend circle?
I put an even finer point on that question, which was phrased by Morris Chang, the founder of TSMC. He said the US is trying to diversify away from production in Taiwan. Isn't Taiwan also a friend? Which I think is a good question to ask. Willie, would you like to?
Well, all right. So, of course, Taiwan is a friend, but I think the insecurity is around what could happen. Okay. And now we were discussing at breakfast. I said, I wrote a piece a couple months ago, but my editor changed the title. The original title was, if you're going to friendshore, then you better worry about the health of your friends, right? Because if your friends turn unhealthy, then that was kind of a futile exercise. Okay, and then I gave examples. I don't know if we want to go into it now, but you want the example?
If you'd like to, please.
Okay, well, let's look at flat panel displays, things like this. Okay, Japan was the pioneer. Sharp, the company was the pioneer. They got squeezed out by the Koreans. Okay, Koreans and Taiwanese. Sharp is still there. And the Chinese are poised to dominate it. Okay, so we assume, well, we can source the flat panel displays for our next iPhone or for our Tesla. In the case of Tesla, they source it in Taiwan from AUO. Okay, or we can source from Japan Display, who I understand is not so healthy right now. And LG is struggling. Samsung has already exited LCD displays because they cannot compete against Chinese industrial policy, where, if it costs $6 billion to put up a fab, I went to one of these fab commissionings in China. It's like Gen 10.5 fab that cost $6 billion to build. Why is this fab in Hefei, China, in the middle of nowhere? Well, we only build fabs because the local government will subsidize the construction cost. How much was the construction cost? 85% of $6 billion. Okay, what is my cost of depreciation as a component of cost of goods sold? 50%. Nobody anywhere in the world can compete against that. Okay, so we say, well, we'll friendshore displays for your Tesla or for your Volkswagen or your Ford F-150 Lightning from friends. They aren't healthy. That's the problem with friendshoring. A problem with friendshoring.
Sorry, my personal view. This is not Japanese government view, but I think just as I said, transparency is very important. Because then for example, with regard to the promotion, like then there's CHIPS Act or the tax deductions. Some countries like the US or Japan, I think, are very transparent because when we are democratic, we have to pass the ideas, Congress or the Diet. So that we have to explain to our peoples, which means then explain to the people equal to the explain to the world. So therefore, some kind of the balance should be taken. But on the other hand, some countries not countries, some countries are not transparent to decide policy, to implement a policy, so that no one can predict the future. Not only the business, not only the government, but also business cannot predict future supply chain resilience. So therefore, in my personal view, transparency under the democracy is the most important things. Thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm Daniel Fu. I'm Professor Bill Kirby's Research Associate at HBS. My question is for you, Mr. Nishikawa. On Chip 4, the Chip 4 Alliance, apart from an inaugural meeting and the promulgation of an for chips, there doesn't seem to be that much reported progress on the initiative. Could you elaborate a bit about Japan's vision for Chip 4 and whether it's optimistic about it going forward? And second, there's a lot of kind of coverage in Chinese media about how Nikon is increasing its export of DUV lithography machines to China despite the ban on 23 types of semiconductor equipment imposed earlier this year. Could you speak a bit about the challenges of enforcing that ban and the position of private Japanese companies in the context of semiconductor disputes? Thank you.
Thank you. As for the chips fall, the so-called chips fall, maybe as a government official, I have to say that there is no diplomatic relationships between the Taiwan and Japan. So therefore, no official chips fall the things in that sense. However, regardless of between the Korean, Japan, and the US, but also with other countries as well, we have the pragmatic relationships, business relationships, business or the government, the cooperative relationships between the countries. So therefore, like the systems or the supply chain some cooperative reactions to the supply chain disruption is being done, in various ways. So therefore, let's think about, for example, that the Russian invasion to the Ukraine created the sudden disruption of the rare gases. Every semiconductor factories, regardless of the nationality, suffered from it. So in such cases, we means that everyone should jointly tackle with the issues. So that we are very keen to do such kind of things. And as for the 23 the Japanese export control things, just as I said, how can I say that? Of course, we prefer the chip piece. However, it is reality. The chip can be utilized for the military use. So therefore, the ASEAN, the responsible countries, we are responsible for the the export controls. But please think about that. Export control is not banned to the export. We will check whether the export is adequate in the sense of the military use, non-military use was not. So therefore, we took relatively, and we are confident about the transparency of the rules. So that is what we are doing. Thank you.
I wonder whether I can ask a question to our moderator, Professor Chris Miller, because you're leaving. The other day, the chairman of TSMC, Mark Liu, said in the meeting about a part of your book, toward the end of the book, you were mentioning a possible scenario that China may wanted to take over TSMC for the reason of controlling its key technology for some political or the other purposes. And Mr. Liu was saying that China will never invade Taiwan because of TSMC. He also said that if China decided to invade Taiwan, it will not stop because of TSMC. The reasoning is quite clear, although he didn't mention, and that is the issue of Taiwan in the Chinese government's mind is way above technology issues. So I just wonder whether you have a comment to his sort of remark.
I completely agree with that, and it's worth noting that the disputes between Beijing and the Taiwanese government, as well as the the U.S. participation in those disputes pre-exists the invention of the integrated circuit. The key points of tension in the late 1950s, for example, when there was the most active fighting, were just as the first chips were being invented. So chronologically, it's just a fact that tensions predate the chip industry. And so I think Mark is right when he says that actually the key drivers of tension today are not semiconductors. Semiconductors have been entangled in the tensions, but they're not primarily driving them. I think one nuance is that unlike in the 1950s and unlike in the 1980s, and even unlike a decade ago, the level of technology that China can bring to the table is much higher. And that's true both in a civilian sense, as we see on a regular basis, but also in a military sense. And so if you talk to US defense planners, why they're much more concerned about their ability to defend Taiwan today rather than 2 decades ago, it's precisely because of technological upgrading in China's military. So that's the way that the technological balance feeds back into the military balance, I think. But Mark is certainly right to suggest that the primary driver is not semiconductor issues, but political issues between China, Taiwan, and the US. Maybe one more question from the audience to wrap up.
Thank you, Dan Murphy, Harvard Kennedy School. I want to just draw on a contrast that I've heard. On the one hand, I've heard that blockage of China, I think that was the word used, blockage, could spur domestic innovation within China. On the other hand, we're hearing about this very complex global supply chain that requires all of this talent and all these different players. So I'd like to ask our panelists and our moderator, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being and 10 being 1 being least confident, how confident are you that China can develop a successful semiconductor industry? And please comment on your score. Thank you.
It's a very specific task for our panelists. Would anyone like to, numerically or qualitatively, try to answer that question? Really?
Well, I would say between 7 or 8, thereabouts. Okay, and I think there's a broader technology trend which is in their favor, right? Which is nanometer, 7 nanometer. If they can make 7 nanometer for the Huawei phone, that is good enough for an awful lot of applications. Okay, and we heard some of those differences. So I'm not a fan of these export controls as a way of doing this because, as we saw with GPS, they give additional impetus to the people who don't have access. I mean, they're on a mission to develop it, right? So I think they're very capable. We should not underestimate that.
Ishikawa-san or Professor Shi, respond to that.
Well, China is not like other small country. They are very big in terms of population, so talent, and also they are over the last 30 years after they be more free access to the entire world. So they already have that basic capability, and they are up to. It's no longer a poor country. Okay, they're stand-up living now, and in many locations they are actually much better than many other countries. So I think it's only a time matter. If this continue, the separation continue. Now they have a determination to do that. So I think it's eventually will get there. It's just depending on how long it takes.
Any final comments?
I agree with the 2 professionals about the ability of the China to realize that cutting edge semiconductor. But what we think I think is important is that the future of the computation is more important than the simple semiconductor development. Let's think about what happened in the and NAND memories. 2D NAND is when the the Kioxia or the Toshiba or the Western Digital or the Micron, no, not Micron is trying to Samsung SK tried to the 2D NAND. They are focusing on the narrow node. However, the 3D NAND changed the drastic, changed the competitions. And also, let's think about AI, generative AI. The current GPU is focusing on the how much the small node can create better GPUs. However, let's think about the neuromorphic architecture computing chip will provide totally different structure, and also quantum computing provide total different structures. Photonics electric integration will create more energy efficient chips or the computation. So therefore, in the sense of the to create better innovation or the future innovations, I think again the semiconductor principles that Professor Lin said that no one country can achieve such kind of future big innovation. That's my
Great. Well, let me thank all of our panelists for kicking off this day of discussions. I think many questions were put on the table, probably not completely answered, but we have now 2 more days to discuss them. And so I'd like to thank all of the panelists and thank the audience for such an engaging discussion.
Please let me know if you have time to come to talk.
Very good. All right, I'll send you an email.
Maybe I need more learning from you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to run to the airport, but delightful to meet you. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Taiwan.
Thank you.
I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, thanks so much. I do, yeah. Good to meet you.
Okay. So thank you everyone again for joining us. Now what we're going to do is, after laying the sort of landscape of some of the major issues, is start to dig down. And so what this next panel focuses on is ecosystems and talent, right? So we talked a bit this morning about the complexity of the issue, the cyclicality of the issue, and the capital intensity of the issue, as well as clearly the political aspects. But this panel is more trying to dig a bit deeper to look at what are the key challenges for the pipeline of talent, but also the pipeline of an ecosystem that actually works. We have two wonderful speakers. I'll start with Liz Reynolds. We overlap. She's another part of the my MIT Mafia, so I always try to bring in MIT Mafia when I can. We overlapped at a wonderful place when we were doctoral students at MIT called the Industrial Performance Center that was set up in the 1980s. Nishikawa-san probably has heard of it. It was really designed actually to deal with a similar challenge at the time from Japan. So the Industrial Performance Center was trying to figure out, well, the US seems to be losing. So we need to figure out what is industrial performance? What is industrial performance in terms of the automotive industry, a whole bunch of industries. And so Liz and I very much have, I think in our DNA, that center, which she was the executive director of eventually, even, are you now currently? No, right, no, she was at one point. Really taught us a lot about systems, about ecosystems, about the role of industrial policy, and about competitiveness. And I'm very excited to have her join us because not only do we share that background, but she's also worked in industry. She's also been a special assistant to the president for manufacturing and economic development in the White House. And is a lecturer now at the Department of Urban Studies and Planning. And for me, at least, she's a great example of the ways in which people can jump and integrate from industry to government back to academia. So I think we're quite lucky to have her. Professor Lin, you all know, I will not reintroduce him just for time, but what I really appreciate about Bern is that he is really a master lithographer. So you're getting someone who has really built the industry, also saw a lot of the limits of Moore's Law early on, and is now the dean of the School of Semiconductor Industry at National Tsinghua University. Role among many, again, also like Liz from the corporate part at TSMC, IBM originally. His role now, returning to academia, is to actually build out this talent. So he is currently, as the head of that school, effectively at the center of gravity for building of engineers and that talent pipeline at National Tsinghua University in Taiwan. So let me just make a few comments and then turn it over to our panelists. Just to sort of set the scene, one is, what is it that I think we should be focusing on in the next 90 minutes? One, quantity, right? So there's been a lot written, excellent, McKinsey reports, Semiconductor Industry Association report, all of these studies that just in the United States about the shortage, right? When it comes to engineers, so 300,000 engineers, 90,000 skilled technicians. The problem is it's not just a shortage in the United States, it's a shortage in the region, it's a shortage globally, because that fundamental point that's been made many times, which is this, and Ronnie Chatterjee will later make himself here, it's not going to be all built in the United States, right? So the White House is pretty clear about that. But the problem, of course, is there may be 2 million workers that is the estimated stock of shortage by 2030. So about a 50% increase is needed. Regional talent shortage. So one about quantity. Another is about quality, right? Because the shortage is not really only engineers that Bern is focused on producing, but companies are battling shortfalls in lots of things. I mean, in the United States, particularly skilled construction workers, that's an issue. Facility logistics coordinators, that's another issue. So these cut across a range of professions and specializations. I'm excited, as sort of the academic part of my brain is excited about what the US is attempting to do. because big push industrial policy, we haven't seen for a long time. And this is in some ways a traditional approach. It's sophisticated, it's integrated, but it's in the end, it's supply, big push, right? As opposed to what Professor Scher was talking about, which was around the demand side and the lack thereof. So at least for me, that third challenge is it's not a lockstep in the supply chain, right? Because you need chip design, you need the fab construction, you need operation, manufacturing, R&D, assembly, advanced packaging, testing, all have shortages, right? The fourth is technology, as we all know, is a moving target. So the exact nature of those needs are going to change over time, and industry is already struggling in that area, right? So the kinds of over time. Our student here, Hugh, did a great job. He wrote a few short briefs for this conference, and he looked at that where, facility construction is most important now, but that eventually will not be the shortage. It'll then move right into manufacturing and then into even packaging and other downstream segments. There's also automation trends, of course, that will complicate that. So last 2 points. 5 is, I'm most interested actually not in the sexy White House federal policies. I'm actually more interested in what's happening at the state, at the local level. I think what's going to happen here in the US, at least, much of the work is actually at the state and local level. And I've dealt a lot with certain aspects of those economic development organizations. For example, in the South, where you had BMW and other major foreign players who came in, and they themselves had to go through this. So the automotive industry recently has tried to remake ecosystems. BMW did it quite well in South Carolina. So there's models we can talk about. But in a industry like semiconductors, I think there's another piece that's ecosystem, not just talent, and that's around the startup community. And so there's two local challenges: the way the state government is able to manage this, and the other is around the startup community that's so critical in a region, a place like Hsinchu, for example, in Taiwan. The last thing I want to say before I turn it over to our lovely speakers is, when we were at MIT, one of the things that we did is we conducted this globalization study. And for me, it was great. I got to travel around Taiwan quite a bit. We ended up writing a book, multiple books. One was called Global Taiwan. So I was running around interviewing semiconductor firms, auto firms, many different industries. And for me, one of the takeaways that I think continues to be the case when I return to Taiwan is that, particularly in highly competitive industries, a lot of the knowledge is tacit knowledge, right? So it's learning by doing, and not always completely packaged perfectly so that you can fully understand as an outsider what's happening between the lead firm and the suppliers. So one of the things that also interests me as we deal with this challenge globally, regionally, nationally, is Taiwanese ecosystems, to me, were very just in time. They were evolving frequently. Recent discussion we had, someone in the audience now is saying that they're scrappy. That was a good word. I felt that as well, even in very high-tech industries. And these big firms like TSMC iterate so closely with their suppliers, often family-owned, very small, that knowledge is by doing. They don't necessarily document it in a way that's scalable and transportable cross-border. So that's what interests me as well, is how are we going to deal with that issue, and how are the lead firms dealing with that issue? Because, of course, many Taiwanese firms are global in a way, right? So I like the way we term, that title of the book made sense, but they actually weren't that global. They were actually highly regional in the end of the day. They were really China and Taiwan, right? And I think now for many of these firms, it's a real global challenge to truly diversify, as Willie stated. And I'll turn over maybe first to Liz, give some comments, and then to Bern.
Well, thank you all very much. Am I being heard well? Okay. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Edward, and to others for inviting me. I'm always excited to be on a panel in which the term in which federal policy is put next to the term sexy. So thank you, Edward, because as part of the Biden administration in 2021, 2022, I was deeply involved in what we now understand a major shift in US economic policy toward very explicit industrial strategies. And I think it's important to see the CHIPS Act, I think, in the broader context of what's just been occurred in the last year or two with U.S. policy under the Biden administration. But I agree with your point, which is in the end, as we discuss, at least from a context of the U.S. and how we're going to make this transformation in the context of all the complexity that was just discussed in the last panel, it is about how we're going to do this on the ground. I keep saying, how do we land the plane with a tremendous amount of, uphill battle coming off the pandemic, and a steep learning curve for the U.S. Really, Taiwan is the crown jewel globally on semiconductor production, and the U.S. is, getting back on a train, perhaps, or a train that's never been on before, to try and emulate this and capabilities in the country. So let me just start by putting the CHIPS Act and what we're trying to do on the semiconductor front in the context of all of the legislation, the three major bills that have happened in the last couple of years. So one is the infrastructure bill, one is obviously the Inflation Reduction Act, and of course CHIPS. All of those represent a massive reinvestment in the U.S. industrial base, one that everyone knows has been essentially hollowed out over several decades. And I think this is happening at a point in time also in which we see tremendous technological change in advanced manufacturing and capabilities, which now make it possible to bring back a lot of manufacturing to the States, and a reshaping of global supply chains, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's climate, whether it's geopolitics. We're at what I would say is probably a 20 or 30 year cycle for an industrial transformation. And so CHIPS is in the context of that, in a context in which we're trying to rebuild capabilities, in which we're trying to rebuild a workforce that has not existed, and also in the context of one of the more complex clusters, one of the more complex technologies, building from scratch, building from de novo. The U.S. has tremendous experience, for example, in biotech, in building out these ecosystems. Can we replicate that process in semiconductors? Second, I just want to say that I think that when we think about how we're going to land the plane regionally, and I take this from Danny Roderick here at the Kennedy School and others, we have to be focused here on process more so than outcomes. Of course, outcomes are critical, but we're in a 10 to 20 year journey with where we will not know whether we're successful for a long period of time. So it's critically important we set up a process that helps us stay on track and measure progress and understand how we're doing this. And to your point about what are some of the ways we do that, I think that the Biden administration has been practicing what I call a 21st century industrial policy with some principles that are, worthy of learning from or emulation, or build on what we've learned over the years. So one, of course, crowding in private sector investment. That is the ultimate goal here. The government can't do it, and by all stretches that they say, so far so good, with announcements by the privates over $200 billion in investments in semiconductor. Second, you want competition in the process. So set up a process in CHIPS in which we're going to have at least 2 centers of excellence that we're trying to develop. Actually, we now see signs that there are 6 that are emerging. That's good for the semiconductor industry. That's good for the U.S. And that I think is a distinctly U.S. approach to industrial strategy. Third, a portfolio approach. So of course, the concerns with industrial policy are always that we pick winners, or you're trying to create a national champion. Even in an industry where there's only a few leading firms, it's still a competitive process. We still are looking at multiple leading firms. and an approach that allows many companies to apply, and even has a tax credit, $25 billion tax credit that's open to anyone who's investing in manufacturing semiconductor. And then fourth, to your point, Edward, is the learning by doing. You have to build in flexibility that allows us to pivot, maybe reverse course. These are programs that will be evaluated and evolve over time, and that's the way they have to be designed. And I think that the Commerce Department has really done a good job on laying that out. There are a whole host of things I would say about what the challenges are that I think our panel will get into. It's labor, it's costs, it's specialized equipment, it's regional ecosystems and how they work at the state level, it's innovation, and this broader challenge of future demand. But I'll stop there and we'll get into those topics hopefully in the panel.
Professor Lin, over to you.
Well, may I take that?
Either one. Yep.
Thing. You start to show my slides. Yes, I have a short one. It's only about 8 slides. That's how much time it takes. All right. I like to talk about talent shortage for chips, and I'm reusing some of my slides in the previous show. This is one of the reused one. The root cause of the talent shortage. Okay, we're looking at shortage, but what's the root cause? The root cause is, again, semiconductor technology is too complex to be promoted by a single country. Okay, if we want to do that, then we have a real shortage. This I said before, I don't have to go back there. We need the quantity. Quantity was very important. If you don't have a quantity, the technology cannot advance because you cannot debug your process, you cannot make enough profit, and so forth. All right. So my last bullet, which is not the least, is that we need a lot of talents. Now, I make a very simple calculation. I assume that for each area, now there are 5 areas in there. I assume that for each area, you need 50,000 people. And that's based on how big TSMC is. TSMC is about 40,000 people. And then you add other people for infrastructure for one area, right? So for each area, we have 50,000 people, and the need is about 10% because the industry is growing. It's growing. So I assume that we need 10% of each sector, and that is a total need of 25,000 people. Okay. Now, from that basis, now if we assume that we want to create some new, completely self-sufficient countries, so to speak, I calculate 2 cases. One is 5 countries, and the other one is 2 countries. For 5 countries, if I cut down the 50,000 people, I said that now let's go back to the minimum, say 25,000 people for each area in the country. So we have, again, 5 areas, which need 25,000 people. And if you multiply by 5 countries and so forth, we need a total of 625K people. Now 625,000 people, and that's 25 times than what we need previously. If we take the harmonious view of the technology, with countries providing their expertise and so forth, but don't have to be self-sufficient, we need only 25,000 people. Now we need 625,000 people. But I don't think in reality there are 5 countries which are that ambitious, but at least there will be 2 countries. One is China. They have a need to do that. And the other is USA. They have the ambition to do that. Okay. And you may want to add Japan or Korea or whatever, but at least we've got 2 countries. If we count those 2 countries, then you count the number of people that they need, and those, it turned out that you need 10 times what our need is nowadays. We have difficulty filling that 10%. 10%. Now we have even impossibility to fill up that 10x more. All right, so we have a talent shortage issue. What is it? Well, just Edward was talking about not only those PhDs or masters. We need a lot of people in all phases. But let me address, we need some people, special people, then that's well-trained in a scientific or engineering area. For those people, now we need to have attractive choices for those students. It's the same for Taiwan and for US as well. They have so many choices. They go to the political sector, economic sector, financial sectors, and then then in the technology one, they may go to Google and they may go to Apple. Okay, so there are so many attractive choices for this for the students, and the semiconductor students. Now, within the semiconductor students, they would primarily choose design, right? It's true for US, it's true for also for Taiwan. In the college that I'm leading, we divide into 4 areas, and the design area is the predominant one. We have to cut off so many people from design because everyone wants to be in design, and it's well understood and well popularized. Design is a clean profession, and then you make more money and all those things. All right, so also most of the semiconductor students stop at master's degree. They don't want to go to PhDs because they make enough profit, high salary, much earlier than the PhDs, and the industry is grabbing them. Okay, very soon after they graduate, get a master's degree, they grab them, just prevent them from getting into PhDs. That is a problem for the future because we need faculties, right? We need young people like this guy to all right, to continue with the torch, right? The university cannot live without faculties, okay? But where are the source of those faculties? Okay, then the difference between US and Taiwan is that in Taiwan, TSMC is probably one of the most desirable employers in there. We are supposed to be able to grab all the best students in Taiwan. Okay, but it's different. You put a TSMC plant in Phoenix or in Washington. Okay, it probably in Taiwan it probably ranked 5 stars. And in Phoenix, it's probably only ranked 3 stars. 3 stars. Okay, the competition for talent is even more severe here. All right, so what do we do in our college? We would like to have highly qualified PhDs. So some of the brute force approach is that you give higher scholarship for PhD students. Okay, actually more than a factor of 2. To attract them so that they feel a little bit more secure when they are studying. And the other thing is we want to limit the graduation time. We hope to keep them only for 5 years, not 6 or 7. This way they can go out to make money more and also earlier. And then they don't, because otherwise you need 2 or 3 years for master, right? So that shrink the gap. And so we like to ask the faculties not to keep their students too long, but to have a plan. You know, when I accept any PhD students, I would ask the faculty, do you have a plan to graduate him in 5 years? And ask a student, do you have the desire to graduate in 5 years? Okay, at least they have to have that mindset when they study for PhD. And now the other thing is, if you want the faculty to continue, you want the students to go to PhD into academic world, and then they feel comfortable for their career, you have to increase the stipend for the faculty, right? Right now, I think it's similar in the US. Your faculty members make much more smaller money than your student, your bachelor students that go to Google, whatever. Okay, so that has to be changed, but there's a lot of inertia in changing that, because if you try to increase the salary of certain area of the faculty of the other areas will complain, right? How come we all are full professors? How come he's making 2 or 3 times more salary than I do? But that professor is making maybe half of the salary that his PhD students are making. All right. So how do you solve that problem? Certain way to shorten the time for PhD. For example, we have created incentive for students and professors to shorten their time. For example, we give some kind of a award and whatever to the professors, right? So the more graduate students they graduate, the more return they get financially. And the other thing is that we try to advocate a degree program that people can directly go to from bachelor to PhD without taking the master's. Because this way they save writing, thesis writing and research for master. They just go straight to research for PhD and so forth, shorten the time. Another way we found that very effective is that when we recruit the students, most good students go for masters. Only some leftover students will go for PhD, right? So the best way is to convince those good students for master degree to go to PhD. And we have been quite successful in doing that. Other departments and other areas being quite effective in that. All right, so yeah, before this last slide, I would like to emphasize this slide that I used before. I think we can meet the need of military and civilian together. Okay, one's concern is national security. The other concern is the global economy, environment, better living, and all those good things. We can do that because the military does not need to emphasize military and disrupt the civilian applications. On the other hand, civilian applications can actually bring the technology forward much faster than the need of the military. Okay, so you bring on the common vehicle for people to use, for military or civilian, and then the military will compete in their design, in their creativity, in the anyway, because the leading countries, the most of students want to go to design anyway. You get the best students, your best potential to go to design and just compete there and let the world have the economy and let the military have the design. Okay, so that's all my comments.
So Liz, do you have thoughts in comparative sense of the U.S. labor market and the challenges you see here before we turn over to?
Yeah, great. Yeah, just to give a few statistics from the U.S. perspective right now, and this is analysis recently done by Oxford and the semiconductor industry here in the U.S. Essentially, what's estimated is that the semiconductor industry is going to need about over 100,000 new workers in the next 6 years by 2030. Last year alone, we saw announcements for essentially 45,000 new jobs in this industry. So that's a 33% growth from the current supply in the industry. And we have to ask ourselves, what is the most efficient and effective way for us to start meeting that demand? Because in no circumstance are we going to see I think an immediate response. As Burns said, we have tremendous amount of competition for the talent that actually could respond to those jobs. Approximately 60% of the new jobs right now will be unfulfilled if we do not change our current training system in the country. And about of those 100,000, about 40% are technicians that need a 2-year certificate or 2-year associate's degree, whereas about 35% are in the engineering category, which is more master's and PhD. So I think of that as obviously a challenge, but also an opportunity, that this is across the board in terms of U.S. education system, in terms of filling those jobs. We have a very fragmented education system, workforce training system, from our community colleges to 4-year college degrees, et cetera. But that fragmentation allows for a lot of experimentation and a lot of opportunities to build models that can then actually be readily scaled. So I think it also aligns, as I said before, with the broader advanced manufacturing agenda right now that we're seeing kind of be rebuilt, and where certainly at the community college level and elsewhere, there's a reinvestment in advanced manufacturing skills and bringing what has been a shortage of workers really for years to the fore, and making that a priority for the country. CHIPS, of course, provides funding and has been accelerated in terms of trying to get out in front and insist for any of the lead companies, they must provide a workforce development training program. So you see Intel in Columbus or Micron in Syracuse partnering with regional institutions to try and build that capacity. And also there'll be a center of excellence that's built into the National Semiconductor Technology Center, which again is the R&D side of the CHIPS Act. I think it's important though, and I should mention that right now, what the tracking in the country is that since the passage of the CHIPS Act, there have been about 50 to 60 new programs announced in the US. Doesn't sound like enough to meet that 100,000 goal, but in fact, I think again, from a regional ecosystem point of view, we start to see new programs put in place and shared learning and sort of acceleration of our system. I do want to say that I think it's a necessary strategy, but not sufficient. That in fact, a critical part of the strategy for meeting our talent goals in this country is going to be skilled immigration. We have currently every year about 16,000 students educated in STEM, foreign students who leave the country. And that is problematic for the semiconductor industry and for many other industries. About half of the master's students in the US and 60% of PhD students are international students. And if we don't find a way in the US to actually attract those students to stay and to build careers here and have a path forward, shame on us. And we know we have a lot of allied countries, the Canadians and others who are quite, have moved forward on this. So I think we have to bring skilled immigration into the equation as part of our strategy. And as we've seen, I should also mention, I think one of the areas that's gotten a lot of attention recently is TSMC's efforts to import specialized construction workers for the construction of their fabs in Arizona, and the tension that's raised with local unions. I think we can appreciate the tension for workers. It's been a long time coming that we in the U.S. have been importing skilled workforce to teach the U.S. about advanced technologies. Most of what we've seen in recent years is workers training Chinese and Mexican workers as they watch their jobs get offshored. So this is a real shift. It's a real opportunity, I think, for building a collaboration that provides a path forward where, of course, you need that specialized construction work. We see that in biotech. If you're building labs, there's no question you need that. But an opportunity for local workers to also learn, because, of course, we're hoping we're in this for the long haul. So we need that workforce over the next 20 plus years. And so hopefully there's a pathway forward with TSMC to negotiate something that works for both sides.
Thanks, Liz. Before I turn it over to the audience, it's interesting. I have a bias, when I look at these types of challenges. So I'm not a semiconductor person, but I'm basically an energy person, right? So I come from looking and working in the energy industry. that energy industry is highly cyclical and it's capital intensive. So there's two issues of cyclicality that for me are deep structural problems, right? And it's something that maybe the two of you can think about as we turn to the group here. One is the cyclicality economically of this industry, right? Willie touched on it, but I think it's a big issue. And it's really hard to look students in the eye and I think for semiconductors, certainly I saw this in, for example, oil and gas, and say, you should come into our industry when you knew that there was a big overhang, an oversupply that was coming, let's say for specifically around oil as one example. So that seems to be the case with semiconductors. It seems to me that it's highly cyclical. There will be a downturn. There could be a significant oversupply. How do you really get talent, particularly the young generation, involved? To me, is a big one. The second cyclicality is not economic, but is political. And this was also touched upon a bit, which is this is a challenge, I think, for all of us, but particularly the US government, which is when you look to allies and to aligned powers, our own politics are cyclical. And so what is it that we should be doing to either measure or better tell that narrative of the ways in which the US commitment will not change, or at least not appreciably change in the long run if our own administration changes, right? So a lot of this is congressionally is done through Congress. That's great. The CHIPS Act was Congress. That's so inefficient that it's actually stable. So that's a good thing. But executive powers are very important as well. So there's two types of cyclicality, economic and political, that I guess that I tend to sort of focus on, just because I'm coming from a very similar industry in many ways. So with that, let me turn it over to the audience. Questions for our panelists. We have our lovely Wenqi Yu, who is going to be joining us in another panel as a chair. So Wenqi, if you could just quickly introduce who you are, and then your question.
Well, thank you. I'm a big supporter of Tony's and Edward's. That's my affiliation, and a fellow at Ash Center, and originally from Taiwan. So a question, we've talked a lot about Taiwan and the US in terms of how to address the talent shortage issue. Do we know what China is doing?
On the talent side.
Right.
Do you want to, maybe let me collect a couple. Changtai, and then.
Changtai Xie from the University of Chicago. Just quick suggestion. Why isn't the obvious solution to a talent shortage just to raise wages? I mean, in almost every single skill, every single industry, that's the way it really happens. And I know that businesses resist it, but if you don't do it, then it doesn't happen. Or if you can't afford it, then it's not worth it.
And let me do one more. There was Jason, and then we'll have some responses, and then we'll.
Jason Shu from Harvard Kennedy School. Thank you for being here. My question is to Mr. Berlin. So I'm curious about the AI and automation, and how much of that development of technology will replace the type of manpower that semiconductor workforce can replace. And you've laid out a number of the workers requirement in the next five years. And with the advancement of AI and automation, I know it's been deployed in TSMC's current workflow. Would that help solve some of the issue? And if yes, what would the future roadmap look like? Thank you.
Who wants to start? Yeah. Take.
Okay. All right. Well, AI is one of the innovations, and that can be detrimental for it will replace a lot of job as people are worried about. Well, actually, it can also create a lot of jobs. Okay, any technology needs a lot of human innovations and human creativity to grow, and so to speak. So I wouldn't worry about it because, first of all, well, somebody has to design all those AI activities and so forth. And then because of AI, we need a lot of chips, right? And you need a lot of people to make those chips. So it is a shift of jobs, but it's not a elimination of jobs. Just like any good old industry, some new industry will come and will eliminate some jobs, but then it will create new jobs to replace those lost. And I look at it as a sign of the improvement of our civilization. So,
why don't I talk about on the wage point? Yeah, theory would say just raise the wages, and that's certainly been the discussion in some of the manufacturing space. But frankly, I think we're in a place already where wages have been rising at a pretty pretty steady pace. And what I understand is that in these regional markets, and again, labor markets are regional by definition, that as TSMC has tried to find workers in the Arizona space, competing firms have been very competitive with their wages, bonuses in the six-figure range, a whole host of ways in which they've actually been competing on wages in regional markets, at least for the higher talent. The other part that I think is the reality is we actually need the skilled workers. Like we're not talking about training on the job. I think that folks believe that we need actually some investment in the training first. So the wage premium is hopefully there at the end of the training, but it's not going to necessarily be the fix right now. And I will say, I don't know what China is doing about training its workforce in semiconductors.
Yeah, maybe we can come back to that. President Gao, do you have a question? Yeah. Yeah.
Elaborate on the wage thing. As Bern was talking about raising the stipend and the salary of the faculty, I was noticing he was looking at this direction.
That's right. I wonder who the audience was for that particular comment. Audience of one.
No pressure at all. I just want to share with the audience what we are doing to help to raise the wage and create incentive for students interested in S&T. One thing that seemed to work fairly well in the past couple of years is we partner up with industry to create incentives. Because eventually the money has to come from somewhere. And we know being a public university, fundraising, of course, is part of my job, but then the government, their pocket is not as deep as we would like. So we turn to industry to create a PPP platform in a way that they bring in the financial incentives as well as the real world problems. At the same time, I think Edward mentioned a lot of these technology jobs is kind of training on the job. So that provides that training opportunity for the students. And then obviously, after they finish their PhD in 5 years, they already have a foot in the door, and then they can, start working with these companies. So it's a win-win-win for everybody. And we're taking that model to an international level, working particularly in the past few months with the state of Illinois and states, building capacity for their university, bringing in industry partners to all this. So it's PPP model at the international level. So I guess it's IPPP. And I think one interesting thing through this collaboration is, I think Elizabeth pointed out, is the capacity building and also talents going beyond just technical. Because once you have the American student coming to NTHU, they learn not only the technical bit, but the Taiwanese culture and the ways of doing business, which will be very critical for the likes of TSMC to operate in the US, and vice versa for the Taiwanese student to come to the States and to understand American culture, why football is such a big deal. And then when they work either in the States or go back to Taiwan, they can be these natural bridges. So we're adding value to their education and trying to minimize on our financial burden. So a bit of elaboration.
Thank you. Other questions? Maybe we'll start with you and then TJ and then John. Yeah, that's right. The mic, I think the mic is coming out. Yeah. So 1, 2, and then
Okay.
John.
I'm HD Kong. I'm teaching at Harvard. Actually, I think we're doing very well because 50% of students in engineering, computer science are doing AI, are doing semiconductor related science and engineering. What else you want us to do? You want to make the whole engineering department to be designing chips? I don't understand the question. We are already doing very well. Then what else you want us to do?
Right. TJ and John Haig after him.
My question is Professor Reno. Yeah, my question is related to what Professor Kong has just said. The American education system is the best in the world. I still believe so, including this institution here. You're training the best students, and all the best students are coming from different parts of the world to receive training. So these guys are expected to work for the most prestigious company with the most demanding job for innovation, designing, and so on. I really don't see that people are coming for study in the US to be working in a factory, manufacturing job. But I really have the question, the problem that the key question I have is, what is the US government is really up to? You know, creating jobs or creating industry or bring the manufacturing industry back to the US. That's really confusing. So I just want to take this opportunity to ask Professor Reynolds about it. You know, the problem TSMC is encountering in Arizona is exactly the same kind of thing. You know, the kind of workers they really need is not available here. But you have much better people who can do something the TSMC really needed. So that's kind of a question. I hope you can clarify that. Thank you.
Please bring that mic over to John Haig. Oh, great, perfect.
Hopefully it works. Yes.
I'll
So
just
there
grab the third one.
a couple of dimensions. First of all, I'm John Haig. I co-direct the Mosava Rahmani Center for Business and Government here at Harvard at the Kennedy School. So there are a couple dimensions that I want to try to understand how they kind of fit together. And it's this question of, one, why don't you just pay more? The wage question. But then the conversation we were just having about the overlay of culture and norms and whether you can transfer knowledge and what's the real skill set that you need to have to be successful. And Professor Lin focused on PhDs, but Liz gave us a segmentation that was much more, there are different skill sets at different levels and how do you build that system? And if you go back and look at TSMC, for example, it originally started because one of the companies, TI, basically went and looked in Hong Kong, they looked at Taiwan, and they said, oh, there are a number of women who are working on farms that are highly skilled and intelligent. We can bring them into the cities, we can train them, and they'll be fantastic working in these foundries. That's a very different skill set and a very different cultural norm. So how much of, the real question for me is how much of this skill set can be handled through labor costs and wages, wage structure, how much of it is culture, and how much are we going to have to live with just a segmentation that's going to require this global production system, with this global set of supply chains, because no matter how much we train, it's not going to change some of those other dimensions.
Yep. Easy questions, Liz. Why don't you start?
Yeah, really. Where to
This is
start?
why you were the special assistant to the presidency. Now you get now you get the honor of
Get the special
solving all these problems. Yeah, exactly.
Well, but this first question about what is the goal of this of this
Right.
of the industrial strategy, and I think to narrowly take the CHIPS piece. The Secretary Raimondo and the President would ground it and ground our work in a comment around national security. That is actually, of all the industrial strategies that are in play right now, the CHIPS Act is the one that you could, I think, most directly. Having said that, if the goal of this was only to build, cutting edge frontier chips, and we didn't care how it was done or what it looked like in the end, we would end up in a place in which we are still vulnerable to a lot of areas where there's vulnerability in the US economy. So what we found through the pandemic, national security and economic security, both at risk. And that is about production of chips. And I want to make clear that this is a very clearly a both-and strategy by the US. There is no possible way the US is going to be building manufacturing chips to meet even a small portion of the demand nationally. So it has to be done in partnership with others. But if we do this and we do not address issues, if in the process we just exacerbate poor jobs, income inequality, the things that have put actually our political system at risk, democracy and other things, we will not have actually built a stronger national and economic security. So while I believe that our industrial strategy has led with the most important pieces of a national security process, and as I said, a process that I think is legitimate, we've also introduced conditionalities that say it matters how the journey matters. It matters how we get to the end game. And so we want to see some changes to things that matter to the Biden administration and to the country as a whole. So I do not think anyone has suggested that any of the industrial strategy is purely a jobs play. That is actually not what we're trying to do. We're trying to build globally competitive semiconductor centers. We're trying to build a renewable energy industry that helps, reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. In the process, we want to see quality jobs and shared prosperity and, areas that have frankly been really problematic over the last 40 years. I also just want to mention on the, before getting to John's question, and maybe I'll let Bern speak first, but I do want on this issue of supply in our school system. We have the best, one of the best education systems in the world, particularly at the 4-year level. We have a terrible system when it comes to access. I mean, just a problematic system for access. And there are ways to address that. And I just want to highlight one, which is MIT's master's training online. And there's a new MicroMasters program where folks are accepted into the program. It's mostly online. Then they come on campus for a certain period of time and they receive the master's. And it just allows for a much greater, impact. And I think we need to be seeing all of our higher education institution ways to make access a priority.
Bern, did you want to?
There's a quick response over here. Okay. Sorry.
Well, talking about access, it's not simply access. It's also depending on the source, right? There are so many young people that reach their college age every year, and only a fixed percentage of them are good. Okay, all right. So that number seems to be fixed. No matter how you open up the access, there's a limited supply right there. So I think it's a matter of how do you channel those, how do you divide, put the right people on the right job, okay, so that they will optimize their effectiveness. Now on the training program in mainland China, I think we are not an encyclopedia on every question. Okay. So actually, the audience, you can, if you know better, can supply some of the information that you know about training or people's training in mainland China.
But before that, Liz, do you want to talk a little bit about John's question around culture? I mean, and the big issue around labor unions, obviously. I mean, one of the reasons that some of these big MNCs go down to certain parts of the South is obviously to avoid labor unions. So that's difficult from a political perspective. And so how is it's tough, right? Because in some ways, labor unions are quite important. Labor unions also are critical for quality. On the other hand, a lot of the capital is trying to get around labor unions often. Plus, there's John's point, I think, which is embedded in. I see scenes from the movie American Factory, where you see just the approach that mainland Chinese firms take to hierarchical relationships, to importing labor, to the role of a labor union in a corporation that are so vastly different than the American workforce. And which is why it fascinates me to no end. I mean, this big push, right? Because of those cultural, but also labor organizations themselves, right? They're highly political. So that's, again, very easy. Turn it over to you.
Where to start?
Yeah, right.
So I want to work backwards, perhaps from demand, which is the previous panel, and Willie spoke to this concern about the demand side, that this is essentially a supply side push. And indeed, we have to be concerned about demand. And why is that? It's because customers aren't interested in switching factories, right? Once you've got something working, particularly in a high intense skilled industry like this, in which you have R&D and manufacturing tightly tied. So there's a lot of disincentive to actually switch your production system, which means there's a lot of disincentive for lead companies to use new suppliers. You want to bring in your team, you want to have your suppliers. This is what we're seeing in Arizona and elsewhere. And why is that? You want your workers who know exactly how to make things work and keep the levels of excellence you need in semiconductor production. So the idea of building a new workforce in an industry in which we do not have a long history or deep skill set in this country has a steep learning curve there, and so it is going to take more time, and and we're seeing already that the costs, to that are not negligible, or are part of the strategy going forward. So I completely agree. There's I don't know if it's cultural, but it's a whole new skill set. And in terms of unions have not historically been very present in high-tech industries, as we know. The fact that we're building out this new industry here in the country, along with energy, provides an opportunity, I think, for better management labor relations and for opportunities in terms of training and elsewhere. And unions, certainly what the president has wanted is that unions are at the table. They have historically not been at the table in a lot of these conversations. So I think that's a TBD as to how that's going to play out. But certainly there's an opportunity here when it comes to the technician level technician level trainer employee, for building out a class of workers before, but that exist in other types of manufacturing, the sort of basic technician job. And so I suspect we're going to see sort of models and union representation, et cetera, jumping from some industries into semiconductors at certain levels. I'm not sure we're going to see it across the board, but I suspect we'll see, that play out going forward. I don't know, John, that's not a good, adequate answer, but it's best.
So why don't we take, so we have time, so 3 more questions, another round. I'll try and get people who haven't asked first. I see you, Changtai, as well. So why don't we go Michael, and then you would be, so this Professor Tsai here, Laura, and then Michael, and then Margaret, the next round.
I really appreciate that this platform give us the kind of interaction between the United States, Taiwan, Japan, and so on and so forth. I'm response to the one of the question about the China future development of this talent education and so their human resources focus on this kind of semiconductors, chips, so on and so forth. I'm not the expert in the chips. I'm the lawyers myself. But I did study some of the Chinese report for many years. For the last few years, China emphasized very much on the military use, and the just like the Professor Bernardin talking about the military use and civilian use. The China emphasized very much on the military use for this semiconductors. So they are using this military use application in the in many military areas, such as supersonic ballistic missile. They're testing it for the last 2 or 3 years. They have the long-range capability to launch this kind of missile over the 8,000 kilometer, even further. And the last November, Xi Jinping, Chinese leaders, in his report for the national security, he say by the 2027, the China should be self-sufficient in the high-tech development, particularly in the long-range missile developments, and also submarine, and also AI. So there, I would assume that in the next few years, China will put their lot of efforts, emphasize in this kind of advanced precision chip development. That's what I would offer for your consideration. I also respond to the Bern. You just mentioned the military use and the civilian use. I think China, in their internal report, indicate that 90% of the advanced and precision chips all come from their import or from the foreign countries, or the foreign corporation invest and operate in China. They use this advanced chip for their military use. That's what their internal report say that. Therefore, we are talking about human development for the application into the military. Can the government in the United States and in Japan and also in Taiwan and some other country can have some control over of this chip application in this particular area? That's what I would raise the question to the presenter, also as the moderator. What is the government in this area, military use for development of human resource development in the chip development?
Okay, thanks, Michael. And that's again, just a reminder to say who you are. So that's Professor Michael Tsai from National Defense University in Taiwan.
Hi. Hi, I'm Dong Feng. I'm a research scientist from Harvard Medical School. So I have one question for Elizabeth. So as you mentioned, so the U.S. has a problem of the loss of the brains. Like every year, we lose a bunch of half of the like STEM educated international students. So among them, I think there's a big ratio of them are originally come from China, those international students. So the reason why they leave the country, of course, there are some polling factors. So I'm not sure if you definitely may know already. So the Chinese government, they have a program, what they call the Southern Talent Program. So it's already imposed, like they have already have that in over like 1 decade. So they would, provide a very abundant of funding and also very competitive salaries to attract those PhD graduates. Even some of them are faculty members coming back to China, they are specifically target for the specific industrial sectors that they are interested in. The China is most needed. For example, the semiconductor industry. So my question is, what would the American do in response to the humanitarian program imposed by the Chinese government?
Thanks. And then in the back, we've got Margaret, who might need a mic.
Hi, thank you so much. Margaret, I'm from Harvard Law School. So TSMC has been emphasizing quite a bit that the specialized workers coming in to Arizona are temporary and there to train others. Professor Reynolds, you mentioned that there's quite a labor shortage, and I recognize the debate over providing H-1B visas to these specialized Taiwanese workers, and I was wondering if you could comment on that. And if we're trying to retain and attract the world's best and brightest in chip manufacturing, shouldn't there be immigration reforms there in play? But also, how can we not leave behind blue-collar America? Thank you.
Again, these are very simple questions. We'll start with maybe start with Liz and then turn over to Bern.
Well, so let me start, I guess, last question first, which is, immigration policy in the U.S. is just in a difficult place, right? We have not been able to move things forward at the congressional level, despite the fact that I think there actually is agreement on both sides about the need for immigration and skilled labor as part of our immigration strategy. So I'm still hopeful that, particularly as we see, a lot of demand in not just in semiconductors, but in other areas, that we'll see some kind of breakthrough on the visa front, et cetera. I don't know if people saw this latest statistic, which is there's been a over 200% increase in manufacturing construction in the U.S. Just in the last year. So it's an early indicator. It doesn't tell us, we know, in what areas generally, but this demand is just building I think, for some of the skilled workers. I think that in terms of the question around the talent program in China, how one responds to that, I mean, let's be clear. We have, as a country, we are unable to respond to the money that China puts toward all of its industrial strategy, right? I mean, what they've done to try and build their capabilities dwarfs the $52 billion that we're putting into semiconductors. It's just a drop in the proverbial bucket. So I don't imagine us, meeting one for one whatever the Chinese strategy for bringing talent back to the mainland. That they will, they've got resources, and they've got priorities that will, that will be significant. I do think that as a general rule, we need to find pathways for our international students to stay. There have been, as you know, visas issued, I believe, at the federal level, certainly at the state level, where possible, where for anyone entering an entrepreneurial endeavor, or can find the work permit. There are pathways, but it's still short periods of time. So I think that our critical path right now is to figure out how do we extend to today's international students an opportunity for the path forward, and where are we going to find, it may be that the pathway is sort of cleared at the federal level, but if we want funding, which, for example, the state of Massachusetts wants to retain its graduates in this state, maybe we're going to see states step up and provide some of the funding or pathways forward that you're talking about.
Well, I know that a lot of children of my friends, they graduated from the university and they couldn't stay. Okay, so actually you have said the same thing. The immigration law is not what in our days was much easier. Well, I remember President Johnson signed into a law that anyone has an advanced degree can apply for permanent residence. And I'm one of the beneficiaries. I got my master's from Ohio State, and I applied for permanent residency. I got it, even without a job, right? I continue to be a research associate. So I don't see that happen. Okay. Now the other thing is talking about the military use of the chips in China. I don't think the military would need 12 million chips for military use. So I think what they announced is actually not what's happening. Yeah, I think still they depend a lot to use their chips for their commercial products.
I am not in a position to comment about China and military use on chips, but I did want to go back to the question about what, can we see a path forward with immigration and what does that mean for the blue collar worker in the US, or what I might call the median worker? And I think that time and time again, research has shown that immigration is not a direct threat to the blue collar worker here. In fact, the immigrant population is generating more economic activity and helping start the next generation of companies, that it really is a false trade-off, and that we really need to see this as additive and supportive of actually the median worker in the United States.
So let's do Changtai. Did you have one follow-up question that you wanted to add? I saw your hand up at one point before we break.
Just trying to flesh out what John Cow was talking about. So this is a direct question for Elizabeth. Can you say more about MIT's experience with these partnerships? So I was struck a couple of years ago when I looked at what happened to Carnegie Mellon versus what happened to MIT in terms of the demand for autonomous driving vehicles. But basically, Carnegie Mellon basically lost its entire department because who can compete with $10 million bonuses? And my impression, and this is a question for you, is that MIT took a different response. It basically brought the companies in. It created this partnership. So I'm wondering, just looking for pathways forward, can you say something about that and what the experience has been?
Right. So great question, and we should have another hour on that topic, right? I think that the point was made earlier that all of what we've been discussing this morning will not happen without a partnership with the private sector, and sort of it's industry, government, and the private sector. And certainly MIT has a very long tail when it comes to engagement with industry. It's been one of the most applied institutions, and I think it's gotten better at what those consortia need to look like and how do they work on very applied problems. So Edward was just mentioning there's a new consortia around energy run out of the engineering school. And just to get a little bit into the weeds, about 15 to 20 companies who do not compete with each other are brought in as part of a conversation about how their challenges for reducing their carbon footprint. And so it's a very iterative process of understanding, providing a place where people can trust and share sensitive information, and then finding ways to address those solutions or address those problems with very practical solutions. So in fact, I was just talking with a PhD student who's hearing from companies that it's very hard for them to apply or understand how to work with the IRA that requires community benefit plans. So if you're going to apply for investment, you have to, and this is again one of the conditionalities that the Biden administration has put on these plans to make sure that the journey is as valuable as the destination. How what you're going to do actually going to benefit communities that are affected by this investment? Not easy to do. But we've now got a PhD student developing technology or sort of software to help figure that out. And I think that what happened at Carnegie Mellon. I mean, is it a black swan? Is it something else? We don't know. But actually, the problem solving with industry. Academia can do a lot of things industry actually can't, and that consortium building is really valuable. So there's a lot of peer-to-peer learning.
Before we break for lunch, I just add a little bit to what Liz is saying that I think Carnegie Mellon did this to an extent, but one of the things I think MIT has done very well is, if you even look at that MIT Energy Initiative, one of the key things that industry really wants is not just that pre-competitive environment, but also a lot of insight into where government in those types of industries, highly regulated, long cycle, large capital industries, where policy is going. So I think having, and this is where the Kennedy School has an advantage, although I don't know how integrated we are with the rest of the university. MIT is highly integrated, right? Run by engineers. It's an institute. And so having Ernie Moniz, for example, who was really one of the founders of that energy initiative, then go into becoming the Secretary of Energy, and then coming back out, John Deutsch running CIA coming back was massively, I think, important for stepping that up, basically standing it up. And I think for the industry, it was very helpful to have that level of foresight into the way the government is trying to shape policy. So I think that's also a big reason. That's not just to push the Kennedy School's own agenda here, but I think that's why MIT is particularly good. I think they get that fusion, unlike a lot of other universities. So with that, first, I would like to thank the panelists and basically have them think a little bit more over lunch. So if you can push them, they're going to continue to sing for their supper, or at least for their lunch. Push them, ask us questions. But we're going to break for about 30 minutes, grab some food, and then we'll have the lunch speaker, Ronnie Chatterjee. But for most importantly, thank you two very much.
Good. Many questions on this session. Human resources.
Hi, nice to meet you. Yeah. Well, exactly. I think that's I honestly, I think that's going to be hard to figure out. I don't think foreign repetitive part of and now it's semiconductors, but it, it used to be yeah, yeah.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Can you hear me okay, Danielle?
Okay. Got it. Hey, Jomo. Yeah, that's most of my work. So I start off a lot of oil. Yeah, testing.
Testing, 1, 2,
Ronnie,
3.
we see you.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Ronnie, can you hear me? This is Edward. How you doing, my friend?
I can
You
hear
can
you.
hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Okay, got it. Okay, so I think it's gonna work, Ronnie. Hold on, I'll start herding the cats.
Okay. Could I share my screen? Is that gonna work or is it
We do see your slides, Ronnie, so that's a good sign. We're getting there. Yep. You're looking good.
Thank you.
Let's be on TV. No wonder they chose you to be in the White House. I see. You got that. You got that.
Well, if I can't be
not
there in
just the
person, this
brains,
is the
but you got
best,
the
right?
look. Pretty soon, I just want to make sure. Are we good? Ronnie, can you talk a little bit, Ronnie?
Sure. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. And I'll pivot slide 1. Let me see if this actually
I
works.
think he's low. I can hear something coming through. Yeah, so keep talking, Ronnie. We're going to try to play with this.
No worries. Testing, 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
testing.
Yes, good
Can you hear
man.
me?
There we go.
Nice. I'm here in Durham, North Carolina. And hopefully you can see me and my slides as I click through.
Yeah, your slides are moving. Beautiful. Yeah, good. Okay,
this is
now I
perfect.
think we're good. Perfect.
Good.
Ronnie,
Shall I-
what I'll do is I'll start herding people together. So we'll start in like 2 minutes.
For sure. I'll go on mute in the meantime.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Okay, you want food?
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Okay, sounds good. Okay, thank you very much. All right, everybody, we're gonna get going. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Running these types of events is always a lovely microcosm into the complexity of even a simple academic conference, which I think gives us a lovely window into all the complexity that you could possibly imagine in running a semiconductor industry. Liz and Bern and the other speakers, I think, did a great job laying out those challenges. And even here, we're challenged by logistics just between Raleigh, or Durham rather, Durham, North Carolina, and Boston. So Professor Chatterjee, Ronnie was going to be here in person, but his flight was so far delayed that we have to beam him in from Duke Fuqua School of Business. But that just shows you even simple things can get very complicated, let alone the things we're all trying to coordinate with allies and other interested parties globally. So what I'll do is just quickly introduce Professor Chatterjee, turn it over to him to give some comments, and then I'll help moderate and field questions for you, Ronnie. Professor Chatterjee is a senior distinguished professor of business and public policy at Duke. He's one of these great examples that we all try to look to here at the Kennedy School. He's at the intersection of academia, public policy, and business. And he has published widely, as most of you probably know. One of his most recent books through Stanford Press is Can Business Save the Earth? But for here, in terms of our purposes, I was quite happy and excited that he said yes to our invitation, because he was, until very recently, just weeks ago, the White House CHIPS coordinator, an acting deputy director of the National Economic Council in the Biden administration. So he's also had many other roles in government. He was a chief economist at the U.S. Department of Commerce. He worked for President Obama as a senior economist in the Council of Economic Advisors. So there's a very long list here. I won't go through all of it. What I find so compelling about what Ronnie does is he really is sitting at that, what we talk a lot about, which is a new industrial policy. Well, he's had to both deal with designing and executing it, and is really well and uniquely situated to give his thoughts about where we're going. And so we're quite lucky to have him. Without anything else, I think I'm going to turn it over to you, Ron, if you could then give your remarks, then we'll turn to the audience and gather some questions. So welcome, my friend. Good to see you. And sorry we can't see you in person.
Oh, thank you so much, Edward, and to the audience. Oh, thank you, everybody. And I just want to say first, Edward Cunningham, you deserve a lot of credit for putting together a fantastic program. I wish I could be there in person, and I want to thank you personally for all the work you've done with me for the last couple of months to try to get this lined up, only to be thwarted on the day of by flight delays. And when I go talk about some of the investments we've made in infrastructure in America, please, no jokes about my flight being delayed and infrastructure investments. We're working on it. Flights still do get delayed, but you'll cut me some slack there. And Edward, along with folks at the Rajwali Foundation Institute, the Kennedy School, and all the other sponsors, it's an honor to be here. To the audience, I'm really sorry I can't meet you all. When I looked at the agenda, I said this is going to be a fantastic place to chat with people and get to know folks who have a lot of knowledge that I don't have. And I can tell that by looking at the other panels as well as the participants who are in the audience. I can also see all your lunches, and so I'm very upset that I can't be there to eat lunch with you as well. It's a spread. But what I'll try to do is be concise here on Zoom, give you some overall comments about 4 different things. First, what is the broader economic strategy that the Biden administration has been pursuing? I'll give you a take based on my own experience of the last 2.5 years in the administration, but also as someone who is an academic economist in a business school and thinking about industrial policy through a scholar's lens as well as someone who is implementing one of the major programs. And hopefully that is something unique. I often feel like I have to have two sets of ideas in my head at the same time. Scholars have healthy skepticism about policy and what works and what doesn't, as they should and as we should. But when you're implementing, often you have to move really quickly and you have to get a sense for the best approximate solution rather than the perfect solution. And so I think of those two things together as I give this talk today. I want to hone in on the CHIPS program in particular. This is the last time I'll say it, but it's an acronym actually, which only myself and my children have memorized, which is creating helpful incentives for the production of semiconductors. So you like the branding there. We'll use CHIPS here in the CHIPS and Science Act. We'll talk about the goals of the CHIPS and Science Act as well. And we'll talk about some related technology policy issues too. While some of these are things that I worked on directly and are in my areas of expertise, some of them a little further afield, but I need to mention some of the issues around export controls, global institutions that are intermediating some of these conversations between countries around chips, and happy to discuss that in the Q&A to the best of my ability. And the last piece is some of the opportunities and challenges that exist both for the CHIPS and Science Act, as well as what you call the modern American industrial policy or strategy more broadly. So that's what I hope to get done. Because we're on Zoom, I'll do two things. One, Edward, I'll ask you if you're having trouble hearing me or seeing me, just give me a thumbs down. I can see it. I'll keep an eye on you during the presentation. What's most important is that people can see the slides, which I think are over his other shoulder. As I click through them, especially because sometimes for a fast talker like me, Zoom is difficult because people can only pick up every other word. I'll make sure I'm sticking close to the slides and happy to go faster or slower. Edward, if you can give me a sign up there too as well. So far, so good. Looking at the thumbs up. Let's jump into it and talk about the industrial strategy more broadly. So it's really important when people ask me about chips, and I've been doing a lot of talking around the CHIPS and Science Act since leaving government about a month ago, where it fits in with the rest of the economic agenda that the Biden administration pursued over the first 2 years. And I think one of the most important things to realize is that when I started working in the Biden administration, it could be that this slide 2.5 years later could have ended up blank. What do I mean by that? Well, when I started talking to the Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, when she was nominated and announced, it wasn't clear we were going to pass any legislation at all. And I had read a lot about polarization in Washington. I had worked for President Obama in 2009 and 2010, a period where Congress became more polarized. And a lot of folks thought it'd be very difficult for any agenda to be passed in Washington, D.C. And I say that not to give you a victory lap for any particular political party, just to remark on the idea that I don't think most people, maybe on either side of the aisle, Democrats or Republicans, could have imagined how much could actually be done. This is separate, of course, from whether you think these are good policies, whether you think it's a good use of money. These are all things we can discuss and debate. And of course, I have my opinion. But in terms of passing legislation as one measure of the output of a government and getting divided government in particular to work together, I think it's a really interesting and surprising list to see these 4 major initiatives. I'll also note that a lot of the discussions about American political systems and institutions before this period, and even today, really delve on how polarized we are, hopelessly divided and unable to do big things. But if you look at 2 of the big initiatives here, the bipartisan infrastructure law, and remember, you're not allowed to make a joke about my flight delay today, as I say that, and the CHIPS and Science Act, both of those were passed with bipartisan support and signed by President Biden. And so when you look at those 2 pieces of legislation, I think you can draw 2 things from that. One is there seem to be areas, not everywhere, but areas of compromise between the different parts of the political spectrum in the United States to do particular things. And in this case, investing in our roads, rails, bridges, and all the networks that connect people and ideas at 21st century speed. And also the national security impetus behind the CHIPS and Science Act. And I think when we get to the later discussions, both today and in maybe the Q&A, when you think about the durability of these programs, I think it's really important to remember that they come from a strong bipartisan base. Now, it was not true in the case of the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, the biggest climate initiative of our lifetime. These were passed with party line votes. But I do think when you look at the pillars of the America's new industrial strategy, a large part of it has been bipartisan, and that's pretty interesting. A lot of folks ask me when it comes to chips, what happens if there's a change in government? What happens if American politics change? And one thing I'll tell you is, right, if you look at the bipartisan roots of a lot of these pieces of legislation, it gives you hope that there could be more continuity on some of these programs than you may think. That doesn't mean for all the programs or each part of the program, but it does let me think about it in a different way that I would have thought about before. Now, just to give you a quick look, and I think you've probably seen this before, the American Rescue Plan, often talked about as the stimulus, happened very early in 2021. It was $1.9 trillion to stimulate the economy out of the pandemic. We all lived through that. If you're in the audience here, economies around the world took different approaches, and the US economy recovered relatively strongly from the pandemic. And a lot of folks basically credit some of the action from the American Rescue Plan. There's a lot of things in there. I won't delve into it today, but it's a key part of why we're in the situation we're in right now. The bipartisan infrastructure law, it was passed later in 2021. This was the bipartisan support, President Biden's first year in office. And that was $550 billion to support infrastructure projects. There's already been 32,000 projects in every one of our states and territories and lots of private sector investment. I won't mention much more about infrastructure other than to say, in the White House, we organized our work according to implementation teams. I led the Chips and Science implementation team in the White House that coordinated all the agencies tasked with implementing the Chips and Science Act. My colleague Mitch Landrieu organized the bipartisan infrastructure law implementation group, and he coordinated with all the different agencies, Department of Transportation and Energy among them, that would coordinate the implementation of the infrastructure law. John Podesta was the implementation coordinator for the Inflation Reduction Act. That's a $500 billion investment in clean energy, also reducing healthcare costs and increasing our tax revenue through a variety of different improvements through the IRS. And a key part of that program we'll talk about today is the efforts through decarbonization, which I think work quite a bit in tandem with the Chips and Science Act. Just one aside, why do we have implementation coordinators? Why does that make sense? Anytime you pass a law, it's going to be the major agencies in government, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Defense, that actually implement and make the law a reality. What President Biden had learned during his time as vice president, when he was the point person on the American Recovery and Rescue Act, is having one person accountable in the White House for a particular program could be very useful. And so it was my job every day to wake up when I was the White House coordinator and work with the departments that were tasked to deliver the Chips and Science Act. The cabinet secretaries and their staffs are incredibly important. They're in many ways the ones who do the work. But it was my job to herd the cats and make sure they were doing it in a way that was consistent with President Biden's values. And that's where the Chips and Science Act fits in. I'll say one thing also about this that we can get to at the end when we talk about industrial policy. Putting these things together does represent a big shift in the way American economic policy making is being done. We knew that at the time we were making these decisions. My boss, when I started at the White House, was Brian Deese. I know he's in the Boston area, maybe he's even in the audience. But Brian was a real architect, along with Jake Sullivan and others, in terms of putting these ideas together as a new way to approach economic policy. Later, when he was succeeded by Lael Brainerd, who I know has spent some time at Harvard, Lael also took each of these pieces and put it together to create an argument about what economic policy could look like. And this, of course, is very controversial. Immediately when I came back to academia, a lot of my friends who supported me during this time and said, great job going to work in the Biden administration, they would sort of whisper and say, this industrial policy stuff's not going to work, is it? And it's a really interesting discussion to have because this is a change in paradigm from what we've been doing. And if you continue to see the implementation of these acts and further legislation, it will represent a pivot point in how we think about economic policy. There's a lot of case studies and a lot of examples of that industrial policy here in the United States and abroad. We'll talk about them a little bit more later, but I just want to remark for now, whether you agree with it or not, whether you have strong feelings on this or not, this is really a transition point in the way we're thinking about economic policy. Some of it will depend on future elections, but some of it's already set into motion. So I want to talk about that to start. And Edward, hoping that we're tracking in terms of people able to hear me and slides. Awesome. With chips, many people know it under different names. There's still a lot of confusion about what is chips and what's in it. So I'm going to briefly just talk about that piece of it. It was called originally USICA. USICA is not as catchy of an acronym as CHIPS, but it stood for the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, and that passed the Senate way back in June 2021. And I remember when that happened. At that time, I was the chief economist at the Department of Commerce, working directly for Secretary Gina Raimondo. And when I first started that job, Gina Raimondo's big question to me was, where's the lumber? Now that might surprise you, right? I'm working on chips. What does it have to do with lumber? Well, the biggest issues in 2021, and to some extent later in the year, in 2022, were supply chain issues. And as you recall, lumber prices were quite high. And I looked to my left and I looked to my right, and I realized that supply chain understanding and capabilities, with the exception of people like Liz Reynolds, who you heard from earlier, Monica Gorman, who succeeded Liz in that role, very few people in government really understood supply chains. And so we had to work together to figure out what happened to the wood. And it turned out mapping the supply chain of lumber gave us a little bit of insight in terms of why prices were high. Some of it was traditional supply-demand dynamics, right, that economists are very familiar with. But some of it was the unseasonable storms that had happened in Texas the winter prior. It had frozen the pipes that petrochemical plants were using. Those pipes that produce the petrochemicals are used as input to resin, which is the kind of glue, at least for a non-scientist technologist like me, that's really important in OSB. Now, before I joined government, I had no idea what OSB was or why it mattered. Now I have a PhD in OSB. It's oriented strand board, which is used as a complementary substitute to plywood when you're doing construction. Because of the unseasonal weather, because of the impact on the petrochemical plants, and because of the unavailability of resin, we saw lumber prices going way up during that period. And I was happy to tell Secretary Raimondo later on when lumber prices came down that it was because of my efforts, but I think it probably was a lot more complicated than that. I did build a chart to that effect just to show people who are interested in correlation and causation. But in the end, right, seeing these supply chain dynamics play out in real time, whether it was lumber, steel, aluminum, and then of course we got to chips. During this time, USICA morphed into different bills with different names. Finally, in May of 2022, the Senate and the House came together to negotiate the differences between their versions in a conference committee. And in July 2022, it passed both the Senate and the House with bipartisan majorities. And I was proud to say that that picture is of the day when President Biden signed the CHIPS and Science Act into law in August of 2022. On that day, he said, "Today is a day for builders." I remember feeling two things. One, it was really hot, so I felt very hot wearing my suit in the Rose Garden, but I also felt really optimistic about what was to come. And I knew at that point that I was going to come over to the White House and lead the implementation. Now, a couple of thoughts just on the CHIPS and Science Act. Why this and science piece? This is something that I think is really important for people to remember who are looking at this from the outside. The CHIPS and Science Act actually authorizes over $200 billion in spending. So many of my academic colleagues, when the bill passed, they said, great, when is the $200 billion coming to support scientific research, R&D, and innovation? It turns out the difference between authorization and appropriations is key. A lot of times Congress will authorize spending, but only appropriate a fraction of it. So when we're thinking about the CHIPS and Science Act, and frankly, in the media, I see this mistake even today. They discuss it as a $200 billion package, but the actual money going out is $52.7 billion. And I apologize for being pedantic on that. I know these numbers are going to glaze over, but I do think it's important when we think about implementation to think about how much money we actually have. And the other important point about that $52.7 billion, the actual amount of money we have to spend in the US government for CHIPS, it's really a fraction of what's needed to achieve the goals of the CHIPS and Science Act, and definitely a broader industrial policy. And so when you think about achieving those goals, which I'll talk about a little bit later, we're going to need lots of private sector investment to complement the CHIPS and Science Act money. At the same time, my colleagues in government are fighting to try to get the additional money that's not been appropriated so they can make the investments in research and development, science, and other priorities that were funded or authorized in the CHIPS and Science Act. So one more number just to throw at you, just to keep things straight. This $52.7 billion is really mostly in the Commerce Department. So when you think about which departments have the money, Department of Commerce, $50 billion, 50B, $50 billion, $39 billion to make incentives in manufacturing to build fabs and supply chains in the United States of America, and $11 billion for research and development on semiconductors. All of that in the Commerce Department. Why is that important? First, I think when you read about the CHIPS Act in the press, almost all of it is about the $39 billion to build mega fabs in the United States. It's a big part, but it's not the only part. The second thing is the $11 billion for research and development is going to be used to start something called the National Semiconductor Technology Center, an R&D effort that's supposed to help the United States lead the next generation, particularly in the development of new logic chips and memory chips. Now, when it comes to the R&D piece, as an economist, I've always felt that despite it receiving much less attention from the press, it's as important as the $39 billion to the success of the CHIPS program. But of course, because of the nature of research and development, because of how complicated it is, because of how it moves, it draws less attention from commentators than the $39 billion. The last piece I'll just explain is there's a large portion of the incentives from CHIPS that are going to come through tax credits. It's estimated to be in the neighborhood of $24 billion, but it could be larger or smaller depending on how many companies take it up. The Treasury Department is working on that guidance about how that tax credit should be used. The investment tax credit, Treasury Department plays a key role. That was part of my implementation job when I worked at the White House. The last pieces to highlight are an additional $200 million at the National Science Foundation to fund workforce development initiatives, and a $500 million effort at the State Department to facilitate diplomatic engagements around CHIPS. One thing I'll say up front, I'm sure there's a lot of questions about this in the audience if you look at the earlier panels. Does America's industrial policy mean that we're going to do everything on our own? And honestly, if you look at the semiconductor supply chain, you can understand that that's impossible. The supply chain is incredibly globalized. And Edward sent me some very articulate comments from panelists kind of pointing to this. The role of Taiwan, the role of Japan, the role of the Netherlands, Europeans, so many others in this global supply chain. There's really no way that any country could be self-sufficient completely with the entire chip supply chain. So what we're trying to do with our State Department work is make sure that we're working with our partners and allies to understand where the supply chain bottlenecks are and how to make a more globally resilient system. That's the path to success. And I will say that everyone I worked with in the government understood that. Sometimes when people talk about supply chain resilience, it can seem very much about a single country. That's really not the way that we're intending to implement it. Obviously, I'm open to critiques about things we can do better or worse on that regard, but I want to let you know that people understand that, and it's an important part of an implementation story. Okay. The last piece I want to highlight, and this is important for the history of the chips industry, is the $2 billion that will run through our Department of Defense to support something called a microelectronics commons. If you're doing the math at home, you have $39 billion for the incentives, $11 billion for R&D, $2 billion for the Department of Defense, and the balance of the money is going to come from the State Department and the National Science Foundation. Those agencies, together with the Treasury Department, comprise the implementing agencies for the CHIPS and Science Act. Now, the DoD piece is really, really important, and we may not get time to say more than this, so I'll just leave it at this, which is to say that if you think about the history of the invention of the semiconductor and later the integrated circuit, a lot of it had to do with a demand push from the federal government in the United States. It was the Air Force who was actually sort of asking for requirements from these companies to make sure they would develop particular kinds of chips. And it was the Air Force and the military, right, as we started to send a man to the moon and integrate some of these chips into some of our most important weapons, that really led the market. But what happened when you had a government as a buyer was that the cost of producing these chips started to go down. And over time, we created a commercial market for chips that ended up being the one we're talking about today. And so today, there are similarly applications both for defense and commercial that are really important to take into account. The Department of Defense program will lead on the defense applications, but it's very likely that many of those are going to have spillovers into commercial applications as well. And I think it's really important to look at that $2 billion with that regard as well. Okay, let me go on and talk a little bit more about how it's split out. We talked about the split. You have the numbers. I won't mention them again. The reason I put these up there is just so people can keep things straight. I often have people talking to me about the hundreds of billions of dollars in incentives and comparing to other countries. That's not what we have when it comes to the CHIPS and Science program. Now, what was the context? Why did we do this? Why was there so much support both in Congress and so much excitement in the White House and the Department of Commerce? A lot of it had to do with what was happening with those supply chain shocks in 2021. Having worked for President Obama and then working for President Biden, when someone asked me, who's the supply chain person in the Department of Commerce or the White House, I didn't really know what to answer. I didn't know if it was me, because at the end of the day, that wasn't the language that we were talking when I was doing work in the Obama administration. Remember, that was the aftermath of the global financial crisis, a totally different set of issues. And so the first time governments started to grapple with supply chain issues, automobiles are a perfect example, not the only one. As you know, a modern automobile will need thousands of chips. An electric vehicle will need even more. Some of these chips are fundamental to the way an automobile operates. Others control things like airbags, driver assist systems, or things on your dashboard. Now think about it like this. You don't need the most advanced semiconductors to go in every piece of the car. A semiconductor executive once teased me and said, Ronnie, if an airbag saves your life in an accident, you don't complain that it was a legacy semiconductor, right? All those chips inside the automobile can be really important, to actually getting that automobile to the customer. And what was happening during 2021 was that the lack of chips, the chip shortage, was leading a lot of these automobiles not to be able to be sold, and they were stuck on the lots of the car dealers around the United States. And 1/3 of the increase in prices measured by core CPI in 2021 was driven by automobiles. And a big part of that was chips. And so when you think about the top line issue that the Biden administration faced on economic policy, inflation being number one, the supply chain issues played at least some role. And I think you'll see, rightfully so, lots of different estimates from economists about how much. But in the automobile case in 2021, chips did play a role, and it was something important that we paid attention to. And so when we thought about the shortages in chips, we started to think about, oh, it connects to all these different industries. Anything with an on and off switch, your automobile, your laundry machine, your dryer, your refrigerator, not to mention the electric grid, wireless routers, and of course, all the consumer electronics we take for granted. And so it started to become clear to us that chips were a key part of every aspect of the economy. They were the DNA of the built environment. And these shortages were going to create significant economic damage. And in fact, they did, causing $240 billion of losses in the US economy in 2021, a sizable chunk coming from automaker revenue. We set out to try to figure out where that shortage of chips was coming from. We tried to understand, just like I had done for lumber, for steel, for aluminum, how the supply chain worked. And of course, as everyone knows in this audience, it's an impossibly complicated and beautiful supply chain, but one that makes it very difficult to have point solutions, particularly ones that would change the supply of semiconductors in a short amount of time. And just as an aside, I think that the government in general, across the world, but especially in the US, we have sophisticated tools to stimulate demand, as we had done with the American Rescue Plan. When we talk about expanding supply or alleviating supply chain bottlenecks, we're really with a much more limited skill set. And honestly, I think more expertise is needed across the world in those key issues. And so that's what we started working on in the run-up to the CHIPS Act. This is a highly simplified chart of how interconnected the semiconductor industry is. I think given the topic of this panel, I don't need to sort of spend too much time on it, but I spent a lot of time just digging into 28 nanometer, right? And trying to figure out if those were the ones that were having issues or not. I spent a lot of time talking to dealers and distributors, trying to understand if the intermediaries were playing a role. I spent a lot of time talking to designers and fabs, right? Trying to understand where these things happen. And I spent a lot of time poring over the financial statements of chip makers and chip designers, trying to understand how to make a positive difference in the supply of chips. In the end, the CHIPS Act was already moving through Congress. I would say that the shortage, the acute shortage during this time, was another driver of momentum. But really, if you look at it, there were other issues going on as well. So this is just one quick example of the 700 steps that it takes to build a chip. And I think it's going to get even longer when we talk about the most advanced nodes. I think one point I'll come back to here on this. Okay, I'll come back to this. Let me say one thing about this. US manufacturing of chips has gone down over the last 30 years. In 1990, we used to make about a little more than a third of the chips in the United States. By the time we were working on the CHIPS Act, Taiwan in particular was producing 20% of the semiconductors. And of course, for people in the audience who know this, right, it's clear probably the lion's share, if not almost all of the most advanced chips. So at the same time, we were having these acute shortages that had to do with global factors, not particular companies or countries. We also knew that we were reliant on specific parts of the world for the lion's share of the most advanced chips, ones that had applications that could affect our domestic economy and consumer products, but also our military and national security. And it was the confluence of these two factors, the experience of the pandemic, where supply chains that used to be just in case or just in time, we wanted to shift over to just in case, and also the national security lens that I think brought a lot of diverse supporters around to support the CHIPS Act. And if you think about the goals of the implementation today of chips, the main priority is supporting national security. And that's something I wanted to make sure that we got out today as we thought about this. I will say one other implication that we thought a lot about with manufacturing is related to the work of one of your prior speakers. I can't see if he's in the audience, but if he is, Willie Shih, one of the world's experts on manufacturing. And one of the points he's made in his research is that losing your edge in manufacturing could also have an impact on your ability to do cutting edge R&D. And that's something we spent a lot of time thinking about and reviewing the work of Willie and some of his colleagues in the White House. Now, once we pass the CHIPS Act, it's already being seen in terms of the effect it's having around the country. Now, if you think about this, about $161 billion in private sector investment has already happened since the CHIPS Act was passed, and much more since the CHIPS Act was announced. You know many of the examples, I'll highlight a few. Intel building their factories in Arizona, 2 chip factories today. Micron planning to build their investments in upstate New York. TSMC tripling their Arizona investment to build additional fabs in Arizona as well, in the Phoenix area. You're seeing at the same time that these companies are also investing in workforce development, partnerships with community colleges. These aren't just going to be investments that are single fabs and a single factory. First of all, these are huge industrial projects in the tens of billions of dollars in many cases. But as importantly, it's galvanizing a bunch of community support around the fab. One is just for pure workforce needs. The community colleges are on notice that these are going to be great opportunities for their students, but they need to design programs that will actually help their students get jobs in these fabs. And this thing we can talk about more. I'm sure Liz talked about it on the previous panel with other folks. But if you think about it this way, we already have 45 community colleges that have started or expanded semiconductor programs in response to these kinds of investments. You're also seeing a lot of suppliers locate proximate to these fabs and other kinds of economic development occurring around these semiconductor fabrication facilities. Now, this just isn't just with chips. If you look at the map overall, you'll see that there are private sector investments, not just in chips, but in wind, in solar, in electric vehicles. And this is where the industrial strategy starts to become more clear. Let me give you a tangible example from my own backyard here in North Carolina. Wolfspeed is a company locally in Durham, my hometown, that makes silicon carbide wafers and some chips. Silicon carbide wafers are important for making the chips that go into electric vehicles because that kind of compound semiconductor is amenable to high voltage. And so for EVs and the increase in demand for electric vehicles, you're going to see a large number of silicon carbide applications be useful. So there's also a new electric vehicle factory being put up, our first in North Carolina, by a Vietnamese company called VinFast, which made a multi-billion-dollar investment in North Carolina. But of course, you can't just have the electric vehicles and the chips that go in them. You need the battery. So Toyota has opened up a battery investment, multi-billion-dollar battery investment in between our area here and the Greensboro area, which will be part of this as well. Now, of course, you can't just have batteries, you need lithium. And so we're mining lithium near Charlotte, North Carolina, a company called Albemarle, and processing it in South Carolina. Put all that together, right? From the lithium extraction to the processing to the electric vehicle manufacturing to the batteries themselves and the chips. That is what industrial strategy could look like at a local level. And that's what's generating a lot of excitement in North Carolina, where I visited with President Biden last year or earlier this year. And that is a story that's happening all around the country. And so it's the interconnectedness of these investments that's a really big part of the chip story, because chips are going to be key for our energy transition as well. Now, at the end, I'll talk a little bit about why some of these investments aren't necessarily going to work the way people think they are, or critiques of those. I think they're very fair. What I'm trying to say here, though, is that you're seeing these investments co-located in particular places. And so along with industrial strategy, you're seeing a renewed interest in place-based economic development. Some of that been pioneered, of course, by scholars at Harvard, Michael Porter, Ed Glazer, others. But as you think about sort of place-based strategies, because industrial strategy is by definition dealing with industries that are agglomerated, a lot of it ends up being in specific parts of the country. Intel making a big investment in central Ohio near Columbus. Initially, they're going to have 2 factories with 3,000 people. There's always a lot more in the construction jobs that are shorter term, but they'll have lots of jobs for partners and suppliers. It's Intel's first expansion to a new state outside places like Oregon in 40 years. They've already decided to give $17 million to 80 colleges and universities to develop curriculum to train people for these jobs. And obviously, that's been a big question described in the press. We've seen it from the founder of TSMC, Morris Chang. We've found other folks here in the United States worrying about the workforce issue, which I'll return to in a second. But this is basically what we're seeing by Intel in Ohio. The last piece I want to talk about on this is the national security imperative. And this, I think, is well put from a commission on AI that was done in Congress. If a potential adversary bests the United States in semiconductors over the long term, or suddenly cuts off US access to cutting edge chips entirely, it could gain the upper hand in every domain of warfare. So for a lot of the folks from the national security perspective, the critical significance of chips in the supply chain, not just for consumer electronics, for our grid, for automobiles, but also for all the military applications are really, really important. And I think the rise of AI and sort of what we're seeing with the amazing applications from ChatGPT, the use of NVIDIA chips to basically train and also use inference from large language models has become really, really important to this story. And another reason for why you're seeing the frontier on chips continue to expand. That's a key reason why the coalition to support chips is bipartisan and a reason why this has continued to be in the news. Of course, I think you earlier heard from Chris Miller, who's written the fantastic book Chip War, which talked about this and some of the global competition around it. And it's an invaluable contribution to this discussion as well, and something we're thinking about a lot. One piece to tell you here on the international cooperation that I want to highlight. If you think about the international piece, the Department of State is really the node for collaboration in the United States on these issues. Just one remark that I've been thinking about a lot recently in some of my scholarly work. After World War II, the United States built up a system to connect different parts of the world post-war to make sure we could build a more robust and interdependent global system that would benefit not just the United States, but the rest of the world. And the institutions that mediated that, the Bretton Woods system and what came afterwards, really important to what happened in the post-war era. What I see here is new institutions that allow us to have discussions with our partners and allies about key technology issues, particularly chips. So two things I just wanted to highlight. One is the TTC, the Technology and Trade Council, that happens between the US and the EU, where chips and supply chains are key issues. Having a space for that dialogue, some people would say, okay, that's symbolic, just having something on an agenda, but it creates an institution to have those discussions, to generate expertise, to release statements of what we agree on and what we don't agree on. And I found them to be really useful in building dialogue to try to make sure that what the State Department is trying to do here actually happens, building a robust global ecosystem. The second thing is new sets of countries coming together. People in the audience have heard of the Quad, Japan, Australia, the United States, and the UK. Sorry, Japan, it's India, Australia, UK, and the United States. If you think of these things together, it's an association of countries that wouldn't otherwise be talking in other spaces, having dialogue on these really important issues. And that's another place where the CHIPS discussion could come up. I want to say two other things about the global. And I know that these bullet points represent large areas of debate and discussion, and maybe of primary interest to people in the room vis-a-vis some of the domestic opportunities on the CHIPS Act. One is the guardrails. So I'll be very specific here because I worked on this directly, which is that when a recipient takes money from the CHIPS program or uses the tax credit, by statute, there's going to be certain rules of the road about investments they can make in countries of concern. We've published preliminary guidance from the US government on what those guardrails can be, and we're in the process now of finalizing that guidance. What's interesting here is that we from a national security perspective, would not want to be giving money to companies that were then investing in things that could hurt US national security. And so people think about some of the other institutions we built around, other program requirements, the guardrails for the CHIPS recipients, both the tax credit and the grants is really important to look at. And so far, I think it's been a really important way of thinking how the CHIPS money would see effective governance. When people question you about industrial strategy, the natural question they say is two, one, how is the money going to be used and won't you just waste it? And two, how are you going to make sure that the money actually gets used for what you think it's going to be used for? Now, on the second point, it's difficult, right? Money is fungible. It's difficult to figure out exactly how it's going to be used. But by putting governance mechanisms in place to claw back the money, if it's being used to invest in particular technologies in countries of concern, is one important governance mechanism we've used. There'll also be the money itself will be tranched out so that we can understand how the recipients are spending the money and whether they're actually building fabs and increasing capacity in the United States, or they're using it for other purposes. And so these are some things that I think could improve the governance of the CHIPS program. This is something from a scholarly perspective that we should be watching over the next 5 to 10 years to make sure that that's actually working in the way it was intended, because that's going to be one of the most difficult parts. The other piece of it, it comes back to October 7th, 2022. I think if I have my dates right. It's around the export controls on both semiconductor manufacturing tools and chips. That's the part when you're reading about chips in most global newspapers, they're talking about this as well as the CHIPS Act itself. Just to be clear, right, the export controls is a separate piece of work that's not in the CHIPS and Science Act. And so it's, in terms of the way we worked on it, I would work with my colleagues from the National Security Council and the Commerce Department, but this wasn't where I was spending my day to day. I will say, right, based on how we thought about it when I was there, this idea of having a small yard and a high fence is really important. Thinking about the scope of technologies that are limited by the export controls being ones that really have direct national security implications, and not making sure that it was too broad to discourage innovation and entrepreneurship. That is a difficult line to cross. I know people have diverse opinions about how well they're working. Huawei recently released a new phone with a chip that, to many folks, at least in the demo, seemed relatively advanced. I think if experts in the audience can tell me if I'm wrong, but if I think about 7-nanometer node, this is something like 5-year-old technology. So it turns out that they've developed some advanced technology in the Huawei phone. I think to look at this going forward, we'll have to understand both what are the yields on this process that SMIC and other countries are doing. Are the yields high and world-class, or are they not? And what the impact of these developments really is. I don't think, or I think it's too early to say whether it's a verdict on how well export controls work or not. I think given that these were announced about a year ago, and given that many of the pieces of this are still being finalized, it'll probably take a lot longer to understand the impact of controls on the rate and direction of innovation. So that's kind of how I'm seeing that piece of it as well. Edward, I think I have 2 more slides. Am I okay on time, just to make sure we're good? Okay.
Good.
So when you think about the implementation milestones that I want to highlight here for you to understand where things are, February 28th of this year was when the first announcement came out to fund commercial leading edge, current and mature node fabs. So the question I got really from the day the bill passed was really, when's the money coming out? And of course, one of the other critiques of industrial strategy is government's too slow. Government doesn't have the right people. Government can't make good decisions. They'll be politically connected decisions. So we focused really hard on doing 2 things. One is making sure that within 6 months of the bill being passed, we could send out the funding notice. So applicants for this part of the program, which is these the leading edge fabs, which is really important to the mission of the program, we made sure that that was out and it was validated. And many of you read about it in the major papers where it was covered. And honestly, 6-month turnaround on a funding announcement like that to lay the stakes of the program was something that was a stretch goal and something that we really, I think we're proud of as a milestone. Now, of course, then companies and other applicants had to look at the applications, understand what the requirements were, and develop their applications. And so over time, companies have delivered statements of interest, SOIs, to say, hey, we're interested in this program. We intend to do a pre-application or application. They do pre-applications in some cases under a voluntary mechanism. They can get feedback and then full applications. That's the process that we're in now. There was another announcement, June 23rd, on supply chain projects. All of us recognize it's not enough to build fabs. We're also going to need funding for really key semiconductor materials and equipment. That $300 million plus type of project, there was a funding announcement in June 23rd of this year explaining how to apply for that. Coming next, there'll be smaller equipments and suppliers applications. So look, not every project is going to be above 300 million. And so it's really important to do a separate call for the smaller supply chain projects to make sure particularly that SMEs, small, medium enterprises, are included. There'll also be another call for R&D fabs, fabrication facilities that also have a research and development component, which is really important. And actually goes back to probably Willie Shee's work about connecting manufacturing and research and development. The Department of Defense and their program, you'll hear more about that very soon as well. And the Treasury Department is finalizing the investment tax credit as well. And you're seeing the State Department and NSF programs continue. So that's sort of the state of implementation. And you're going to see a lot of major announcements before the end of the year on a lot of these key initiatives. And so that's what we're looking at. In perspective, I think that we've taken the time we've needed to make sure that the program is going to work as we intended it. I think if the awards had come out too early without enough due diligence, you'd risk the chances that you'd make bad bets. You're always going to make bets that you're not proud of or don't turn out, but it would increase the chance. And I think doing it this time, right, just a year after the bill has been passed, is an appropriate window. At least that's how I've been thinking about it. I will say one other thing. When the bill was passed and when the first notice of funding went out, we received a lot of criticism too. People said, oh, what's all this stuff about childcare? No company is going to apply for these funds if there's childcare requirements involved. Well, first of all, the notice of funding says that they have to present a plan to provide affordable childcare. And what I've seen in the year that's happened since is 400 statements of interest from firms all around the world in the CHIPS program. So I think a lot of folks, by looking at some of the early documentation, felt that the program was going to be overspecified and deter a lot of interest. That's not what's happened. Doesn't mean that it's not going to be successful or it's going to be successful, but it does mean that so far what we've done has engendered a lot of interest in participating in the program. One other question I want to deal with, which is really important and a fair one, I think it'll come up in a later panel. Industrial strategy, to use a American football metaphor, often has a moving goalpost. Right? If you don't set goals, if you don't say this is what success looks like, it's very open both to opportunism. People saying, well, just because I didn't succeed with the first billion, give me 2 billion and I'll succeed even more. Or, right, folks using an expansive mandate to do things that were never intended. We released a paper in February of 2023, exactly in accordance with when this funding announcement was reached out. And we did that precisely because the decision was made that we want to specifically articulate our goals. One, to push back against folks who said that there was no goal or objective. And two, to make it clear to folks exactly what we were looking to fund and what we weren't. That's a really important key to industrial strategy. So when people say, what makes you optimistic about the CHIPS Act, given previous efforts in other countries and the United States haven't always achieved their objectives? My first question is, did they ever write down their objectives? Do you know what their objectives were? And the second is, right, by clearly specifying the objectives, I think we have a better chance of hitting them. So just a few things to note from that report. You can read it, it's publicly available. The goal by 2030 is to see 2 new large-scale clusters of leading-edge logic fabs that would include packaging. We should be able in the United States to have production of high volume of memory chips on terms that are economically competitive. The memory sort of goal, as you can see, is more determined by the economics because of the nature of that business than the number. We want to have multiple high volume advanced packaging. I mean, just looking at the audience and seeing the bios, there's so much expertise on the chip business. You know how important advanced packaging is going to be to future innovation in this industry. We want to make sure that we're increasing production capacity, in particular current gen and mature chips. I mentioned some of my deep dives on 28 nanometers and others. There's going to be really key nodes, process nodes that are really important for key applications and things like automobiles that are important to keep in touch with. On R&D investments, you can't specify what this is going to be, but we want to make sure that the NSTC and the other investments from R&D are going to lead to investments in the next generation of process technology for the next generation of logic chips. The idea being that we're going to come up with the cutting edge from these R&D efforts, as well as in memory. So hoping that in the US, through these investments and through our global partnerships, we'll be able to lead the world in the next generation of logic and memory is an important part of the program. And finally, making sure that some of the supply chain shocks we saw during the pandemic, that we're more resilient to these kind of chip shocks overall, because this is a very cyclical industry and some of the issues that appear in 2021 could appear again. Looking ahead, a couple things to look at, and this will be my last slide, and I look forward to your questions and comments. One is the timing, right? When will those first large awards be announced, and what's going to be the response from media, from business, and from governments around the world? This is going to be really important in this next period. You know, it tends to be, despite all the institutional detail I've showed you, despite the program discussions, people are going to pay attention to the first big bets that this program makes. And more so than the R&D, they're going to pay attention, I think, to the big awards for mega fabs in the United States, which firms receive them, how it connects to the projects, and the response from the media in terms of how they cover them, from other businesses in this industry and others, as well as our own government at state and local levels, and foreign governments is going to be really important to understanding the coverage. I say this as someone who lived through a lot of these big announcements of the CHIPS Act and realizing that when these things are talked about on the front page of the paper, opinion is often formed by that, and how that's covered and when the timing is going to be really important, something to watch. The second is there's been tremendous private sector investment. There's also been record increases in the construction of new facilities for manufacturing. We're seeing a building boom. Will that pace continue? How quickly will the projects be completed? A lot of folks will say, look, Ronnie, this is impressive what's happening so far, but there are environmental permitting rules and workforce issues and other things that are going to slow down the development of these projects. And we've been thinking about all this stuff since the beginning. We're trying to solve for many of these things, but in the end of the day, that'll be a really important empirical question about how quickly these projects get completed and whether we maintain our diligence in hitting these timelines. Are you going to see the appropriate investments in workforce? This is something I think a lot about. And as those who know and are following TSMC and familiar with the company, they've been talking a lot about, and you've been hearing a lot of coverage, particularly in Arizona. The idea that we're going to need to fill tens of thousands of jobs in this new industry, an industry that many Americans are not familiar with and aren't trained for, is going to take a massive effort. And so to me, it's going to be more than just corporations sort of announcing a new corporate social responsibility program or a single partnership with a community college. What I would encourage you to do is how I've been thinking about it is that every time you see an announcement, ask yourself how many seats are in that class, how many semiconductor technicians will be trained. One really interesting thing for me is the potential for these industries to create jobs for people who do not have a college degree, and they are going to be able to earn a high wage in some of these industries. That's really exciting. That's one of the reasons I think that President Biden is so excited about the CHIPS Act. But to do that, we have to get people from where they are to where they need to be to work in these chip factories. And it's going to take a massive investment at the state and local level as well. So that's one thing to watch. The suppliers need to show up. A key ingredient to TSMC, Intel, Samsung, Micron, Global Foundries, Texas Instruments, all these major companies is going to be their supply base. And if those suppliers, particularly for our foreign-owned companies that are coming to invest in the US, if they don't come along with them, it'll be very difficult. The CHIPS program alone can't do all that work. And so we're going to have to work across a lot of different public and private partners to make sure that we see some of these suppliers come as well. The regional cluster issue is really important too. I talk to a lot of mayors and county commissioners, and I get excited about chips, and they say, slow down. We need housing, we need transportation, and we need education. Where's that going to come from? How is it all going to sync up, and in what time period? Something really important if you're thinking about the development of places. The last two things. One is, how will supply chains really shift over the next 5 to 10 years? You know, I think there's a lot of talk about supply chain resilience and +1 strategies. It'll be really interesting to watch corporate strategy and the big companies that operate all over the world and see what extent they're actually changing where their supply chains are located and where they run through. The president obviously just got back from a trip from Vietnam. Vietnam, India, and other places are important right now in terms of these alternative supply chain destinations, something to watch going forward. That will have big implications for American resilience, our productivity, our wages, and innovation. And the last piece, which overhangs all of this, is how does the success of the CHIPS program or not affect the debate over industrial strategy? My sense is that if we are not successful with CHIPS and the Inflation Reduction Act, which I can talk about in the Q&A, it'll obviously set the cause back for industrial strategy considerably. We're making a big bet on a different way to do policy. And if you have high profile failures and people lose faith in the ability to do it, it's gonna be very difficult to get people to appreciate that you can actually do big things this way. I think if we're successful on the CHIPS Act and aspects of the Inflation Reduction Act, it'll be a real step forward for people who think about industrial strategy as a way to create positive economic outcomes. I think it's going to be an open question depending on how well it's implemented. I was proud to do that work in the White House, but now back at Duke, I'm interested in studying some of the impacts of these things and working together with people in the audience, Edward and others, to try to figure out best practices so we can have a higher chance of success. With that, I will stop and take your questions. I really appreciate everyone's attention, and apologies again for being on Zoom. I wish I could be there with you, but hopefully the message came through loud and clear.
So thanks a lot, Ronnie. You set a great table, a lot of complexity, which is I think captures reality well. One thing for you to think about as I then turn to the audience is Willie. You mentioned him several times. We had multiple great speakers. One of the things that I liked that Willie said was, you know, it's big push and it's big push supply. There's not enough discussion about demand, right? You yourself mentioned the importance of the key customers, Air Force, for example, on the US side. So how important those key customers were. He mentioned Apple as a major customer for TSMC, you know, a quarter of their revenue and those types of things. So just to the back of your mind, just think about maybe commenting as we go through around the demand side and sense of demand side, why maybe that was lighter in terms of the approach. But obviously the reason we love to do these conferences is because our audience is just as well informed as our speakers. So let me turn over to the audience and start. Let me take the first 3 questions, maybe collect them, Ronnie, and then turn to you. So I've got Margaret in the back. And again, just quickly, you know, who you are.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Margaret. I'm from Harvard Law School. As you touched on how quickly will the projects be completed, and I want to touch on Japan. And the tone in Taiwan domestically about the Japanese expansions are notably quite different from the U.S. investments. If anything, the expansion and investment in Japan seems to be quite positive and maybe even ahead of schedule. So I wanted to ask, why does Japan seem a little bit more on maybe ahead of schedule or a little bit more successful in terms of timing, and what will the US need to do in order to catch up, or are there things that are already in place to be able to address this competition? Thank you.
Ronnie, do you want me to collect a couple?
Sure, if the questioners don't mind, I can. Yeah, you could take three, and then I can answer.
Perfect. Good.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. So, yep. So then in the back, and then Wenqi in the front.
Hi, my name is Nandini, and I'm a public policy student here focused on education policy. Given historically that the community college system has responded to workforce needs to mixed outcomes, I wondered if there was anything in particular that was done with the CHIPS Act to make sure that the programs and types of graduates coming out of these colleges would indeed be hired by some of the same companies that are bidding for contracts.
My name is Wenqi Yu. I'm a fellow with Ash Center. Both you and Liz previously has said that security is sort of, in the heart of the consideration when pushing out those policies. So my question is, you've laid out an amazing, by the way, congratulations and kudos on, accomplishing such like gigantic and enormous work. But in terms of the political side of things, is sort of organizing all these efforts around security or national security more of a political act, or is it truly that the perceived security threat is so great that we have to organize our efforts in that way? And how did you, or how did the administration convince the Congress to actually come along with you?
That's fantastic. Edward, should I take those three to start?
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great. Exactly.
Well, first of all, while I can't see all the audience members, I can hear them, and those are fantastic questions. I'm going to do my best to answer them. And Edward, they lived up to the billing as people who know a lot about this. So first, I've been following that Japanese fab as well that TSMC is building and reading some of the same things you are. I'm not able to read it in the native languages, but trying to read the translations and get a sense of what's happening. And as you are saying, it seems like that it's ahead of schedule and working well. What I've learned in all these projects, though, is until it's producing at scale, I won't draw any firm conclusions on it because I think there's a lot to go from here. Similarly, the TSMC project in Arizona has received a lot of attention. TSMC is a world-leading company that is leading the chip industry in many areas for a reason. And when you think about the history of Morris Chang, his work here in the United States at Texas Instruments and returning back to Taiwan, receiving a lot of support in Taiwan to build this world-leading company, I have confidence that they can do a good job in different places they operate. It will be new for them. And I think you're seeing that. And I hope that, I think in terms of like trying to improve the chances of success there, you're seeing a lot of concern right now about how we issue or deal with the workforce development issue and what kinds of training we need and how we think about who can do the jobs. And I think that that's going to be a key thing for the company and the local labor organizations and the mayor's office and others to be working through. And I honestly think it's something that, while it's very difficult, it's something that's going to serve the company and the community well over the long term to work this out. Because if you think about the Intel and TSMC investments in that area, it could be transformative. It already is becoming transformative. And you think about plugging in Arizona State University, Maricopa Community College, other really key institutions. So I think there's a strong incentive to get it right. I think these workforce issues are going to be the key thing in many cases, and also connected to permitting, some of the availability of water that are going to have to be worked out in terms of how these proceed. But, I also am struck by the idea that in the United States that we built a tremendous manufacturing industry in a previous era. We lead the world in some key aspects of advanced manufacturing. We've also had some of the major technology industries take root here. And so I'm pretty confident that we can get this done. It's not going to be easy, but I think that there's a lot more work we can do. So I remain optimistic, though I think the issues being raised are really important and something we need to grapple with in Arizona. I think when it comes to community colleges, Excellent point. I mean, you're right. Mixed record, I think, is a good way to describe it. Our community colleges are fantastic in terms of their flexibility, in terms of being an entry point for people to have an affordable continuation of their education. It's challenging when they're being asked to do something that's really transformative at this kind of scale. The one thing I think it's important that we worked really hard on is we're working hard on funding the professors and the instructors to reinvigorate and redesign curriculum around semiconductor technicians, for example, or other parts of the supply chain. So, there's a lot of alignment often between community colleges and local industry, but there's often not. And speaking as a professor, curriculum development, syllabus development is one of the most important things we do. There's a real focus on trying to get community college instructors the funds they need to develop the curriculum and the expertise themselves to teach those courses. It's going to be a big effort. That's only one piece of the puzzle, but that's a unique thing that we've been doing in the context of the NSF programs. On the political side, I actually think that my understanding of the interactions I've had is that the national security implications of chips are well felt across the political spectrum. Of course, the things I've talked about in terms of economic development are also things that people care deeply about. But I think the national security stuff is real. And when people think about the applications of chips, both legacy or mature nodes in things like missile systems, satellites, but also advanced chips in AI, there's a recognition across the aisles that this is going to be really important for national security, not just in the US, but across the world. So I think it is a real thing. I think what your question might be alluding to, though, is like, there's a spillovers from making things about national security. And we certainly don't want to do that if they aren't national security issues. So in this case, I think they are. I think one thing I fought a lot about as a member of an Asian American community, the son of immigrants, is making sure that when we're talking about national security, we're not demonizing groups of people. We're not making this about one group of people versus another. And we've seen in the United States in recent history how rhetoric can be used and weaponized against people from various backgrounds that are connected to perceived national security threats. And so we got to be really careful to be able to do both of those things, identify what's in the best interest of the United States, but not demonize large groups of people. And as an Asian American in this case, I think a lot about it and talked to a lot of folks about it. I'll leave it there, Edward, and take some more questions. And I'll get around to the demand side point that Willie made too in a sec.
Yep. Sounds good. Great. Thanks, Ronnie. So I see Chang Tai here. No.
This is Chang Tai Share from the University of Chicago. So the question is, so there's a saying that I've heard that the best people who do industrial policy are the people that hate industrial policy the most, because they understand how difficult it is. So the question is, suppose that you are successful by the metrics that you have laid out, okay? How do you know that that is the right thing to be doing? And I'll give you one example. The closest predecessor of the CHIPS Act was what happened in the 1980s when the US and Japan were battling over memory chips, because everybody thought that memory chips was the key thing of the future. And there are lots of similarities. They put a lot of money into a research consortium, this thing called Semitech, which lived for about 10 years, and then it eventually died because it didn't really do that much. And if you look at what happened to the industry, memory chips essentially became a commodity business, that it basically left the US, it left Japan, there's only one US company, and the industry moved into something else, moved there. So the question is, for those of us who don't really have real skin in the game, which is that it's not our money, it's somebody else's money, who don't really know the details of the technology, how do we know that we're doing the right thing? That is, you could be very successful by by all the metrics that you laid out, but in 10 years from now, something brand new could come up, and then this is just an obsolete industry. I guess at least I don't know.
That's right. Thanks, Chang Tai. So Ronnie, why don't we'll leave that as the final. I don't see other hands for now. If you could just answer that and then tie in maybe the demand side that Willie raised, then we can close.
Perfect. Well, Chang Tai, first, thank you for the question, and let's also talk about offline, because you're asking the essential question. So let me tell you how I think about this, right? So first, I do think setting out the clear goals is important, right? In previous efforts, the goals weren't as clear. I've studied a lot of that era. I've looked at Semitech, and my advisor in grad school actually wrote some of the biggest papers on Semitech. And I don't know if I characterize it as a complete failure. I think there were some successes in key areas like equipment, but in general, I think you're right. It eventually sort of fizzled out. And I think that you're also right that, if we pick the wrong technologies and we lock into the wrong technologies, it can have negative outcomes. Here's how I'm thinking about it today. One is I think you've got to come back and assess the work you're doing. So one of the reasons that the money in the CHIPS program is going to be handed out in tranches is to make sure we're understanding how it's being spent. And these fabs that are being built, right? If they're building technologies that go obsolete, they shouldn't be continued. That would be my first answer, right? So we have to make sure that we're not just making these investments and then being asleep at the switch for years and years and years. That's, I think, one thing. And I think, you'll see both sides of government in any situation, Republican, Democrat, who are eager to provide that oversight. And I think that that is important. I think the other thing I'll say is that when it comes to chips, right, it'd be different if we succeeded and then someone said, we should go on to all these other different areas that are really important. I think chips is singular in many ways because it's an input to almost every other product. And in particular, because the national security applications are really important. The national security piece is, I think, and this is where you and I can talk offline. I know you won't have the chance to respond, and so it's unfair, but I would like to think more about like how econ models can accommodate these national security externalities. Because it could be that it makes perfect sense from an efficiency standpoint to have all the production of a really key input in the economy in one part of the world. But what happens if that geographic concentration creates big national security risks for nations? And so I think when I see the CHIPS Act, I don't see it as kind of a scattershot industrial policy. Let's build this, let's do this, let's bring back every single kind of manufacturing across every dimension, which I think is one of the key risks you're worried about. I instead think about it as a very specific investment in an area that we know is important today, that looking at the trajectory of technology should be important. Integrated circuits more broadly have been important since the 1960s and 1958. And so I feel like it's a bet with some information, but nobody can know if they're going to be right. Nobody in government or in business is going to have that kind of information. But that's at least the way I've been thinking about it so far. I also think that research and development investment will be in basic research that will allow us to take advantage of lots of different technological trajectories. If you think about packaging as one example, there's a lot of developments in packaging to allow you to stack 3D, right, or heterogeneous packaging. These are things that if we build a foundation, depending on where it goes, we'll be able to take advantage of that as we apply that research and commercialize it into entrepreneurial firms or existing innovators. So I think you have to lay groundwork to take advantage of where technology goes. You have to make some bets based on what we know today and what we've been looking at for a long time. And I think relying solely, let's say, on kind of an efficiency-based model of where the location of production is might not be the whole story when we think about something like chips that are so important in all these applications. So that's kind of where it's at. But I'll send you an email because I'd like to talk more with you about it. And it's a really important point you're raising, one that I honestly think about every day as someone who's back in academia. On Willie's point, just to finish up, Edward, Willie's making a good point that you can juice the supply. You can get more production of chips. Who's going to buy all these chips? And it goes back to Chung Tai's point, which is that you're going to see ups and downs in this industry. In the memory chips he even just mentioned, you saw, right, Micron and Samsung talked about it a lot in 2022. Memory demand cratered as the demand for smartphones, PCs, and other things went down. We're going to see lots of cycles in this industry as well. The type of demand push that Willie's talking about, I didn't hear the comments, but I'm thinking two things in response. One is, it is important that the big consumers of fabs, so you can think about Apple, you can think about Apple, Broadcom, NVIDIA, AMD, companies like this, they're going to be really, really important in determining the success of fabs in the United States of America. And so making sure that those companies are valuing having the supply here on shore, that they're incorporating that into their risk tolerance is really, really key. And those are some of the biggest, right? Apple, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, and AMD would be the ones. Broadcom also important. Those are all firms that are going to be key in terms of as those who are consumers of fabs. More broadly, I think the electric vehicle revolution and other drivers, but that's a big one, will drive the increased demand for a lot of chips, as well as what we're seeing with the rise of AI. So I think those are some of the things on the demand side that I'm watching. But this industry is cyclical and we will see ups and downs. And that's why I think these investments are going to have to be borne out over the longer term. And I do hope in 10 years from now, we'll have some things that went well, some things that we say, look, we're not going to do that again because they didn't have the impact that they intended. So I'll stop there, and I thank Edward and the Kennedy School and the audience for their attention.
Thanks, Ronnie. Appreciate it. And make sure to use your connections, more investment in the Eastern Seaboard so we can get you in person next time. So I assume
Will
you'll
do.
get that done.
Will do.
Thanks,
Will
Ronnie.
do.
Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So why don't we just take a quick 5-minute break to catch up on time, 5 minutes, and then reconvene. True. That's a good point. That might. Yeah, that might be right. Yeah, let me get my shit out. Yeah, I think so, right? Yeah. Get my stuff out of here. Yep. No. Good idea. Introduce her. So maybe I'll just do this. I'm gonna do this up here. Definitely, yes. He's gonna definitely. Now, Mark, yeah. So Mark is gonna supposedly. You should tell him to confirm. Mark or Danielle, someone is gonna help you tomorrow.
Yeah, Daniel will be here. Set up.
He's gonna
Yes.
zoom in.
Okay.
And then, but it's gotta be on your computer because he's gonna stay. So he's gonna be zoom in and stay through
One
almost the whole
thing
thing.
is when whoever speak, in order for him to listen,
Yep.
has to use
Your
mic.
mic. Got it. That makes sense.
We have 4 mics.
Okay. Okay, good.
So that's fine. Then they can cancel his flight for tomorrow.
I know. That's sorry. That's the other piece. Is he wants them to shift his flight by basically Raleigh to wherever he's going. I don't know. Yeah. So that's maybe then I think I agree with you. Let's see what so they should cancel. I think
They lost one Raleigh to here.
Right. Okay.
Lost one.
Yeah. Good. Okay. They just tonight at some point just copy me the email. I'll email him, I guess. I'll try to remember, but that's fine. I think you're right.
He has to approve.
I think he's got to do this. Absolutely, you're right.
Yeah, I think it doesn't make
Why
any
would they
sense.
pay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, he's gonna use 4. Got it. Got it. Okay. No, that's not the word.
I'm happy. So we'll put you there. Yeah, I'm going to introduce you. We'll put you there. You can stay down there.
You're a fellow at.
All right, why don't we get going?
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Hey, hi Eric. Nice to see you. Absolutely. All right, if you could just take a seat, we're going to get going on the next panel.
Even then, I mean, not even then. Because I guess the way the economists are trained to think about trade policy is that it's all about lower prices and it's all about the consumer. Yeah.
Very good.
So we're moving topics. We're moving topics. We're going to move from the optimism of a former White House official to the realism of the DNA of academic skepticism. And I think it's a natural transition, right? So we heard from Ronnie about the complexity of what they were trying to do, but the optimism of big push industrial policy from someone who just stepped down from the White House. And I think that makes a lot of sense and it was useful. Now we're going to hear from a wonderful panel about what are the costs? What are the costs of what is happening? Costs in terms of trade, costs in terms of political alliances, right? What are those costs? And what are the concerns built in to from our allies, from other parties, in terms of what the US and Taiwan and many partners are trying to do here. So what I would like to just do here is introduce our fellow Wen-Chi Yu, who will then introduce the panel and then act as chair. Wen-Chi is, again, like many of our speakers, both here and this morning, she's this wonderful combination of what we all strive to be, I think, at least at the Kennedy School, which is multiple sector, right? So she began her life in government in a way, right, through working for US Congress, also the State Department. She also then joined Goldman Sachs and was in the China office for many years. She's interesting also because she's then moved on to the private sector again, but in a different way, working with technology companies in terms of cross-border transactions and their strategy, but also in media as a correspondent and chair of a wonderful program actually in Taiwan through TVBS. So she wears many hats and has seen things from different angles. And that's why I think she's very well positioned to chair this panel and introduce our speakers. So with that, I will turn over to you, Wen-Chi. Thank you again for coming up. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Edward, for your kind words. Well, kudos to you and Tony for pulling this off. I still remember when you guys visited Taiwan and started this conversation many months ago. And so congratulations. Not an easy task, but critically important. So I think after this morning's and lunch discussion, we're going to ask a few important questions that hopefully will help us frame and think through Washington, D.C.'s industrial policies and business responses. When business interests and national security interests aren't entirely aligned, perhaps, how should government policies ensure the least harm done to businesses, and how do businesses prepare and adapt to the changing policy environment? We have all witnessed the Trump administration's use of a trade war to reverse the decade-long practice of trade liberalization and the US-China relationship. The Biden administration pretty much has extended trade tariffs and even further refined its economic security policy to include targeted export controls and an attempt to bring manufacturing from foreign countries, including China, back to the United States. And so several major pieces of legislation that, this morning, as panel has touched on, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, CHIPS Act, and Inflation Reduction Act all share the common trait, big government spending. So the so-called Bidenomics, outlined by the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, just a couple months ago at the Brookings speech, in my view, is an attempt to rectify two oversights, maybe, over the last few decades, right? He said, first, an oversimplified market efficiency policy in the name of trade liberalization that has not kept up its promise to help America export goods, not jobs or capacity. And second, a growth policy that favored the financial industry while other essential sectors such as semiconductors and infrastructure took a real hit. And Sullivan believes that in addition to the domestic industrial base being hollowed out, China's heavy government subsidies in sectors from steel to clean energy and US economic dependencies in the EU and China as a result of liberalization exposed America's vulnerabilities. So today's panel, all giant thinkers, I'd like to implore our panelists to discuss not the Biden administration's diagnosis, which we've heard a lot from Ronnie and Liz, but its policy solutions. Let's discuss how effective can those policy solutions be. First off, we have Professor Joe Nye, who needs no more introduction. He has inspired a whole new generation of people who think about power in a different way, and I am a loyal fan. And so, he will talk a little bit about, well, actually set the framework about the fundamentals of the US-China relationship, which in my view is what drives so much of today's policy conversations. So, Professor Nye.
Thank you very much, Anji. Our topic is basically geopolitics and chips. And since I know almost nothing about chips, I'll talk about geopolitics. But what I want to focus on is the nature of the US-China relationship and how that affects everything, including chips. There's a recent article that was published in Foreign Affairs that says that the US and China are locked in what the author calls an enduring rivalry. And that is supposed to tell us that there'll be conflict and hostility forever. That's much too simple. Just take the last 50 years of the US-China relationship since 1949, and it goes something in cycles. Okay, it goes somewhat in cycles. The first cycle, almost 20 years, we were killing each other in Korea. shooting each other. The second cycle after Nixon's visit to Mao in 72, we were cooperating against what we thought were the problems of the Soviet Union, to the point that China allowed us to set up listening posts in Western China. In the third cycle, which goes roughly from 1990 to 2016, we had economic engagement where the US supported Chinese participation in the WTO. And since about 2016, notice I say this because it starts before Trump, we've had what's called great power competition. And that has led some people to say, well, why don't we just call it a Cold War? We're in a Cold War with China, and we should behave the way we did in the first Cold War, which we won. The trouble with that is if Cold War is defined as intense hostility or intense conflict without military conflict, yes, you might say it's a Cold War. But if Cold War implies something like the historical Cold War with the Soviet Union, it's a very misleading historical metaphor, which could lead us to the wrong sorts of strategies. For example, in the US-Soviet relationship, there was almost no interdependence other than military interdependence. In the US-China relationship, there's enormous economic interdependence, $500 billion worth of trade, and there's also ecological interdependence. US and China are the two biggest producers of greenhouse gases, which affects everybody. So in that sense, the metaphor of the Cold War, as though what we're doing is going to be like what we saw in the 50s, 60s, and so forth, I think misleads us on a strategy. Basically, what we're going to need to do is to realize that the idea of decoupling from China, which is popular with some people in Washington now, there's almost a bipartisan consensus on China, part of it rather misled. The idea of decoupling is just much too costly if you mean.
I think they've corrected it to say de-risking.
No, I'm coming to that.
Okay, all right.
But there are some who still talk about overall decoupling, and that obviously is much too costly. So when you think about selective decoupling or de-risking, what you do is you get into this linkage to security. And there the question is, how do you, in Sullivan's words, build a high fence around a small field? There are going to be internal pressures to make the field larger and larger, or the fence higher. But it's the making the field larger that bothers me. Protection is a significant role. And once you say you're going to have a high protective fence, well, maybe chips at 7 nanometers or less are within the fence. But when is the fence going to be extended to 20 nanometers? And when is it going to be extended to solar panels? Those are a set of problems that we face, which would greatly increase the costs. The other thing I think to notice is that if you have a strategy to deal with technology, you should start with the idea that technology always spreads. There's no way in which you can completely sit on or control technology. In the early days of the American Republic, the British thought they could prevent the US from developing manufacturers by having strict controls on what was sent to the colonies. It didn't work. And the way to think about the role of technology controls is in the image of surfing. It's a matter of time. You have to be on the wave so that you're ahead of the curl. If you're able to do that, you're not going to fall over and drown. But if you think that you're going to stop the wave, you're going to fall over and maybe drown. So I think the dangers I see when our topic is costs is that we're not going to be able to implement this the way we really need to. And that goes very much to domestic politics. I think in terms of where we are today, I personally agree with the emphasis that's been put on stopping Huawei from building 5G in the U.S. I think that was a major security threat to the U.S. I also would agree with efforts to prevent SMIC or Huawei having access to the latest chips. But I think the danger is that we think that that's going to be something that we can hold as an advantage for 10 years. Might be that, in fact, it turns out to be 5 years. The latest Huawei phone suggests that they've gotten down to 7 nanometers much sooner than we expected. We heard from Chatterjee at lunch that we have to be careful as we apply this high fence with a small yard that we keep the yard small and we realize that the fence is going to be jumped every once in a while. So those are some of the costs. Let me bring that to Taiwan. It strikes me that the key questions about Taiwan are going to be whether we can maintain the type of status quo that has worked for the past 50 years. And of course, if we can't, then what happens to TSMC and where do the chips fall? Excuse a bad pun. But the basically, when Nixon and Mao wanted to cooperate with the Soviet against the Soviets in 1972, they realized that they couldn't agree on Taiwan. From China's point of view, it was a renegade province and a remnant of the Civil War. From the U.S. point of view, it was still, in our view, the Republic of China, which represented all of China. And they couldn't get an agreement on that. So essentially, they found a formula to kick the can down the road. Not to go into the Shanghai Communique and so forth. The simple verse is there would be no de jure independence for Taiwan and no use of military force by China. And within the boundaries of that box, the two sides of the Chinese Strait or the Taiwan Strait would work out their differences. Now, some people say that's not going to work. They say that the growth in Chinese military power means that's not stable. They also argue that if Trump returns in 24, neither that nor anything else in foreign policy will be stable. I was interested. I was on a panel last night by Zoom with Taipei, and Ma Ying-jeou gave a very interesting speech. And I know he represents the Kuomintang, and that's not the full spectrum of thought on Taiwan, but he gave a very good argument for why we should try to preserve this status quo. And I think that the question is, can we do it? And there are some people who say no. I think it's essential that we try to maintain it. And that's going to depend on two things: deterrence and the fact that Taiwan is the location of TSMC, and that is important to China as well as to the rest of the world. Some people say that's Taiwan's silicon shield. Well, a silicon shield alone is not enough. But if you can add to that improvements in deterrence, both in the American military presence and in equipping Taiwan with smaller missiles, shore to ship, which can be held in caves and not vulnerable to a Chinese first strike in case of force, then you can make, as people say, make Taiwan into a porcupine and difficult to attack or to swallow. And in that sense, I think if you combine these two, deterrence and interdependence, the chances are not bad that we can keep kicking the can down the road with this formula of no independence de jure and no use of force. Now, people who disagree with me say, but you haven't paid enough attention. Look at what Xi Jinping said. He wants the PLA to be ready to invade Taiwan, to take Taiwan by force by 2027. This is a narrow window, and we're about to see it close, and we're about to lose. It's true that Xi Jinping would love to see Taiwan reunited with the mainland during his presidency. But there's one thing that Xi Jinping cares about more than he cares about Taiwan, and that's his control of Chinese Communist Party and Chinese Communist Party control of China. And if you ask what is the thing that would be most likely to upset the thing he cares about most in this inner circle of priorities, it would be a failed effort to try to capture Taiwan, which is why I take us back to this strategy of both interdependence, which is where the chips come in, and deterrence, which is the traditional military posture. And I think it is doable, but we also have to realize that humans throughout history have made enormous mistakes in trying to understand things like this. And so we have to remember when people say there's an analogy with the Cold War, we should not make an analogy with Europe in the 1940s, but with Europe in 1914, when the leaders of the major countries thought there would be a short war, troops would be home by Christmas, and that net result was 4 years of war in which 4 empires were dismembered and 4 leaders lost their thrones. So it's not an easy balancing act to do, but I think it is one that is doable if we get our positions correct. So let me stop there on that view of the geopolitics, which is not optimistic and not pessimistic, somewhere poised in between.
Well, thank you. I think as a Taiwanese American who still has family back home, I have to say it makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable to hear words coming from Washington, D.C. constantly around Taiwan is about war and conflict. While it is highly possible at some point, but I do think, the language itself, we do question if it would lead us to that type of thinking. And I think, today, obviously, the conversation is so important because, Taiwan's and China issue has always been there. But the newly added element and the interest around Taiwan is, at the heart of our conversation today is the chips. It makes Taiwan even more important from many people's point of view, more than just democracy and values and its military strategic position. But we want to move on to Professor Mark Wu, who's a trade technology and legal expert at Harvard. He's written a lot on trade governance and how China presents certain challenges to the global trade system. And he will focus on the security aspect of trade policies. And I'm really glad that this morning when we first met, he reminded me that the security aspect of trade has always been there. It's just for the last 25 years, we kind of forgot about it. And I recall having a conversation with a very former senior trade official in Washington, D.C. And she did say the trade as we knew it is dead. So what did you say? What would you say? How would you respond to that?
Thank you very much. Thank you to Tony, Edward, and everyone at the Ash Center. It's a real pleasure to be here, especially to follow my former international relations professor, from whom I learned everything, starting from my fall freshman year here at Harvard. I will say I absolutely agree. I think we are in a new trade paradigm, and this is, in some ways, a return, but not an exact return to the old trade paradigm. If we think back to the Bretton Woods system, Bretton Woods was not set up for trade liberalization to lower transaction costs, to serve consumer welfare interests, to fuel efficiency for multinational corporations. It had all of those effects, but its main impetus was to develop a set of secure rules, not for the entire world, but for a set of allies with shared values. And I think we are returning to a world in which that is the impetus for trade policy. And that is very different than the liberalization, efficiency, economic welfare without putting or assigning weights to externalities and thinking about endogenous dynamic modeling for economics. And so let me lay out first, in the first part of my discussion today, why I think Washington, and increasingly not just Washington, but also other like-minded allies, believe a new trade policy is necessary, particularly with regards to chips. And then I'll spend the second part of my comments today looking at what some of the costs will be from a traditional economic standpoint, but arguing that those costs may well be worth bearing depending on what the security payoff is from that. So that's the general course of my comments today. I think there are 4 reasons why there was a need to move off of the old trade paradigm. We spent a lot of time today at this conference looking at the PRC's development of its own indigenous IC industries through a number of different industrial policies. And I think the general view is it's been much less successful than other elements of industrial policy. But we've spent less time today looking at some of the other emergent technology domains that are increasingly important for next generation warfare and which have disruptive implications both as far as security as well as economic welfare are concerned. And we can see on those domains, AI is the one that's come up most frequently, but certainly quantum cryptography, even biotech and so forth, we have seen major advances. Those advances are, some are more successful than others, but they do pose a looming possibility that the status quo military dominance of the United States in warfare in its current form may be threatened as new disruptive technologies change the nature of warfare in years to come. So that's the first point that I think is at work here. The second point is that when it comes to thinking about tackling this, there is civil military fusion everywhere, but particularly with regards to the PRC and a number of other neo-authoritarian countries that have adopted this type of model, that fusion is much more opaque and much more widespread than is otherwise the case. So if you're looking at using traditional trade instruments simply to block off the military part, but keep flow going to the civil part in an opaque world where that civil military fusion runs much deeper, the success of that strategy is likely to be less on point. The third point is, of course, then there has been traditionally a resort to the rules-based order and particularly to what one might think of as lawfare to resolve these types of issues. But there's something unique about semiconductors and ICs, which is the fact that when it comes to this area, the agreed upon international agreement, which came about much more during the sort of Pax Americana post-Cold War era, is that there are 0 tariffs on the vast majority of information technology goods, including most semiconductor chips. So the ability to resort to traditional trade instruments to ratchet up tariffs and so on and so forth is limited or constrained to the extent that you're willing to be bound by the rules. And this is both regards to the Information Technology Agreement 1 and 2, for which all of the major powers, including the PRC, are parties to. So that takes away that ability. And then the fourth part would be, well, if you don't do that, then perhaps you can break the rules, but try to see if you can get away with it for a period of time through litigation. And we have seen, a reminder, right, that the United States and others have resorted to WTO cases to deal with, right, the types of subsidies or other types of industrial policies that either fall into the gray zone or fall into the explicitly illegal zone. And the first WTO case filed by the United States was on semiconductors against China. I should clarify, right, first WTO case against China was filed on semiconductors, not the first WTO case ever by the United States. And so we have seen resort to that, but because of the nature of the way trade rules are set up, including the remedies that are available, it has not been effective at constraining or pivoting or changing the large scale industrial policy that's at work there. So in light of all of that, right, that just suggests if you stay with the current rules-based paradigm as set out in 1994, right, that is essentially changing and moving the security status quo. And so in light of all of that, right, what does one do? How does one think about this? And here's where I turn to the part about costs, right? So if you look at all this, then what one needs to do is one takes into a probability to think about what is the likelihood of conflict. And if that conflict were to emerge, what would that do to my supply chains? And in that type of world, what one needs to do is to then have certain forms of redundancies and certain forms of additional costs that one would bear so as to increase your resiliency in a time of conflict. This is a natural strategy that I believe most countries take with any key industrial sector. It has, however, highlighted the importance of semiconductor, and we can have a debate, as Professor Nye was suggesting, about how large that yard is versus how small, what node that is, what types of tools, whether this encompasses EDA software, and so on. But I think the key part is, right, that there was a focused attention about, well, we need to bring parts of the semiconductor supply chain into that yard, and then we need to erect much higher fences than has been the case. In the course of doing that, that does mean there are redundancy costs that get borne, and that get borne also in terms of consumer costs, and to the extent that, because these are scale industries, that you believe that's large scale, which fuels the large profits, which then fuels your ability to invest in R&D. It may also have innovation costs because those profits will go down as costs go up and as your markets go down and so forth. So it may also slow the innovation time cycle. I think these are all costs that are to be borne, right, from the title of all this. The question is whether or not this is worth it. That turns on your assessment as to what is the likelihood of conflict and what is the nature of that conflict to be, especially if it's to be a slow boiling type of conflict. And here, I think what's been interesting is the administration's approach in the United States has been to focus on building those fences. I like to use analogies to say, really, we either have a membrane or you have the type of fence that has holes that allow you to go through. It's just you can't scale it all together. But it has been to focus on those parts of technologies or products which are tied to, I'm using the administration's own words here, military intelligence, surveillance, or cyber-enabled capabilities that tie into the civil military fusion that I tie into, or the military defense sector, which are aimed at acquiring and diverting cutting edge technologies for purposes of achieving military dominance. And so there, if that's the case, the set of tools that are being used here are all encompassing. They don't include just trade. But even so, they've moved beyond traditional trade instruments of thinking about just export controls, licensing, and tariffs, right? Which would be the three sort of traditional means, to a much broader scope beyond all of that in terms of thinking about all this. What is interesting is, again, here, the point that's been made several times by other panelists, this is not about bringing everything on shore. This is about de-risking in the sense of having multiple redundancies in the event of conflict and having those be in dependable places that will not be affected by the conflict, particularly were that to happen in East Asia or somewhere within the Taiwan Straits. And so with regards to that, what you see are, if you believe the probability of conflict to be higher than the markets believe them to be, which I think is partially the case right now, at least the assessment is higher in government corridors than they are in boardrooms. And you believe that markets aren't going to respond with only large-scale industrial policy incentives on one side, but not on the other side, that does lead to a market failure that does require some forms of market interference. That comes on both the supply and the demand side, as we've seen in the discussions that Ronnie and others noted on the CHIPS Act, but it also means in terms of the fences being erected in terms of looking at instruments beyond just simply export controls, licensing, and tariffs in order to achieve the type of corrections for the market failures within all that. And of course, if you believe the probability of conflicts to be low, you believe boardrooms have better information than intelligence agencies and so forth, then you believe there's not a market failure and these are just redundant costs, right? And I think these are the biggest debates that are being borne out here in terms of have we assessed the situation correctly or not? And if we, even if you assess the situation or not correctly, there's a question to be made as to whether or not this can be executed correctly. And that's, I think, a theme that will come up later on this afternoon as well. So I'll leave it there in terms of just answering the question, Wenqi, that you posed. Are we in a new trade paradigm? Absolutely. This is a security paradigm, and that's what is leading to a change of trade policy that's much more comprehensive and takes trade away from its just traditional business-oriented commercial purposes and one towards enhancing security.
Well, thank you. I think that I'm sure a lot of people will agree the probability is probably somewhere in between, like you said, right? And it probably changes over time too, depending on the sort of, various factors. And so the question I wanted to pose to the next speaker, Professor Chang Tai, is so then what are the costs, right? The costs to Taiwan in particular. This is not just a threat or security concern to the United States, but throughout, I would say, the world. And Taiwan seems to be in the middle of everything. And how should Taiwan actually de-risk or mitigate those risks? And is it relocation or diversification of chip manufacturing the best security guarantee, or what are the other risk mitigation measures?
Thanks. I think that I will have a different perspective. So let me just start by saying that. We've all seen what's happened to the Republican Party over the last 10 or 20 years. That it's clearly now a party that is isolationist, that is nationalist, and I think, frankly speaking, economically incoherent. I think that we have seen that now. And what's been really distressing to me is that I see the same thing happening now in the Democratic Party. That is, if you were to listen to, say, what senior Biden administration officials say, they sound remarkably like Peter Navarro. Without his personal edge, but in terms of fundamental economic philosophy, and maybe this is well expressed by what Mark was saying. Fundamentally, the belief is that we need a new trade paradigm. So what I thought I would do is let me try to illustrate why I think U.S. trade and industrial policy is just remarkably incoherent. Even taking sort of the stated goals. Let's not talk about economic costs. Let's not talk about economic efficiency. And let's talk about security goals. Okay, how does trade meet U.S. security goals? So I'll talk about two things. How does U.S. trade policy meet its security goals vis-a-vis China, and how does it meet security goals vis-a-vis Taiwan? So first, about China, right? One of sort of the platforms of U.S. trade policy vis-a-vis China, I guess the first thing that you've got to ask is, what is the security threat posed by China to the U.S.? And I think the fair answer is that it's a combination of a Leninist party structure with lots of dynamic firms that have control over key technology. So Huawei is a good example of that. I mean, nobody worries about control of key technologies by North Korean companies or control of key technologies by companies in Cuba. I mean, nobody cares. They pose a different threat, but it's not the same kind of threat that is posed by China. So once you recognize that, that is the threat. It's companies like Huawei that pose it. Now let's think about what U.S. trade policy tries to do. One of the platforms of U.S. trade policy vis-a-vis China is that China's economy is distorting, and there are many ways in which it's distorting, but let me just pick on one thing, which is support of state-owned firms, right? It's a support of that. Now you want to ask, okay, for example, one of the reasons that Trump started the tariff war was to try to force China to reduce the support of a state-owned firms. Now ask the question, suppose that the Trump tariffs had been successful in pushing the Chinese to reduce their support of state-owned firms. Of course they were not, right? But imagine that they were, okay? Does that make the China threat to the US bigger or smaller? So for that, you've got to think a little bit about Chinese economic history. That is, you've got to ask the question, well, what's happened in China over the last 40 years? And what's happened in China is the obvious thing, that the state sector has collapsed. I mean, that's just this basic fact, the basic fact. Or one of the really central episodes of Chinese history was what happened between 1998 and roughly 2004, where so this was a program that was put in place by Premier Zhu Rongji, was called in by the Chinese, grasp the large, let go of the small. And when they literally basically forced millions of Chinese state-owned firms into bankruptcy, right? And if you think about what happened, this was sort of the golden period of Chinese growth. This is when Huawei began to take off. This was when Huawei, and it's a really simple story, that basically what happened was that you had all of the resources that was being sucked up by the state-owned system. Only when you shrink the state-owned system, then you get the resources that start to be released for private sector firms. And it's only then that these companies start to be able to emerge. And when you look a little bit at so back on the case of Huawei, for a long time, the state champion of the telecommunications equipment sector was not Huawei. It was this Huawei for a long time was this obscure company in Shenzhen. The state champion was this state-owned firm called Shanghai Bell. I mean, that was the champion of the state. And if you look at the early years of Huawei, they were severely liquidity constrained. They had no access to money. And there's a really interesting thing about, if you look at the early history of Huawei, they came up with this obscure corporate structure because one of the ways in which they were trying to get access to money was to basically force their employees to lower wages, and in exchange, they would compensate them with non-transparent shares of this holding holding company.
So Changtai, can we come back to the?
I will do that. Okay, so let's just think about. So just ask the question: if they had been successful, I think the argument is that there would have been not one Huawei, but many companies like that. Now, coming to the point about Taiwan, if you think about that's also another pillar of U.S. security. What is it that we want, or the U.S. wants, or what is central to U.S. security? And I would say that it's basically a free and prosperous Taiwan, right? I mean, I think that we can all agree on that. So what does U.S. policy do? It puts in place a $52 billion CHIPS Act, which sets off basically this subsidy race. So once they do this, then the Japanese have to do the same thing. The Europeans have to do the same thing, which if the program is successful, put aside all your skepticism about the CHIPS Act and the Japanese CHIPS Act, suppose that this thing really is successful, what is it going to do? It's going to hollow out Taiwan's most important industry. It's going to, and if it hollows out Taiwan's most important industry, does that make America's security problem better or worse? And the second bit about Taiwan, and this builds a bit on Joe's point, the other pillar is a free Taiwan, and I would say that's probably right, that a pillar of being, what keeps it free is deterrence and interdependence. Now, think about what happened in the summer of 2020, when the US, after trying many times to try to stop TSMC from selling chips to Huawei, finally put in place this system of extraterritorial rules that basically forced TSMC to stop selling chips to Huawei. What does it do? If that goes on to its logical conclusion, it starts to break down the interdependence. So if you start to break down the dependence all the way, then that arguably removes one of the pillars of the deterrence strategy. So, and I would say that the way to summarize it, the way I think about it is that it fundamentally, I think, is these two strands of this new trade policy, and it's not been thought through. And I would say that the one strand is what we have talked about, which is the desire for security. But the other really big piece of it is also this nationalism and this isolationism that is also there. That is also there, and I think that it just doesn't serve the purposes of the U.S. It doesn't serve the purpose of the U.S. and we haven't even started to talk about what the economic costs are to the U.S. But that is, I think, the real damage. If I have 30 more seconds, let me just say, I think it really is an own goal by the U.S. I mean, I've seen just lots of, pieces. I happen once in a while to look at the Global Times, and they very frequently come up with pieces. They say, "Hey, Taiwan, the U.S. doesn't really care about you. They're fundamentally not in your interest," and I think that's basically right. So far, it doesn't have an effect, and so maybe another way to ask the question is, what are Taiwan's options? And the answer right now is none, because the reason that Taiwan has no option is because the other party, the Chinese, is even crazier. That is, they are even crazier than what the or if you think about, say, the policy of the South Koreans, they're embracing the U.S. because they have been really scarred by what happened from 2016 to 2018. So right now, the U.S. is being saved because the other side, I think, is just off the scale in terms of craziness. But there might be a day, 20 years in the
over 30 seconds,
when things change. All right, I'll end here.
All right. I think there are 2 points that's really interesting. I do want the whole panel to discuss about it. First is it's debatable whether Taiwan's semiconductor industry is being hollowed out. I think there are different perspectives about it. And second is, yes, fundamentally, I do think it comes down to U.S. domestic politics as well. I think a lot of observers may have not paid enough attention to that, which is foreign policy tends to be, or trade policy, or any policy is an extension of domestic policy. Ultimately, this is a democracy, so elections do matter. And so I think a lot of the, Biden administration policy, some people would argue it's an extension of, Trump administration policy is just much more refined and strategic and targeted and better implemented. And I think, I want to just throw it out there and, see if others want to respond.
If I may, I feel compelled to respond, having worked on shaping this administration's trade policy, to respond to Zhang Tai's attack, right? So I think those of you who know my background know, obviously, right, this is not being shaped by some person who has no lack of understanding about Chinese economic history, nor any understanding of how the semiconductor supply chain works, right? Having both worked on the West Coast in tech, specifically on semiconductor, and having the bulk of my research here. I think the misreading here is that the objective is to get China to change off of its subsidies policies. If you read both Ambassador Lighthizer new book and you look at what Ambassador Tai is saying, I think the change that's happened is there's a realization that rather than this interdependence changing China's economic tactics or using WTO cases or using carrots of new trade treaties such as the CPTPP to change China's tactics here, the fact of the matter is China's economic policy is driven by China's own domestic interests. That has always been the case. And those domestic interests, given that's currently aligned, means, and especially given China's desire for technology autarky,
that there is not going to be a shift of that types of subsidies and policies. So if that's not the case, how do other countries need to restructure their supply chains? And what types of trade tools are required to do that? And if you look at from that success metric, I think these policies have been, at least early on, shaping responses. Whether that's successful or not, it's too early to say. Second point, right? I think Wenqi, you made it for me. I think it undercounts and in some ways trivializes the ingenuity of the Taiwanese, a hollowing out perspective. I think it's possible for Taiwan to remain an innovation hub, an R&D leader, and also to have diversified manufacturing supply chains. And so we've seen this in other instances, but the risk here is that that diversification is increasingly concentrated on the mainland to Taiwan's own detriment. The reason that's the case is because of market failures elsewhere that have not provided the types of subsidies compared to and demand-driven policies, rightly so, as Willie pointed out this morning. And so it's a question of how does the rest of the world respond with a set of policies so that Taiwan itself can de-risk by moving its own supply chains off of the mainland and addressing a whole series of market failures in a coordinated fashion amongst like-minded democratic countries that support Taiwan. So in that sense too, I think this is a misreading of those trade policies. And there, if you look at it, the number of alternative tools that's today is much greater. And lastly, I'll just note on Taiwan trade policy perspective, I'm especially proud of the fact that we have moved in this administration to enacting the 21st Century Partnership, which I believe is the most aggressive effort of any administration in the last 20 years to advance Taiwan's both freedom and prosperity. So I'll just stop there. I am speaking in my own personal academic capacity today, but I felt like this was a frontal attack on what we've been doing in this administration, and I just needed to correct the record there.
I similar to Mark, will try to defend a bit, but let me ask this question of whether our policy is really hollowing out Taiwan's semiconductor, or particularly TSMC's capacities. If all the things you saw on those slides at lunch are wildly successful, the U.S. will go from what was once 13% producing its own semiconductors to maybe 25%, if they're lucky. And will we still be dependent on TSMC? Yes, if I were Morris Chang playing this game, I would say, I'm going to give the Americans the next to the best. If I'm working on meters, I'll give the 3 nanometers.
Which is what they're doing.
Well, I know that's why I'm giving you this example. On the other hand, I would also say that while I will follow this surfing metaphor of always realizing it's about time, and I'm going to stay a little bit further on the curl of the wave than anyone else, but I also need to remember that I need the Americans to think that they need me. And so I have to make sure that I don't stiff the Americans. If they say, build something in Arizona, and I say, no way, well, that's going to cost me something in this larger geopolitical sense. So what do? I do what TSMC is doing now. I give the Americans some things near the cutting edge of the highest level of chips, and I give them something where they'll have jobs and political responses that are positive in domestic politics, and that's the optimal position for Taiwan and for TSMC. So I don't think it's necessarily a foolish strategy. I think the Taiwan has been playing its cards pretty well.
Can I just say something? So let me just say that I think I agree with the two of you that there is not likely to be a hollowing out of Taiwan's semiconductor industry. But for the following reason, for the reason because I don't think my best guess is that the CHIPS Act ultimately is not going to work. That if the CHIPS Act does not work, what I think is what is going to be the most likely scenario. And I'll point to the example of a TSMC in people here know, important or something like that, which TSMC built up 20 years ago. That I'm sure that people in the room goes, and it never expanded capacity. They never expanded capacity because it was just 60, 70% more expensive. So the basic point is that what do I think is likely to happen to TSMC Phoenix? That you put in place subsidies, you give me free cash, I'll take it. Right? I mean, that's the whole thing about cash. You give me free cash, I will take it. So TSMC is going to take the cash. But ultimately, I think when I listen to Ronnie talk, that's not really what his goal is. The goal is not to have a semiconductor industry that's only viable with $52 billion in subsidies. I think what he ultimately wants, and I think what U.S. policymakers ultimately want, is a self-sustaining semiconductor industry in the U.S. that no longer depends on American subsidies. I mean, no longer. And if that ultimately is successful, I want to say that I don't think it's going to be that is going to happen. But if that were to happen, then I think there's a real chance that would hollow out the Taiwan semiconductor industry.
Just to defend the administration a little bit more, I read those charts, as I said, if they're wildly successful, they're not going to solve this basic problem, and they're not going to hollow out TSMC. If they're wildly successful, you may have a couple of overpriced fabs, maybe in New York, maybe in Arizona, maybe in Ohio, if Intel builds there. But the key thing is the backward linkages. All those people that are going to be subsidized or encouraged to go to community college and computer science, all the support industries, so that you essentially have the development of a much larger support structure. So if you just measure the success of this by the fabs, and whether the fabs are cutting edge are going to be beyond TSMC or are going to be slightly behind, if they've had these backward linkages, it may well be worth the investment.
I'll add one other point here, right? I mean, subsidies just change the cost equation a little bit. But at the end of the day, this industry is not one that's affected by cost. It's about strategic decision making. And so we've talked a lot today about TSMC, but remember the first fab ITRI funded was UMC, right? And if we look at why has UMC stumbled while TSMC has not, it's not a cost equation, right? All of you are experts in this industry to know that's the case here, right? And so what we're talking about is truly de-risking in the event of a conflict in the region, that there are multiple supply chains that would be able to keep production moving, so that what we saw as a preview in the automotive industry is not what we're looking at with regards to key military equipment components in the event of a conflict. That's what I think these other investments are, right? And whether or not Taiwan hollows out, TSMC stays ahead or not, is going to turn out decisions made in Hsinchu on technology. And I think that's always been true in this sector. It's not going to turn on cost, particularly not $50 billion.
Yeah, and I do want to bring it back to our, focus today, which is really about geopolitics, right? So I think the CHIPS Act, obviously is a security issue, but fundamentally, I kind of, I think Changtai actually, in some way asked a good question, right? Like what in the end is America, trying to do? I think at the heart of it is just competition with China for leadership. China does present a different worldview, a different system, and different values. And so, fundamentally, I do think the U.S. is competing to continue to have that dominance and that leadership in the current liberal sort of order. So that may be driving a big part of, whether it's chips, whether it's, other issues. It is in a competition with the Chinese system. And if you look at sort of Chips 4 Alliance and all these other acts, the U.S. is trying to bring allies together. you are seeing these two blocks, at least, that is, again, US plus allies, whether it's militarily, economically, or politically, trying to sort of bond and force that bond even further compared to the last maybe 20 years or 30 years, to make sure that, you know, the values and the current world order is preserved, right? So I think, you know, I want to come back to sort of the geopolitical issue.
Yeah, so can I just say two things? One is just a quick response about de-risking. I guess it looks to me like it's a really backwards way. If that's the goal, it's a really backwards way to de-risk. If you really want to de-risk, and then defend Taiwan. That's the most effective way to de-risk. And
It is not just about Taiwan.
yes, let me finish. I think my sense is that the fundamental problem with U.S. trade and industrial policy is that they're not very clear what is it that they're trying to do. That they have too many goals. They want to have, you know, protect American workers, protect jobs, bring back certain industries, deal with these linkages, de-risk the supply chain, deal with the security challenge of China. So it's a typical problem that you have one tool and you have 10, and you have one tool and you have 10 goals. And you have these different parties that are, you know, you have, you know, the people at the USTR with one particular goal in mind, people at the Commerce Department with another goal in mind, the Department of Defense with another goal in mind. It's all, so I guess that there's no coherence.
Please.
I agree, but notice the fact, if I go back to the roots of what are our interests, China and the U.S. don't present existential threats to each other the way Stalin's Soviet Union did or Hitler's Germany. We're too big for China to invade or change, and vice versa. So what we want to do is avoid 1914. If we got into a stumble, as the example I gave earlier, then we and China could be existential threats to each other. So one objective that we have is to avoid war. Don't sleepwalk or stumble into something which makes this an existential threat. On the other hand, simultaneously, we have an objective of competing effectively with China for influence and power and preserving a type of international order that we find is suitable or better for our purposes. And a third possibility, or third objective we have, is to cooperate with China when it's possible. So I mentioned earlier, ecological interdependence doesn't obey the laws of politics, it obeys the laws of physics and biology. And therefore, you have to work with China on some of these aspects. So that gives you three quite different objectives: total caution, utmost competition, and cooperation. You'd say those are contradictory, and they are. And a successful strategy is one that allows you to resolve contradictions and to manage them or to balance them. Let me give you an example. I was having an argument with a friend of mine who's a very distinguished realist and American political scientist, who was head of the president of the association, a very distinguished person. And we were talking about Taiwan. He said, really, we don't have that much interest in Taiwan. And if you take the first objective that you laid out, avoiding 1914, we should do a deal with China and say, you can have Taiwan, but you accept that we will be in the Western Pacific, in Japan and elsewhere. And that would be the way to reconcile this. And I said to him, yeah, but that ignores the value proposition, because that's another area we'd say that we care about the values that Taiwan represents. So if you try to oversimplify these and say, I'm going to have a coherent policy for just one of these, that could lead you to say Taiwan's not worth the price or the risk. I strongly disagree with that. I think this is why I was suggesting, I think you can develop a strategy in which you can continue to kick the can down the road and manage to have a free and de facto independent Taiwan, never de jure, and at the same time have a cooperation with China, and at the same time avoid Beijing's use of force. That should be our objective. That's hard. And if you don't think of it as a balancing act, if you just say, I want a coherent strategy, as some people are now saying, enough of strategic ambiguity, let's have a clear goal of defending Taiwan. Well, you got to think of what's that do to China and the probabilities of something going wrong on the 1914 model. So I think the search for pure coherence is less important geopolitically than the search for balance of contradictory objectives.
So I want to invite the audience to pose questions. Jason first, and then this gentleman here.
Thank you so much for being here, Jason Shu, Harvard Kennedy School. My first question is to Dr. Wu. Founder of TSMC, Morris Chang, said that globalization is dead. He believed that the globalization will be probably less effective in the sort of a liberal trade framework you laid out. I wanted to know your thoughts on, so he also commented that the US's industrial policy for onshoring chips will make chips more expensive and less accessible and less available because of the cost increase as well as the competition. So I wonder, in terms of the trade design, what are the elements in this aspect have been thought through or covered? And the other question is to Dr. Nai, and both maybe Dr. Xie can also comment on this. So in July in Taipei, we held a Taiwan blockade tabletop exercise, and the energy dependency for semiconductor was identified as the most critical vulnerability. And there's really no way out on this because Taiwan depends on 90% import of natural liquid gas. So in this area of deficiency, how would you advise Taiwan, or how should US think about bolstering our energy robust preparation? That's one thing. And secondly, for deterrent strategy to work, you need both carrot and sticks. And it seems to me that the carrot, the stick is very, very strong. The threat level is high on all three sides. But the carrot, or the so-called credible insurance, is low on both Taiwan and China. In other words, US thinks China would invade Taiwan, and China thinks US is similarly supporting Taiwan's sovereignty. And China also fears that Taiwan will pursue and de jure independence. So how will we then ensure the credible insurance is also implemented amidst the geopolitical uncertainty? Thank you.
I'll start with the first question. Oh, sorry, you want to take this? Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll just add one question to it, and then what? My question is, what is really?
Identify yourself.
Sorry, TJ Chen. I'm from Tsinghua University. My question is really what the U.S. government see the semiconductor policy as a part of the sort of neutral policy or national security policy or whatever. What is this really defined? Is, for example, if we take the Arizona plan, right? It could be interpreted as just a contingency measure for the possibility of a war on the Taiwan Strait. So maybe that could be understood in that way. And that if that is the case, there will be no problem of hollowing out, right? But then you look at the policy that TSMC is now sort of deny to do business with Huawei. That's a very different policy, right? That is a policy was meant to maybe slow down the Chinese progress in the semiconductor industry, or it could be a policy to prevent the sort of advanced chip to be used for military purposes. All this confusion is really coming from why this semiconductor must be a part of the U.S. security policy. I think that if any one of the panelists can kind of enlighten us to that fundamental question, it would be useful.
Thank you. Megan O'Sullivan from the Kennedy School. I think this is probably for Joe and Mark, and it's returning to the concept of the small yard and the high fence, which I think conceptually sounds right. It makes sense. We all understand it. But I wanted to get your thoughts on, is it actually workable for something that is so dynamic like technology? And if it's not workable, will it constantly have the downside of deterring investment and engagement in trade in sectors that would potentially fall inside the small yard high fence but are not there yet? I mean, is it really possible to define something that way without it bleeding into a huge buffer zone that would effectively amount to a large yard and who knows what height fence?
Mark, you want to
So
respond to?
I'll start with, I think, Jason's first question. So on Morsang's comment, I think the costs, read on costs is correct, and they were very much reflected in my earlier comments, right? In terms of, so I think there is a cost here, and there's an innovation cost, which is what he's getting at there. I think the comment about globalization being dead, I don't think globalization is dead. But I think the nature of globalization is changing, and globalization is still very much alive. But the values and the shared security interest part is reaffecting the way we think about globalization rather than simply efficiency costs. And there's hedging to be had all around, including in other countries hedging about the United States and our own political shifts and our commitment over the course of time. So I think there's all of that is at play here. The second set of questions on small yard, high fence, and what's the end goal here. I think it's dynamic, and that's why I like so much Joe's analogy of the surfer. You're never going to block everything out, and I don't think there's an intent to do so, right? You can always employ licenses here. So there are holes, but it's a sort of a panopticon effect to at least keep an eye out on what's going in, what's going out, so you can shift that strategy. And things are going to leak through, but it's about staying ahead of the curve as opposed to, or ahead of the wave, to use the analogy correctly, and then readapting your, I mean, I'm a horrible surfer, so I'm not the right person to say how to do so, but those who are successful, right, the strategy that you use towards one wave versus another is very different as you think about that. And everyone did what I did. Yes, certainly you'd stumble and the walls would come crumbling down.
Anyone? You want to respond?
Oh, yeah, I guess I'm on this side now. Take Megan's question first. If you think of a policy such as we have now of not permitting any export of any technology to, let's say, of a particular type, we do it for security reason. But we have to realize at the same time that the effect of a policy like that is to provide the equivalent of an infant industry tariff. So many developing countries say, I'm going to shut out these foreigners, even though it's economically inefficient, because I want for my security to build up a capacity at home. So what we've done with our policy is delayed Huawei, let's say for 5, maybe 10 years, and we subsidize SMIC. And so essentially, SMIC is now getting an incentive to put efforts into producing a technology at the level they weren't quite ready for. Now we can try to reinforce this by telling the Dutch don't transfer lithography, and working with allies can determine that question of how much time you really have. But you have to be realistic that when you put on a boycott or an export embargo, you are basically creating an infant industry tariff. And the Chinese, and SMIC in particular, has the capacity to respond to it. The only question is how long and how much are we buying in terms of time, and then how effectively do we use that time? Does this discourage trade and investment? No, it just distorts it. It doesn't discourage it. People are going to continue their activities. Doesn't end globalization. It just twists this into a slightly different shape. And on the small yard, I had mentioned that I worried about the yard becoming larger because of protectionist forces within the United States. If I'm making solar panels in the US and I notice that the Chinese can greatly undercut me by state-owned subsidies to solar panel makers, and I say, I want in the yard too, alongside semiconductors, people say, no, that doesn't affect the latest military technology. And I say, oh, but it affects the whole question of our energy future. So I want in the yard too, keep the solar panels out. That's a purely protectionist argument. But we are often vulnerable to protectionist arguments like that. So that's where I worry about the Jake Sullivan's yard may grow, whether he intends it or not. I'll leave the larger Taiwan question, because I essentially have spoken about that already.
Can I just add one thing on? I should have said. I mean, I realize I may have come across too negative about U.S. industrial about U.S. trade industrial policy. The one policy that I think has been remarkably successful and remarkably targeted has been U.S. export controls, where the goal is explicitly to try to prevent China or Chinese companies from getting access to certain technology. So that's an example of, there's a very clear focus. And it's, I'll come back and I agree with what Joe said, that is, you don't need a complete blockade. You just need a lot of speed bumps. I mean, as long as you, and I mean, that's the one thing, like from what I can tell, the rules that were rolled out in October 2022, I think it was October 22, I think it is probably the most effective thing that the U.S. has done, assuming that the goal is to try to prevent China from getting access to these technology. It was not sold on the ground of jobs. It was not sold on the ground of reviving blue-collar workers. It was a very clear goal, and it's remarkably, I think so far, it's been remarkably effective.
Okay. You want to talk about the energy? Can I just also ask a follow-up question? Whether it's feasible, possible to be so targeted? Let's say export controls, what we're seeing so far is that the administration is very clear about just the high tech, and even CFIUS and our outbound CFIUS is same way, right? They basically targeting certain areas. And the question is, will these targets actually be able to be so clear cut? I'm not sure if I'm asking this question in the right way. Will there be ripple effects? And, so that it's affecting other areas that aren't intended to actually be the targets. So I would love to hear if there are experts out there who can, because sometimes people make policies, but there are unintended consequences. And then second, in terms of what Mark was saying about globalization is changing I just want to remind everyone that, U.S.-China trade reached all-time high actually last year. So despite, the tariffs and all these other things, but the goods continue to come to the U.S., go to China, etc. Actually reached all-time high. But it is targeted sectors that are being affected, and we're likely to see. We don't know if that's going again to have ripple effects and affecting other parts of the bilateral trade or not. But that's a good question for us to ponder. And then last, I just wanted to talk about respond to what Joe was saying about, is China an existential threat or not? If I recall, Bill Burns actually said, CIA head actually did say China is our existential threat. And he would, in the context of sort of, while we're sort of involved in the war between Russia and Ukraine, but ultimately China is the so I think that is, again, fundamentally the debate in Washington, D.C. today. How do we really see China? The competitor, a threat, enemy, borderline?
I'd like to add a question, and this is a question for the audience, for the audience. So that the reason we're here, presumably because we want to talk about Taiwan. So I want to ask them also, what does Taiwan do? So we want to ask that quick question to the audience as well.
Let me ask, let me deal with your question about existential threat and then come to the defense of Taiwan. On and by definition, an existential threat means the threat to your existence. Hitler and Nazi Germany wanted to change our system in the long run. Stalin had communist parties throughout our different countries because he wanted to change us. So a threat to our existence as a free, independent democracy, yes, they were. I don't think China's in that game. How many people are marching through the American streets in defense of Xi Jinping thought with Chinese characteristics? Or do you expect there will be? Pretty close to zero. And so I think, to my mind, something that would threaten our existence would be if we were to fail to manage this balancing act and to get in a war. Imagine that we did have a war over Taiwan. The effects on the American economy, the Chinese economy, and the world economy would be enormous, even if it didn't go nuclear. The Rand Corporation did a study on this in which it said that in such a war, a non-nuclear war over Taiwan, the Americans would win, but it might cost as much as 25% of GDP. That comes close to what I call an existential threat. But I mean, frankly, the mood in Washington now is this bipartisan consensus on demonizing China. And in that sense, the argument is China wants to take over the world. They want to destroy the liberal international order. They want to expel us from our alliances and forward positions in East Asia. That's a threat to our existence. I don't buy that, but who do? But very quickly to come back to the defense of Taiwan, if I were Xi Jinping, I would not try to invade Taiwan, amphibious invasion. I would lose, and I might lose my job if I did. I would try to squeeze Taiwan, and recognizing that Taiwan is dependent on energy imports, I would create a naval blockade in which I would say every 20th ship or every 5th ship, I will stop and inspect as possibly contraband.
Don't want to give them too much advice.
No. But my advice to the Americans, if that happens, I would have a U.S. ship escort commercial ships that are going into Taiwan. In other words, that would, to me, be a line that we had to say, okay, we're not going to fall for that. But in addition to that, you can increase the stockpiles of energy. You have to put them in ways, in places that are relatively invulnerable. A lot of oil tanks sitting near the coast will be taken out by PLA immediately. But if you have deep underground storage in Taiwan, that gives you more resilience. And the same thing goes with defense. What you need is not more F-16s. What you need is more Harpoon missiles, which can be hidden in caves so that after a preemptive first strike, you then wheel them out and use them against Chinese ships. So there's a lot to be done for the defense of Taiwan. But what we shouldn't do is announce frontally that we're going to defend Taiwan no matter what, and thereby stick our finger in Xi Jinping's eye and precipitate something that would become an existential threat. What I'm saying is quietly help Taiwan to defend itself and become more resilient, but don't get in this game of demonizing China or treating China as an existential threat unless we contribute to it.
Any last words from our other panelists before we wrap up? Well, thank you, everyone. I think this discussion has been rather broad because the intricacies of Taiwan semiconductors and U.S.-China relationship is so complex. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you, Ash Center, Rajwala Foundation for organizing this panel.
Okay, we'll do a 15-minute break and meet at 3:30.
Well, it is, but I think you kept a certain amount of focus. Hi, Joe Nye.
She's my moderator. I just like this panel with Chad Friedman, Roy.
That's right. So at least that was
all three of us. If they're doing something stupid or stumble into, let them keep doing something stupid. Why are you forcing them to stop doing their stupid?
Well, thank you. Well, there are some.
Yeah, I can't be here. Okay, but like he's very genuine.
Of course. No, of course. No, that's what I said. That it's
like it's more like a filtering exercise. But
I wrote one on China.
The stupid thing. So then you demand that end the stupid things, and you know that by making this public demand, politically they can't do it. So this way you guarantee that they keep on doing this stupid thing. Now, the question isn't whether yes.
Oh, this is Joe's card.
Yeah. So so the question is whether we really are that Machiavellian.
Okay. I mean, this sounds silly, but I have right now on my screen interview requests from
Too many.
I have two Chinese interview requests, a Korean interview request, and I was on the screen last night with Taipei.
Yeah.
So we'll do it, but we gotta space it out.
No
Yeah.
worries. No worries. I'll follow.
Good.
But thank you. Thank you.
But I in my book I write about the Wudo Jinhua, you know.
Hello.
Shanghai. Anyway, you got it so right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very good. And what are you working on?
Build the pyramid for our own research program. Is I like.
Yeah. out of the way for the we'll
Meaning
talk.
really can fund a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I, and friends in the U.S. government who say, well, we're, hard to deal with, but it depends on what level. And then when it gets into the details, that's why I also.
So, lovely to see you. I'm in person.
I know.
You're such a good moderator.
Well, so after the final.
Yeah, forced to do it, obviously. In the research, those two big things. That's. Because I'm doing a lot out there, but I'm increasingly going to be here, so I can run at least the. Right, in the sense of like, not that we're the same, but just like I'm a broad, but also have some depth in certain things.
Yeah.
He seems broad in the sense that he's an executor, not actually a subject. As so that's interesting that you chose him. I was just saying, yes, right.
So like
What I wrote about and how the Shanghai Dallas, the big
I'm also part of the other school. Yeah, it's just like I took the. Yeah. Yeah, I like went into that like very partially due to some other courses. But yeah, and here I
Oh, hi. Hi. Nice to. I give you my card. I'm very gentle. I think they will because
Three spots. Three spots.
So correct. And I feel the whole thing is incoherent. And I've been talking to these church people, and they've got a story to tell, but it's just pulling in all directions.
Yeah. So how many? So he'll be actually 40. Capacity with a different in here, horseshoe type of a thing. To have a discussion about it. So I think it'll.
That's I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, good. Yeah, I could not. Fair enough.
Well, of course. I'll be very happy when are we done?
Done.
Thank you. Absolutely. It was. It was. Yeah. No. I thought Joe sounded just like I was on the panel with State Roy, Chad Free, three of us. He said all the same. Because 19. I don't remember 19. About technology.
The same field.
I mean, definitely. Yeah. I think it's getting worse. Right? And a lot of different strands building policies. So I know that. But that's why.
In this institute,
You're not
this whole.
recording. No.
So Madonna style. I'm feeling
Hi. Hi, Chen Kai-shek. Nice to meet you. Yes, hi. Yes. Okay. Hey. I'm looking for somebody to come to my class and
All right, everybody, we're going to get started. So if you can take your seats.
conditioning. To that.
So there's a very high pressure on the final panel here as we're pulling it all together. We've moved, as most of you saw, from questions of optimism from the perspective of the federal government to some realism from the perspective of some of the academics and ingrained skepticism that we all are trained to do in terms of asking questions. And now what we're going to do is integrate multiple threads that we've heard throughout the day into our final panel. And what I'll do again, as usual, I think you're now trained, so you expect what I'm going to do. I'm just going to introduce Professor Xie as a chair, and then he will then in turn introduce the panelists. We're quite lucky to have Professor Xie here, not only because he's a nice firebrand. I thought that was excellent. He did a good job with that panel, fueling some of the discussion, which was great. I had multiple people come up to me after saying, well, that was one of the more interactive panels I've seen in a long time. So thank you. I think that was excellent. But more importantly, he is a highly respected, as most of you know, highly respected economist. He is the Phyllis and Irwin Winklereed Distinguished Service Professor of Economics, and also the PCL Faculty Scholar at Chicago Booth. He's, of course, widely published, served in many different positions. His research is really on growth and development, but he's also been a visiting scholar at the Fed in San Francisco, New York, Minneapolis, done a lot with the World Bank, and is a research associate with NBER. What I find most interesting, he's also been a recipient of the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation Research Fellowship, and he's a member of Academia Sinica. He's also won the Sun Yat-sen Prize twice, which is very impressive. We have a lot of friends who've won it maybe once, but twice is something. So what I like about what Changtai does is he brings both an economist's zeal for metrics and frameworks, but also, at least from my perspective, also brings an appreciation for place, meaning regions, and political institutions in Asia and Latin America. So when you do those two things, you can then really be an applied economist, which is a lot of really the value he brings to us. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Changtai. Thank you again for coming, and it's in your capable hands.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm gonna, normally when I chair panels, I will try really hard to keep my own views out.
This is the key is, yeah.
All right, so I try really hard to keep my own views out of the discussion. But I guess now it's hard because you all know my views. But I'll try my best to keep my own views. And the way I thought what I told them, the way I would try to run it, is that I'm gonna try to run it like a conversation between friends over lunch. So I sent them some questions to think about, but we're going to try to keep an open dialogue. So that's why I'm going to try to run it. So it can go in all directions. So just briefly about the speakers. Fiona is a professor at MIT Stone, and my understanding is that she specializes in like how do R&D systems work. Tianji is somebody who has straddled both the academic world and also the world of government. He's been a minister in Taiwan twice for both KMT and DPP administrations. So he's well versed in sort of like so. I thought the way that we would try to focus this is to focus the discussion about industrial policy, focusing on semiconductors in the US and focusing on industrial policy on semiconductors in Taiwan. And I want to try to bring out some of the details of what industrial policy in Taiwan has been, because there clearly has been in industrial policy, so that we can stop talking about in the abstract. We can stop talking about a dream world. That let's talk about the realities of how it happens. So the way I thought I would try to start the discussion is, and we touched on this, and this is for any one of you, right? On what exactly is the U.S. trying to do in terms of semiconductors, right? And there's been like lots of like if for those of you who were here over lunch, it seems to be a whole battery of things. It's to make sure that car companies never see shortages again. It's about making sure that the I mean, if you know a little bit about the history, it was basically the dumb decisions by the car companies that led to these shortages. To remedy the decision by Intel to refuse to produce chips for Apple, which opened the doors for TSMC to gain dominance? Is it about trying to protect the U.S. in the event of a war with Taiwan, or what exactly is the goal, right? Or is it about blue collar jobs? So any one of you.
Well, first, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And I will say, and I apologize that I wasn't able to be here before. I was actually teaching down the river at MIT this afternoon. And so I think actually you have accomplished your goal of having this dialogue with at least one of us being entirely unaware of the precise details of what you have just said. So that may make for, violent random agreement, or it may make for exciting disagreement. So I actually don't know what's gonna come out of this. I'm really pleased to be here, and just want to say that sort of a lot of my own work, right, has been on the sort of notion of technology sovereignty, the kinds of ways in which different countries have thought about the kinds of science and technology that they want to have. And I've worked particularly with what I would call some of the smaller nations, who at some level I see as sort of somewhat stuck in the great power competition between the United States and the PRC. And of course, as you might be able to guess, the country I've worked with most closely on this is the United Kingdom. I've served on the Prime Minister's Council for Science and Technology for over a decade, and Prime Minister, plural. In the UK, we have this council. We give advice to the Prime Minister, whoever he or she may be, and whether they want that advice or not, we continue to give that advice. And a lot of the advice in the UK, in Denmark, Singapore, Israel, and I would add Taiwan to that, I think often has to do with how these smaller countries who cannot be good at everything respond in the light of the sort of shifts in competition that are really happening. When I think about that and think about working with many regions worldwide, and then try and sort of ask the question, what is the US trying to accomplish? I try to answer that question as somebody who spends more time trying to cross the Atlantic than somebody who goes down to Washington. I understand with Ronnie's travel issues that it's perhaps easier to get to London than it is to get to Washington, DC. What can I say? When I read into this, I think there are many things one could believe the US is trying to do. I would actually say at the end of the day, I think it is about sovereignty, which is about destiny and the ability to control their own destiny and to make strategic choices and not to be at risk from a very specific dependency. And I think the dependency means, are we going to be at risk for some sort of adversarial action? And so regardless of whether or not some of this, I think, ends up being about jobs and talent and investments and kind of writing some of the strategic decisions of corporations in the past, I think perhaps the most deep-seated foundation and the reason this is happening today is definitely because of, I think, a shift in people's beliefs about what might happen and thus about a supply shock to the military. And I do think that that is at least how you bring a consensus about why action might be needed. Although I do think that that consensus then allows you to wrap in a whole bunch of other things, some of which I think are aligned with that goal, and others just seem to be just useful things that the US wants to do, that maybe a rather random grab bag of activities, including insisting that fabs have childcare centers or regional policy, so putting projects in certain places in the country, which I do think are secondary. I do think the fundamental reason is one of ability to control destiny in the face of adversarial action. But I absolutely think that it has become a grab bag for a bunch of other things that people might otherwise not find political consensus to do.
PNG, you may not exactly know what the US is up to, but
I don't, yeah.
But how are people in Taiwan thinking about it?
Yeah, I think we Taiwan, we do a lot of industrial policy. And we think we are entitled to do it because we are small. and we are developing country. We want to catch up. So we thought it's only legitimate for a small developing country to have industrial policy. And our policy is always very clear that we want a particular industry to be there in Taiwan. So therefore, we do something to make that happen. And we've been successful in some area, of course, fail in others. But this semiconductor policy, so-called the new generation industrial policy or modern industrial policy, as Rooney just alluded to in a speech, adopted by United States and to some extent Japan. Our friend there, Nishikawa-san, is really making a tremendous industrial policy of modern time as well. In Germany, it's really out of my comprehension. This is really something new we need to understand. And it's also not very clear what they really want. I mean, the aim, as I've been asking this question throughout the conference, what is the end goal of that? And Rooney, for example, in lunch speech, he has clearly listed, right, a few items that to be targeted. To me, that's just alarming. That's first, it's very difficult to achieve that because that will mean a fundamental change of the current landscape of the global semiconductor industry. And it's going to take a lot of resources to make that happen as well. Not only, as we already discussed, not only money, but also talent. And that's going to involve the change of the education system to train not PhDs or specialists, people are good at innovation, as the American university are very good at doing. Now you're talking about beginning training technicians using the vocational school, professional school, community college, which is something we think only developing countries are doing. Like Taiwan, when our company went to invest in Southeast Asia, or in early days when we invest in China, our company always complained that we are short of technicians, skilled worker, I mean. And so you should have some vocational school at a high school level, and to a lesser extent at the college level, 2-year special college for training a particular technique. And I was amazed when this Arizona project now being implemented, and the local newspaper was talking about establishing some kind of institution to train these short-term skilled workers. I was very confused. I thought this is not the advantage of the United States. The TSMC should come here and recruit PhDs from Harvard and MIT to do the kind of work that we couldn't do in Hsinchu, because as Bernardine has just mentioned this morning, we've been short of PhD. Because for the last 30 years, because of the very rapid development of the semiconductor industry, most college students are engineering level students. They are now required to go to a master degree program 2 years. And the return to that is tremendous. The 2 years additional education above the college level, they are tremendous rewarding. And therefore, there are many people are rushing to that sort of career path. Even for the people who are not specialized in, they are not major in science and technology. They will try somehow to get into these master programs because the demand there is tremendous. And then once you graduate, you just go to work for TSMC and some other semiconductor industries, and it's so rewarding. So in about 2 or 3 years' time, these students will come back to tell their professors, my salary now is higher than yours. So
Is that really the case? Is it really the case?
it's really now, I give you a number, our professors pay maybe 30,000, right? Beginning salary for green PhD to begin with. And that's pretty much what a master graduate student will be paid in our
Neither of us are moving in a hurry, are we?
Or what?
I said neither of us are clearly moving in a hurry to take an academic job in Taiwan in that case.
So you can imagine why we don't have PhD now, because people don't want to study it. And the reward of that is pretty much negative. So therefore, we need PhDs because all these companies are telling us, we need PhDs, otherwise this business cannot continue. This technology continue to improve, and you have to look into the future and be prepared for that. So they know, not only faculties, they need PhD at the corporate level. And so therefore, I really think that, when they come to Arizona, maybe there are more PhDs available. But it turned out to be not the case. So that's why I was really confused, whether the company is going in the right direction or just going to the wrong direction.
Can I just follow up? Why is it so hard for Taiwanese companies to recruit from the Berkeley PhD program or UCLA or MIT
I think they are getting some, but probably Bern can answer that question better. But I think the reason because what we are doing in Taiwan is manufacturing. It's a very hard work manufacturing, and a PhD, of course, it could be in the R&D department. Even if you work for the R&D department of TSMC, it will be you are supposed to develop process technology, right? And that's something that related to kind of operational kind of technology. It's very demanding on hardware and could be boring as well, as I mentioned. So maybe some PhD, they don't want to do that. They want to do something more innovative, So.
I mean, I would just add that I think the choice set, both for our undergraduates, especially for our PhD students nowadays, it used to be, I think, that we would assume many of them would go into academia. For those that didn't, their career path would be to go into the R&D departments of very large global organizations. That increasingly entrepreneurship and joining very early stage ventures that are increasingly well capitalized has become extremely appealing. And that path, I think, was started and opened up by those in computer science and software, but with the increasing amounts of risk capital and particularly slightly more patient venture capital going into some hardware, various sorts of semiconductors, photonics, and so on, you begin to see this alternative path. That's not always well paid on day one, but the potential upside and the autonomy and the excitement, I think, is very, very high. And so we definitely have seen a shift in where our PhD students are going. And they're making some really different decisions, I think. And we are also educating them accordingly with that in mind.
Just switch here. So let's get into the nitty-gritty details of industrial policy. So we can't really talk about the US because it really hasn't, it's only in the beginning stages. Sorry, so I'm just saying, we can't really talk about it yet in the US because it's really just the beginning of the process. So, but let's talk about Taiwan. And then the specific question is, one of the arguments that I hear a lot, Ronnie did not say it, but I've heard it in lots of other places, that we've got to subsidize our semiconductor industry because all the other countries in the world do it. That's what we got to do. So tell us about the origin of TSMC. Tell us about, and it's great that the audience that we have here, tell us about sort of the role of the Industrial Technology Research Institute. And lots of people talk about Morris and how he was central, but really it was this body called the Gongyeyan, the Industrial Technology Research Institute, that was central, and then it's not. And then I'm going to invite Xin Tai, who was central in that process, who was there for 20, 25 years, that basically oversaw this. So just tell us about that. Tell us about that institution. Tell us about the organizational design. So tell us how that worked. Because I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, this is our question that I knew before the panel. So I have some number that written down for that. I think it's all began in 1976, right? Mr. Chi is really when he was something like 30 years old, and he participated in that that program. And we begin with the government of Taiwan begin to think we should have a semiconductor industry. And that time you're talking about 7-micron kind of process with a few hundred transistor in one chip. Today you are hundreds, billions more than transistor now. So what they do, this is not you could call that an industrial policy, but it actually is a technology policy, I think. The government decided to import technology from RCA, paying for it, and they send a team of something like 40 people, Mr. Xi included, to go to RCA to be trained for 6 to 1 year. They brought the technology back to Taiwan, and they built the first kind of experimental fabrication line in Hsinchu. And that's the beginning of Taiwan's semiconductor industry. And that fabrication line, and with the technology transfer from RCA, was then converted into the first semiconductor company in Taiwan called United Microelectronics. This project cost how much money? 12 US dollars at that time, 1976 all the way to 1981. And then following that, we do a project called VLSI project, which is very similar to, the name is all the same to the American VLSI project and the Japanese VLSI project beginning in 1976. But Taiwan did that in 1984. And that was to, again, not imported technology, but kind of self-develop a new generation of process technologies at the 2.5 micron level. And this was then later converted into TSMC. So that TSMC was again established from a government-sponsored research project with the technology and equipment that been bought for that experiment purposes, become a new company. And that's 1987. This project cost 55 million US dollars. And then following that, there was a third project beginning in 1990, again, a 5-year project to do something called submicrons. So that the technology is already dropping down below 1 micron. And that project cost about 250 million US dollars. And this research line was later converted into a DRAM company, a memory company. But that was a failure. This company only sort of survived for 5 years and was closed in 1999, just when the memory price was falling down. The company couldn't sustain. So the lesson I think Taiwan learned is this policy can work, but this can fail also. The third project was, when we look back at this history, we'll consider this project as unnecessary because the government initiated this project and created a company. The company did not survive the competition. But in the meantime, there are private companies who invested by themselves, use their own money, and of course, most of them did not survive either. But a few of them did sort of continue operation until today. Yeah. So and after that, after 1994, the semiconductor industry is pretty much standing alone. We did not have any significant policy intervention after that. And so our understanding is this is only, as I say, a small developing country seems to be entitled to do some kind of industrial policy in the beginning, just to create a new industry from zero, right? And after that, they should be allowed to operate in the market without any intervention from the government. For example, TSMC was created by government money. Government contribute 48% of the share to the company, so it's literally a state-owned company. But the government has never given the company any additional cent after the first injection of capital. The company is required to stand on its own foot after that. And of course, they have to go public to raise money in order to continue to invest. And therefore, the government share was sort of dropping over time. And today, the government still own about 6% of TSMC's share. But in the beginning, it was 48%. So that's the way kind of Taiwan, if you like, kind of incubate our semiconductor industry. So it was always a one-shot injection. So when we sort of, reflect that experience on today's situation, you look at TSMC's project in Arizona, you're kind of worried because you have to sort of assume this one-shot subsidy from the U.S. government is going to sustain the corporation, right? Instead of, I can't imagine that 4 or 5 years later, TSMC came back to the U.S. government and say we need more money. I just can't imagine that will happen or that will be acceptable. So that's been the sort of our experience and history. So in that sense, we are all certainly hoping that this one-shot sort of to jumpstart something, it has to be successful by that one shot. That would be very hard. Although, in the 1987, we just begin our democratic process. But even at that time, the company cannot sort of, consider that getting more subsidy from the government is one of the options. They never thought about it. They understood they have to stand on their own feet from that day on.
Until now.
Until now.
Until now. Fiona, you want to just follow up on that, or you want to just say something about what you see in R&D systems and other places that you've worked out?
Yeah, so I think what I would say is if you look at the Taiwan case, and I think you've described this extremely well, is that to do this, you have to be extremely patient. You have to have incredible political commitment and a sort of a coalition of the willing over a very, very long period of time, and a willingness to invest in a large number of very complementary elements. So I think about sort of skills and education, the capital required, some of the infrastructure, and in many instances, the demand, right, the customer base. I think that may have been less relevant because you were tapping into a global market, but nevertheless, and doing that in a way that is aligned and consistent over very long time periods. And what we've seen in other countries that have tried to do this, there are very few examples, I think, of successful, fully integrated industrial policy of this type. The only ones that really spring sort of very, very deeply to mind, particularly in other parts of the world, I would say would be Israel and its industrial policy around the defense industry. And you think about why that particular political coalition was able to sustain, a lot of that was about a sort of an existential threat and a willingness to say, we are going to be self-sufficient, we have to be self-sufficient, and an alignment of skills, of investment, of infrastructure, and in fact of demand of a government willing to buy. And Singapore has also done some of this. In life sciences, I think that's been less successful. It's been much, much more difficult, and it's been slow and complex. And so as other countries, I think, look to this, many of them, and the UK included, who sort of have this discussion, kind of, should we have an industrial policy? Well, no, we've never liked that idea. the UK's policy has always been a bit more push money into the front end of R&D, push money into science, and sort of hope that you'll become a science and technology superpower, in the words of Boris Johnson. Which, even though he's not here anymore, we still like that expression because it sounds good. But there's a recognition that you then have to make choices and do this complementary set of things over the long term. And I think that has been very hard for many other countries to sort of pull off. And I think there are many moments when one could have imagined that the Taiwan story would not have ended up this way. We've seen this very specific successful path, but if markets had been different, if the technology had been less cumulative, if this very specific set of skills and investment hadn't quite been aligned, we might not have been talking about this in quite the same way. And so it's extraordinary that we do, but I think it's quite unique in some interesting characteristics.
So just following up on the issue of the UK, one piece of the semiconductor industry that the UK has is this company called ARM.
Indeed.
ARM. So,
yes.
so just tell us about what you know about that company. How did that company come about? And also, luckily, it's not subject to U.S. industrial policy. And why not?
Indeed. I mean, so ARM is a very interesting example, right, of a company that actually came out of a number of people who were working in and around the other Cambridge, the now smaller but original Cambridge ecosystem, who recognized that there was this tremendous opportunity in the design element and that one could do this extraordinary sort of fabulous design and be absolutely leading and specializing in that. Not least because these other complementary assets, the ability to make these things, already existed. And so that company went through some extremely interesting ups and downs, right? It was sort of iconically British at the beginning, had a very difficult time in raising capital, ultimately got capital. I think they had a quite deep relationship in Japan. And then obviously, as many know, had a very large investment from SoftBank. And at the time when that happened, there was a great celebration of the fact that there was a British company that attracted global capital. And then you wind the clock forward and you have the sort of this attempt to do a merger and what have you. And then there's a sort of lamentation that the Brits are about to lose this company because there's a whole debate about which of the public markets it should float on and whether that should be the UK or the US. And so while US narrow industrial policy hasn't actually come to upset the British, the fact that floating on the NASDAQ, right, allows you to tap into much more sophisticated technology investors means that this company is now basically floated in the US, massively oversubscribed IPO. And I think people have a very mixed set of views about whether this is success or failure. And it's a different set of questions around whether or not we create a different industrial policy, which is the conditions for general success in technology companies over their life cycle. And those are hard things when you're small, as a small country.
So the view of failure is that because it's trying to get an IPO in the US.
Correct. And so the concern is that you then lose this tremendous base of technical talent, and you also miss out on opportunity to sort of educate the British public markets in what it means to invest in and follow over time real technology companies.
Yeah.
And there's continued debate about whether we have yesterday's stock market full of old industrial companies.
But just pushing a bit on the why do you have a sense on why is it that industrial policy hasn't been gunning for ARM, because they also have an effective monopoly over their segment of the market.
Yeah.
Right. So why?
I mean, look, so I think that there are probably several reasons. So again, in the UK, there was a very long government discussion about whether or not they would invoke a sort of National Security Investment Act, sort of a CFIUS-like mechanism to actually say you could not list internationally. I think wisely, I think that would have been a huge dampener more in general. I think the reason why the US hasn't come after ARM, or I think we talked about ASML, is to be frank, that they are much more distant from a potential adversary. And so I think that, you know, there's a basic view that if choke point technologies are owned by other countries, we need to ask the question, who are those countries and what threats are they subject to? And I think that the very pragmatic answer is that nobody thinks that ARM is going to be subject to external influence specifically from China. I mean, I I think that's the most straightforward answer to that question.
Yeah, there also, for those of you who follow ARM, there's been this long-standing drama over is Chinese ARM, over China that I think finally got resolved.
I think, yes, people weren't allowed in the building, and then they weren't allowed out of the building, and there was a whole bunch of sort of complexity. And I think that ARM eventually just gave up on that part of the company and said, you keep the
take it.
company, you keep the potted plants. I mean, I think it was that odd. I mean, there was a sort of who gets to have the paperwork, who gets to have the decorations. And so, yes, it's been a country that a company that has a microcosm of some of the drama played out again by smaller countries who end up caught in the crosshairs, who are trying to do some combination of sort of a laissez-faire policies with industrial policy.
So let's turn back to the U.S. And so let me just ask. So I'll get to the question about sort of how you think about the design of the CHIPS Act. But first, let's look at the history of the U.S. And that was my reading of the history is that the U.S. has a really difficult time pulling this off, right? And there's lots of last week I went back and I read about things that I knew a little bit about. So I found out about back in the early 1990s, there was a DARPA initiative because they thought that the cutting edge technology, the critical technology was don't laugh, flat screen TVs, flat screen TVs. And the head of DARPA gave the statement, say, I can see a future where 3x5 flat screen TVs hang in the living room of every American family. Right? Now, in retrospect, it seems crazy, right? It seems crazy because we know what's happened to that. Yes, it's important, but it's become a commodity, right? And then there was all this discussion about, but we need it for our fighter jets. And so DARPA put in $50 million. It wasn't that much money until Congress said no, and they stopped it. There was another really big initiative that nobody's talked about. That started during the Clinton administration. I think they called it the Supercar Act, where it was a consortium of big American car companies, and the goal was to create a supercar. So they put in, I think the number is $2 or $3 billion in those days, and it died. So they're just multiple examples. So just why is it so hard for the U.S. to do this?
I mean, again, we've got two foreigners here who are sitting here kind of opining on this country. Look, I think, again, that to do this well, you have to be able to build consensus over a quite long period of time. And I think that the American political system and our ability to build consensus here is extremely messy. It doesn't last very long. And I think that just in general, the politics of this and the fact that you have to get tremendous alignment amongst a whole set of things, including the education system. And I couldn't agree more with your comments around sort of, it's not just the PhDs, it's the technicians and so on. You then need alignment around industry. You need alignment around building new industries. In a country which has always relied really on the allocation of private capital, on the beliefs of a small set of individuals who have private capital at their disposal. I think the place where we're beginning to see that change a little bit at the moment is an interesting alignment between Silicon Valley and Silicon Valley investors and Silicon Valley billionaires on the one hand, and the US government and its sort of national policy goals on the other. And so all of a sudden you're beginning to see this, and you get industrial policy almost through billionaires, which is a rather odd and particular way of doing it. But I think just the ability to maintain that consensus over the long run in this sort of political system, in a very large system that relies on public-private markets, just becomes almost impossible. The examples you've given are excellent because they're sort of, we've had a go, and then we give up very quickly. And we particularly don't like it because if we're wrong with our initial hypothesis, there's not a sense of saying we could fail at some bits of it and then try again. We can't get a whole of system approach.
Yeah, but I would just say the DARPA really, it did have the privilege to develop something, core technology, without this technology being successfully implemented commercially. Because commercial implementation has never been the sort of constraint or the goal of DARPA, right? They just want that technology to be applicable for military purposes. So I think it's right So, whenever that is partially successful, or in many cases is being commercially very successful as well, although maybe been unintended. I remember that in 1980s when during this U.S.-Japan semiconductor conflict, DARPA has a documentation which is now available on the website because of the confidentiality has been released. Talking about why the government of U.S. should intervene in trade with Japan for memory chips. And the document mentions that for technology to be continued to develop, you need that technology to generate enough commercial value. And this commercial value will only coming from the market. So you had to protect the market for the US memory industry. So therefore, they be able to generate enough revenue, and that revenue could be then put into the R&D, and therefore the semiconductor industry technology will continue to upgrade. So I don't know whether this is the conclusion coming out of a very specific industry called semiconductor, right? Because you have a generational technology which keep moving. And so if you don't have enough money to move to the next generation technology, you're dead. That's a very special case. This is a very special case kind of industry. Usually when you succeed, and there's a way to maintain your market position by continue to improve, usually, right? You continue to improve on that. But semiconductor industry is different. You could be very successful on, on the 1 micron technology. And if you don't succeed, the next one, when the next generation of product is now become the norm in the market, if you don't invest enough money, you don't create a technology which is soon enough and good enough, then you're going to lose that. And once you lose that, you're gone. So this is very different. That's why I think Bern this morning continue to tell us this commercial market is the key. If your technology is not going to succeed commercially, this technology is not going to sustain. But if you are going to do something only for military purposes, which is very different, right? Huawei's chip, no matter how good it is, as long as it's working, right? You only need a few chips, right, to put in the missiles and some other military equipment. It will never be millions of chip you need for military appliances. So therefore, it's a very different kind of game. And commercial, of course, commercial technology could be applied to military technology, as Bern mentioned repeatedly this morning. But the other way around is not true.
So then let's take what we know, right? What we learned from all these experiences in other episodes, and let's now go back to the issue of the CHIPS Act, right? Given the design of the CHIPS Act, what is your best guess on how that's going to play out?
I mean, look, I think if the real idea is to say the US needs to be or have sort of strategic autonomy, I mean, I think that is a failing strategy, because it's very clear that it's not actually an approach to try and build this bottom up and say, we've got this incredibly complex industry, let's build this end to end, or even to say we've got this globally complex industry, let's build this end piece of it as we think it's at risk. Actually, the only way that we're moving forward is to say, let's invite the people who are really good at it to come and do it in our country. And I think, as we've already seen, that's an extremely difficult equilibrium to sustain, because we don't have all relying on training and technicians and so on. And so I think the sort of ostensible goals, I think, are going to be extremely difficult to actually accomplish. I don't think that, I mean, there are many things that one could say will be positive, that will be the outcomes of some of these investments around training and education and what have you, and even just an attention to the fact that this matters. But I don't actually think that the way in which it's configured is going to give us, if I'm right in saying that the reason is that we want strategic autonomy. I don't think we're going to get it.
This is something I really learned very recent. Strategic autonomy or technology autonomy, particularly European countries, are so much concerned about that. But the fundamental question is really in at least in the area of semiconductor, technology is so complex, and it has to be developed by through some kind of collaboration.
I agree.
There was no, as Bern said, no single country, even the US today, can really do everything by itself. It has to rely on somebody else. So interdependency has become the norm, right? There's no way you could be totally self-sufficient in semiconductor technology. You have to realize that interdependency is a reality. And the key is then you want autonomy, right? To what degree you could depend on foreign countries, and that's really a very difficult kind of balancing act that to do. Consider the lithography. You look at the history of the semiconductor conflict beginning in the 1980s, and of course that when the U.S. government intervened. In that situation, one major objective of the Semitech is to kind of revitalize U.S. leadership in lithography, staplers and scanner, and that the stapler scanner. This is really something invented by the U.S. company. But then it was losing competitiveness to Japanese company Nikon and Canon, by the mid 1980s. So one major objective is really to regain the U.S. leadership in that particular machine. That particular machine was considered the most critical equipment in the whole production process of the semiconductor fabrication. Now, that a lot of money been devoted through the DARPA project, including research and direct subsidy to American company. But in the end, what happened? In the end, all American companies are gone. Right. Today, the leading lithography machine maker is ASML, which is located in Netherlands. Nevertheless, the U.S. is still able to order ASML not to sell EVU to China, right? Yep. So why you've been so obsessive about owning a particular company? It's not necessary. And why is the U.S. is so powerful? Because U.S. still control the key technology that going into that machine, right? And the technology ownership that maybe a few. Chris Miller has a very good description about this story in his book about what technology is being controlled by the U.S. And through that, a few key technology, ASML has to collaborate. So I think that lesson tells us really quite clearly. You don't need to be, you don't have to worry about interdependency. If your goal is only autonomy, it's even easier to be achieved. Even if your goal is to be the sort of the dominance in that, like the U.S. can use that as a geopolitical power. I think what is really needed is the key technology.
I think what's hard about that, so people have talked about this as sort of choke point technologies, and there's numbers of names for it. And we know it when we see it. Our ability to predict it going forward, right, ex ante, is actually quite hard. And so, I think many of the European countries are actually having this discussion at the moment, which is what might those unique, exquisite capabilities be that we can have in order for us to have a seat at the table. So while we may still have a set of codependencies, we can have those with a collection of allies, but we actually have something that gives us a sufficient seat at the table as opposed to sitting, somewhere by the wall. And I think those are live debates and discussions, I think, across many European governments, made more difficult by the fact that most of the leaders, both political and frankly civil service leaders, are traditionally not technologists. And so with a few exceptions across Europe, but particularly if you look at the UK and elsewhere, Denmark, I mean, a number of these countries, you don't see, engineering is not a background that you would find. Most civil servants are more likely to have a degree in history or could speak Latin. And that is not actually tremendously helpful in understanding a choke point technology. And I genuinely think that's actually problematic. And so how we deal with that, I think, is an important question. But that is, I think, the way we talk about it.
Say that was the thing that sort of troubled me the most when listening to the talk over lunch by Ron Chatterjee, because my sense is that I'll just say it out there, he's not here, that his understanding of the technology is at my level, and I would be terrified if I had to take $52 billion, because I recognize that that there's so many things that I just don't know. I don't know, so I just wouldn't do it. Just because there are all these, you don't want lawyers to be doing this. You don't want lawyers. I want people who actually understand deeply the technology and all the risks involved to be doing this. Let me just on the issue of risk. On the risk, I have two examples. One could make the argument that by cutting yourself off from the world, that actually makes your choke point problem much worse. And I'll give you two examples. In the 1920s, the US was really worried about shipping capacity. So it passed this thing called the Jones Act, which, for those of you who know, it basically said that any shipping between the US has to be done on US owned ships, right? So we know that. Now think about, so it stayed on the books, and there's a political coalition behind it because they earn lots of money from this. But if you think about what's happened as a consequence of that, it makes, like in the last month, it's made responding to the fire in Hawaii much difficult, because there's limited shipping capacity, because that can only be done on a US ship. So they can't really respond effectively. Or in the hurricane, 2 years ago in Puerto Rico, the same thing. It has to be done on a US ship. So it makes responding to these demand shocks much harder. So it's made the US economy just a lot more vulnerable. I mean, there's also the issue that it just raises prices, period, right? Or for those who remember, about a year ago, there was a scarcity of infant formula. For those who know this, and part of the reason it was such a problem was because it can only be produced in the US. There were these set of laws, so you couldn't import from Europe. So therefore, you had this real scarcity of that. So it has these really unintended consequences. So I think we got to be careful about these simplistic arguments. Like there's a choke point, and therefore we've got to control it. Let me.
But can I just?
Yes.
I think that there's a difference between saying there's a choke point, we have to control it, than saying we think that there's going to be a very specific capability that's very powerful, and so let's be the best at it in the world. So that is a different way of going after that, which is about investing in those things that we think will give us a seat at the table, versus saying we're going to just keep everybody out, and a sort of protectionist approach, which I think you're right is a very difficult long-term approach to take, and unlikely to be successful.
So let me just turn now, and I'll turn quickly to the audience. This is a question for TNG. Given that this is going on in the US, okay, what does Taiwan do?
I'm lucky I'm not in the government anymore.
That's why I'm asking you. Because if you're in the government, I wouldn't ask you a question, because you wouldn't answer me.
The first time I heard about this case was a complaint from a TSMC executive about why we've been trying so hard in the past to avoid involved in any politics, but it seems that we could not get away from politics now. So this is really a new challenge to Taiwan, because we are small country and famous for SME, right? Most companies are so small. And so the philosophy for the Taiwanese business manager, is to stay away from politics, including domestic politics, not to mention international politics. But now you can't stay away. People got sort of pull you in. So that's really a big challenge. We've never been our company or our government never been challenged with this kind of issue before. So I think we are in a learning process. I don't know. It's very hard. It's something there's no reference point. So we are trying to learn something from other countries, such as the Netherlands, small advanced countries. They may be caught in the middle sometime in the history in a similar situation and try to learn that how we should cope with this new reality.
Let me push you more than probably you want me to, but it's just what are different parties saying? Just give us the landscape of of what are the different options that people are discussing.
The opposition party, I can only opposition party are saying that the ruling party is caving in too much. So they want to have more kind of autonomy, Taiwan's own position being heard. But I'm not sure whether this criticism is valid or not. So as I say, it's very hard. It's because some people mentioning about Cold War. I think it's Mark Wu was talking about Cold War. In the Cold War, it's relatively easy because you know which camp you're in, right? So you just follow this, which is relatively easy, and the rule is also very clear, and the risk is much smaller because you don't have any trade with China. But now it's very different. We are shipping more than 30% of our export to China. And TSMC will probably still have 5% or 6% of the revenue was still coming from the part of the world. And so you had to manage that risk, right? This risk will include not only the geopolitical risk, but some genuine business risks, such as technology leakage and others. So it's become very much difficult. It's much difficult for the leader of the two camp. They are treating each other like competitors, right? They are saying they are strategic competitor. But for the followers, the people, the countries are lower in the echelon of this power structure. It's very hard. They don't know how to act. So that's something we really are groping.
I suppose that's why we're here. Right?
Yep,
Yeah, we're here trying to grope for answers. So let me try to just let me turn the floor over to the audience now. I think how do you want to do this? Yeah, let me collect 2 or 3 questions. Why don't you go first, and then the gentleman in the back, and then Wenqi next.
Hi, thank you all. I'm Hugh, student at HKS. My question is kind of regarding this friendshoring concept and to what extent it can work. Earlier on today, we've talked about kind of this proliferation of incentive packages that kind of kicked off after the US passed the CHIPS Act. And you see that in places like Japan, the EU, maybe India, Vietnam, really quite a wide range of countries and growing are trying to get in on this. Some of these would, naturally fall under kind of typical definitions of friendshoring, friends and friendshoring, and others maybe less so. I think, as broad as like Hungary and Uzbekistan also are in the mix of countries trying to pass policies. And I kind of guess from my question is from an economic perspective, it seems like there's a very high chance that these incentives are going to be at best kind of redundant, where you have a lot of different governments maybe approaching it kind of like a zero-sum problem, trying to take claim share of this kind of boom and interest in semiconductors. I'm curious if 1, you would agree with that characterization, and 2, if so, what would be a good strategy or a good kind of forum to try to do a little bit more proactive coordination to avoid these kind of like zero-sum dynamics?
More questions?
Thank you for an absolutely terrific panel. I'm Bill Kirby, and I teach in the business school on this side and on Chinese history on this side. And some years ago, I wrote a study of Chinese industrial policy, or at least of 20th century industrial policy. You can argue really began in a serious way with Sun Yat-sen, the Shiyue Jihua of 1921, which was absolute gospel for the Kuomintang in the 1920s and the 1930s and the 1940s and the 1950s and beyond, because it would be read in every government office through that. But to make the point that when you think of industrial policy, and its long history in China in different ways, but in the 20th century, really beginning in that way, one of the unique things about Taiwan is that it inherits a national industrial bureaucracy on a small island. It isn't just Taiwan being a small island. The nationalists developed this industrial bureaucracy. They sent their best young engineers to Germany in the 1930s. They studied in the United States, including at places like RCA in the 1940s under Glenn Lease. And then, of course, these people, in a kind of an interesting little footnote to the, China, the ROC, the Republic of China, sent many of its best young engineers and economists to Taiwan in 1946 to begin to build up the post-war economy, because Taiwan was to be one of the engines of post-war growth. And these people were stuck on Taiwan when the mainland fell. They didn't go with Jiang Jieshi. They were just stuck there. And they became the center of this extraordinary industrial bureaucracy. But a key point here is, if you know the political history of this is a policy that begins under a highly authoritarian governments. It's not a matter of public consensus building, but a great belief in that science and technology will build a modern China, and that you listen to the people who actually know something about it. That was one thing that distinguished Chiang Kai-shek from Mao Zedong in the 50s and beyond. But then, of course, Taiwan, as we said, in 1987 becomes a democracy. And I remember when I was doing this project decades ago, I interviewed Li Guoding right when martial law was ending. So they're one of the great planners of Taiwan. And he said to me, Mr. Kirby, if you remember nothing else, remember this: democracy will not be good for the economy. And it will not be good for industrial policy. Now, there's an interesting point. Here he is at the same moment that TSMC is being founded. And of course, I had no idea what was going on with TSMC or what it would become. And we see this today as one of the great virtues of post-1987, or at least of earlier, and then after 1987 industrial policy. But certainly a big question that you've addressed a little bit here is, is its success really a result primarily of industrial policy, or is it the remarkable combination of, a foundation of industrial policy and extraordinary entrepreneurship in business sense and engineering sense? I would take the Morris Chang argument. He was a Harvard freshman, so we take credit for him.
I thought MIT likes to take credit for him, don't we?
He was a Harvard freshman, and he wanted to be an English major. And when he told his father at Christmas time that he wanted to be an English major, his father forced him to transfer down the river to get a real education.
What can I say?
But it is one of these things, you have industrial policies, and it's not perfectly replicable. SMIC is an attempt to plagiarize TSMC. You start an industrial zone, you recruit somebody with a surname Zhang, who's from Texas Instruments, you do everything they did, and it doesn't work in the same way. So here we are now looking ahead in a more complicated. Is ROC industrial policy still vibrant? Is TSMC the outlier, as opposed to the one extraordinary success story? And are there still legs to Taiwan's industrial policy going forward?
This is the great, but let me just use my position as the moderator, and let me turn that question now. Let me turn it to to Xintai, who was central to this process. So he was in charge at the time. So can you just talk about Bill Kirby's question?
Study the whole history of the Taiwan's KMT came to Taiwan, and but that they really built a foundation for the base of technology development. That's true. So I think, but I don't know whether that is really just against the democracy. Okay. I think they are very smart people. For all these technocrat, what they call is they are basically science and technology engineering based government officer, rather than now mostly political or law type of experience. I think that make a difference. No, I'm optimistic. So they were an engineer or science. They are facing the problem. They are really, particular engineering training is to solve the problem, okay, not to create the problem. That's my understanding. So when we know what we can do as an engineer, we will try very hard to solve it. So as long as we have some kind of a blueprint for growth for the future, I think that when we started as a young engineer in 1970, mid 1970, 1976, up to about 1994. Okay, so that's about 20 years of development is really remarkable. So you have a reward even today that people still enjoy the fast growing and also the build the foundation of technology for the future growth. I think that's important. Yeah.
All right. Wenqi, my apologies.
Thank you. So a South Korean member of parliament who's formerly in the government remarked that it is a lot for the U.S. to ask their allies to implement America First policy, especially when the economic interests may not be entirely aligned. So on that, obviously, CHIPS 4 alliance. And so I am curious, right? When it comes to Taiwan, we know there is a government, the ruling party, that is viewed as more close to the U.S. And so, in your from your point of view, if it was a different government, ruling party, do you think we're still seeing what we're seeing today? And a follow-up question, let's say 2024 presidential election, as the polling shows, it still will be, looks likely, the DPP in government. However, if it's a different ruling party, do we have to think about different possibilities?
Right, let me turn to the two of you.
Okay, I think I can answer Wenqin's question. If it's a different party in charge today, like I think this TSMC thing happened in 2018. I think decision was made in 2018, but the American approach was coming around 16 or 17, early in the Trump administration. I think it would be more difficult for KMT, if they were in power, to handle it because their relationship with China is better. But I don't think the result will be different. It will be the same. Yeah. So for that, your second question is also the same. I don't think the policy will be changed. It's the fundamental sort of national security problem for Taiwan. So you don't have a choice. As you know, Professor Nye was just telling us, this is something above everything there. You have to do it. So it doesn't matter who is going to be in power. Some politicians, particularly from the opposition party, is saying that you don't have to cave in that much, or you have to pose a question mark when U.S. asks you to do something. That's probably it. But the fundamental relationship won't change. Yeah. I can also comment on the friendshoring thing. I think that's a very important question. For me, I believe that Morris will say something when he has a dialogue with Chris Miller in Taiwan, and he was saying that the U.S. even don't treat Taiwan as a friend in this chip situation. So it's very difficult in business. It's easy to find a friend and not a friend, right? People you trust will be a friend. If the company you don't trust, it won't be a friend. So therefore, your business deal with a trustworthy partner will be different. In Japan, you even have people you can trust for a long time and people you don't trust. But when the friend is defined by politics, and then you try to apply that principle in business deal, I guess it's very difficult because politics can always change. And some country they have separation of this political relationship and economic relationship. They try to distinguish the two. Many countries have this policy, particularly when we talk about how they treat China commercially. So it's, I guess this principle is very hard to put in practice. That's my question. So I think we should really come back to sort of de-risking, although that's also very ambiguous. But this, you're saying that we diversify, right? The business principle is always you diversify in order to reduce risk, and that is acceptable. And where are you going to diversify? Then you can choose the one that you really trust most, right? And therefore you diversify there first. Something like that will probably work. Yeah.
I mean, I think the only things I would add, I mean, on friendshoring, I think what we're going to see and what we do see is for many entrepreneurs and those who do have that sort of entrepreneurial spirit is very much an opportunity to say, I'm basically going to engage in forum shopping and to sort of look and see where I can find some of the best deals and opportunities. And certainly when I engage with the entrepreneurial community, that would be the advice I would give them. But also that we're now asking individuals who used to sort of say, well, you know, my job is to kind of be entrepreneurial and take innovations to market, to actually be born geopolitically savvy. And so it actually means that our students need to go backwards and forwards across the river between the business school and the Kennedy School, or up and down the river with the technology in a way that I think is completely different than it used to be. I think at a political level, we are seeing these different coalitions forming. And at least interestingly, to my mind, we're seeing some of them, when it comes to who do we trust at the political level, forming around some very new alliances, but some old and established ones. You know, I think about AUKUS, Five Eyes, NATO, and some of the sort of architecture of alliances and relationships that have traditionally been really about defense and security becoming the scaffolding for more of the industrial conversations. And I think that's a big shift. And the last thing I'd say, Bill, I mean, I think the sort of history, I'm going to go off back to Amazon and I presume your book is about this big. And so let's hope it's electronic. But I would say that as I sort of reflect on some of what you've said, I mean, the countries where I think things that we would call industrial policy that have been successful, and I, mentioned obviously Taiwan, Israel, Singapore, have all had characteristics of being somewhat authoritarian for a whole variety of reasons, or at least will coordinate because of a deep sense of urgency and sort of national security and national mission. So I think that that is often what will hold these things together while the deeply entrepreneurial communities are doing their thing. And it provides a sense of urgency and direction. And I don't think that those conditions exist very, very frequently, though I do think we're seeing some interesting new experiments in places like Denmark and Sweden, where these are governments that are not predisposed to industrial policy, but we're seeing powerful other forces like the wealthy foundations, wealthy families stepping in and providing some of that interesting coordinating role against a backdrop of a very different sort of government system. And so whether that will be relevant, I'm not sure, but I think we're seeing other versions of this trying to kind of come to the fore. But
More questions? Let me take John first.
Thank you for such a wonderful discussion. I came to this symposium with a simple quest to understand why is it so hard to have a very clear success definition in any public policy, especially industrial policy. So it was very clear during the lunch presentation that, as you put it, Fiona, is a grab bag of things. Everything from community college to kind of a market adoption. The list goes on and on. And I've been listening to the interactions, and I'm caught in this very difficult dilemma, because it sounded like in democratic process, it's very difficult to come to a consensus where you have a very clear KPI. As the engineers will put it, you have a design criteria and you just go for it. And you know when you're there because you defined it, and you know if you missed the target because you're not there. So how do we bring the two together? Well, we are at Harvard Kennedy School. I'm still confused. I think Tianzhi pointed out very clearly that when you look at the CHIPS Act, it's almost like you have a bipolar. You want one thing and then something you want.
But maybe that's so maybe we have to accept the fact that most policies have a sort of multi-stakeholder, and thus they're like a Rorschach blot that basically everybody who has a voice has to see something for themselves. And so I would say, particularly in these systems, which makes them likely to be quite incoherent, very frustrating, and for people who want to see a specific outcome, they're just not going to see that. And so whether we can find the core rationale and some core metrics while everything else is noise, I think is actually what a good policy looks like. I wouldn't see that here.
So let me give you two examples of things that I've seen that has worked, and there's a common thread behind this. So if you think about like 2020, Operation Warp Speed, that is you want to think about it. That's in the U.S. industrial policy, right? We got to develop we got to develop a vaccine. And if you think about what is it that made that distinctive, right? The vaccine either works or it doesn't work, right? So there's a very very clear objective. But even then, it's a little bit nuanced because Pfizer chose not to take part of it, right? And they were actually the first. They were the first. The other example that I've seen is what I see local governments in the U.S. do. What local governments in the U.S. do in terms of bidding for large projects. So I can't say that much more about it, but I was involved in the bidding, not involved in the bidding, but I did a little bit of work with the Virginia Economic Development Board when they were putting together the bid for Amazon. And that's all I can say about it. But the thing that really struck me about it was that it was a very clear metric. Amazon either came or it didn't. Right? It either came. So there wasn't any of this develop industrial clusters. What the hell's a cluster? But there was a very, so it's really about the things that work, and these guys, in that body, they were all focused about winning the bid. And actually, for those of you who are here, they all thought that Boston was the main competitor, the main competitor. So they were all trying to outthink Boston. But see, that was the thing. They were all and was it that's the key thing, right? And then you can say, well, maybe the political system doesn't deliver that, which is right, I think. But then you also got to accept that if that's the case, you're not likely to accomplish anything. I mean, that's just that's the trade-off, right? All right.
Thank you so much for the panel. I'm Justin. I'm a JD PhD student at HKS and HLS. My question is focused, I guess, for Professor Murray. You mentioned that you advise on technology sovereignty. Like, can you elaborate a bit more what does that mean? Like, instinctively, that word makes sense, but then does that mean like the factories are in your country? Does that mean TSMC is building factories in the US? Does it mean that someone from your country owns the patent, or like is the perhaps CEO of the company? I think one illustrating example was talking about ARM, like who owns it now? Like, is that a sovereignty story for the UK, or how do you see this?
Well, so I think traditionally when we've thought about sovereignty, we have literally thought about, a sovereign nation having control. But I think this point that increasingly the technological landscape is and has been something that crosses, complex supply chains, complex value chains. What that comes to mean for particular countries, and particularly smaller countries, is having sort of control over one's destiny, which means having a seat at the table so that you can, because you have something to play in, you can get some of the things that you want from the other people who are part of that value network. Let me use that word instead. So I think for smaller countries, and frankly for the US as well, there's a real deep understanding that we can't do everything. And so the only thing we can hope to do is have a coalition amongst our trusted allies to be able to develop things, or to have something that's a sufficient card to give us that seat at the table. And you see this in a number of areas. I mean, I think about this in the national security space. If you have the extraordinary capacity in, say, cryptography, then, people will talk to you even if you don't have the biggest computers in the world, right? So it's things like that. So I think we've had to expand our definition to perhaps think about sovereignty among allies. So it's the collections and coalitions and the scaffolding of that becomes, I think, the discussion. And one of the things I think has made this current debate around semiconductors difficult is that I do think that the technical frame or the frame of the policymaker is that the US can control everything, which I think just ignores the technical reality that all the engineers know, which is that there are so many different inputs. And in fact, that this often also goes against some of how we think about the monopolies, right, and anti-competitiveness. So we've had opportunities to buy some of these companies, and the US has said no because it's anti-competitive. And so we also have a lot of contradictory policies that sort of get in the way, for better or for worse. And so I think, and that comes back to this point about, is there a narrow goal? I think these narrow goals happen when you have very narrow things you're trying to accomplish. You can get a KPI. The only other policies that I think can be effectively measured and monitored are things that are trying to create, for example, the broader conditions for specific policy interventions in the price of filing a patent for first-time inventors will give you whether you've succeeded. But that's a sort of a policy that's trying to level up all boats, right? And so I think the kind of intermediate industrial policy is extremely hard to measure and becomes basically, I think, a mess, which doesn't really have a sort of intellectual foundation to hold it together.
We have one more minute. TNG. You got
this industrial. Professor Kirby also mentioned the Gordon was saying in democracy you probably don't expect industrial policy to work, or people will no longer demand that. But surprisingly, this industrial policy continue to be demanded in our experience. But it may not work as well because, of course, you face a lot more constraints compared to the authoritarian regime, right? And it's very typical industrial policy can carry multiple objectives because it's been demanded by different constituents. Or policymakers try to satisfy different group of people by a single policy. like what the U.S. CHIPS Act is now doing today. So it's like a Christmas tree. You want to put a lot of different kind of decoration on there. And then I don't know, my assessment is when you have a crisis like COVID, right? Your objective is very clear cut. This thing is dominating. So you try to do something and you have a consensus and it's more likely going to work. But when you have multiple purpose kind of industrial policy, it usually won't work because it's very hard to, and it probably also mean that the thing you are doing are not really serious. You're not in a state of crisis or sort of thing. That's why you have a kind of policy which carry so many different purposes at one time. So it's more kind of political an arrangement.
Political Christmas tree.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you to the two panelists.
Thank you.
Terrific.
So before we depart, I want you to help me do two things. One is I want to thank several people. Our colleagues, Laura, Danielle, Gina, Sarah, Melissa, and Hugh, who all made this happen. So number one, please help me in thanking them. Well done. Also to National Tsinghua University, of course, right, and their president, John, who's here, also Huang Xiong, and the foundation who supported all this, who's in the back right now. Please help join me in thanking them. Lastly, our lovely speakers and chairs. Without them, none of this would have been very interesting. So thank you, particularly the last group. And it's been a long day, quite interesting day. There's only one thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to flip what we usually do at conferences. And rather than try to encapsulate all the gems of knowledge and insights, I'm going to steal what we do from executive education. So you're all now executive education participants. It was a good price. You're not paying the usual ridiculously inflated fee, although I shouldn't, this is being recorded, so I shouldn't say that. And what we do at the end of these programs is we say, all right, we spent a lot of time together. And for those people who enjoy reading effectively the tales and adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and who knows Sherlock Holmes? Sherlock Holmes, the inspector, right? So most of us know him. So there's a great story about Silver Blaze, who's this amazing horse, and the horse disappears, and there's a big mystery. Well, what happened to the horse? And all of a sudden, in sweeps Sherlock Holmes, and this figures out what happened. And one of the key points that I love in that particular story is he said most people listen to the dogs that bark, but I listened for the dogs that do not bark. And there was the dog that night was not barking, meaning it knew the person who came and took the horse. So what we often ask are two questions. One is, what have you heard, right? Dogs that bark. What have you heard today that surprised you, that you didn't know, or at least changed the way you think? Question number one. Question number two, dogs that don't bark. Is there anything that we didn't talk about? Because there's only one day, there's only 4 panels and a lunch speaker, that you expected to hear, that you were surprised by, that we didn't cover, that we should have covered? I can't cover everything, but it'd be helpful, particularly as we start to think about building this a larger research program that includes other centers here, and maybe even some of our compatriots at MIT in the long run. So what did you hear that surprised you? Anyone? And what did you not hear and that absence surprised you? Any thoughts? Yes, Paul. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I think that did come loud and clear. But you can take that to the policy level, which is, and this is something part of the project we're now trying to envision, which is to what extent can U.S. policy take into consideration the range of different interests in Asia Pacific, let alone just Taiwan, but other allies and other powers, particularly when their own interests sometimes are not aligned, right? So that's critical. Anything else? Yes, David. Mm-hmm. Right. Sure. Yeah, I think that was sort of Chiang Tai's, I think, assumption, right? Was let them run themselves into a hole, right? Yeah. That's right. Yes, great. Well, you can see that. I mean, what I always say, look at any report to some extent, and there's wonderful reports about top 10 economies, particularly in the sort of 1990s to the 2000s. And I always used to say, I used to use it in international trade teaching, and Korea was often number 10, and sometimes would drop down and it would come back up. And I'd say, really, it depends on who pays. Right? So the Koreans would often pay, and it would just make the number 10. So I think in some ways, of course, here, given the delegation, obviously Taiwan was a major focus, but I think you're right. Certainly, there's a whole nother, which we have a lot of depth in, of course, in terms of the mainland that could have come in. Fiona, do you want to say something on that? No, I heard you. Okay. Any other points? Thanks, David. Yes, Bern. You're closer.
As you mentioned, we had a lot of gems. How would these gems be transferred to the government?
Any other points? So it's about translating basically recommendations to government. Any other points before we depart? Yeah, John. I can give you.
I've been hearing the word allies and sovereignty and friends and people working together. But as you know, without the topic of semiconductor, I don't think a lot of spotlights will be on Taiwan for many obvious reasons. So speaking not on behalf of the 27,000 citizen on the island, but I just feel these people, us, we don't have a international voice as a recognizable entity, either to be defined as a friend or allied or partners. So one thing I really would like this follow-on discussion to continue is in terms of foreign policies and in terms of, where does Taiwan sit in the international landscape? Is it a friend? Is it a casual friend? Is it, what kind of friend? Yeah.
That came up a few times as an analogy. Yeah, that's right. You can't say it. I can say it. That's right. That's right. The range of relationships. These days it gets very complicated. I look at my younger cousins, for example. Yes, in the back. Yeah. Paul, yeah.
Thank you. I actually work in an autonomous vehicle company. So what I heard a lot, which is really great, is that semiconductors are important and everybody wants to gain that capability. And I agree with the other Paul. Very touching to see the real story of TSMC. What I don't hear, I would say, is elephant in the room, not even just a dog that don't bark. What about the users of the semiconductor? So a lot of dialogues about the upstream of the supply chain, the governments, the people who produce semiconductors. As a consumer myself of the semiconductor, I don't know what I'm going to get. As a consumer, I'm not part of the dialogue. So it's almost like the supply chain dialogue of today mostly focus on the upstream. But what about the downstream, the consumers? Innovation. So if the semiconductors completely get solved on the upstream, we lack the ability to innovate and we lack the ability for the consumers to enjoy, then what's the purpose of all these?
Thanks, Paul. I mean, and that directly relates to, I think, what Willie multiple times and then later was repeated, the critical demand side of the equation. I think government often, particularly the United States government, tends to think about, as I said before, big push tech supply. The reality is, of course, to figure out, it was easier during the Cold War, given the level and the size of military users, right, and the immediacy of that. I think to push innovation and then pull it into various products. But I think it's much harder. You can see even from Ronnie's comments, there was not as much discussion around the demand side incentives, that exactly what Willie was recommending. It's a much longer discussion, but I think very, very valid. Anything else? Yes. So we got Michael and then Changtai. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. I learned a lot from today's discussions. In the national poll in Taiwan, American and Japanese are two of the most trusted friends from the Taiwanese perspective. And yet, I was surprised that from today's discussion for the geopolitics and chips issues, we still need a lot of communication between or among the trusted friends. From the luncheon speak, we understand that the why and the reason behind the U.S. want to have a Chip and Science Act. And from what my impression is, even a lot of
Thanks, Michael. I think, and then Director Nishikawa, who stepped out and is about to come back. I mean, that's one of his jobs, right? In terms of in METI in Japan, he's running the Trilateral Commission. So that's certain. There's three of the friends in the room at least.
Let me just say that there was an episode when Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, which really struck me. So she was at some dinner or lunch, and Morris Zhang was there. And Morris started to complain to, this is from the press report, started to complain to Nancy Pelosi about what the U.S. was trying to do with semiconductors. Nancy Pelosi's response is that, oh, but look at what we're doing for you in terms of the CHIPS Act, right? And I think that she really believed it. I think that she fundamentally believed it. So, and if I think about the piece that is missing, it is that I think it's exactly sort of a combination of what John and you have said, that I think Taiwan has not really used its voice, right? They haven't really used their voice in terms of, and there are many different aspects of this. For example, in terms of this narrative you hear, oh, the chip industry in Taiwan is massively subsidized. Oh, that's not really true, right? As Tianji put it. Or the other story that you hear a lot is that the semiconductor industry, manufacturing industry in the US has declined, and that's been a terrible thing for the US. And I think the narrative is that, no, what it's led to is this creation of a brand new industry in the US, which is the semiconductor design industry. Companies like NVIDIA would not be here if it hadn't been for TSMC. Apple would not be able to make its M1 chip and its M2 chip if it wasn't be for to also just tell sort of what the contribution has been. And then the third piece of it is that if you don't think that what the CHIPS Act is trying to do is good for you, then you just speak up, at least privately. Just say, hey, among friends, if you are my friend, this is not cool, right? I mean, it may have no effect, but if you're not going to speak up, then who will, right? So it leads to people like Nancy Pelosi believing that what Congress has done is great for Taiwan. All right.
So, Bern, do you want to have one last? Yeah. I'm going to end on a.
Well, I think Morris did speak up.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's been the only one.
Yes. The problem is that it's the government, the people who were supposed to have a voice, they didn't speak up. But okay, the people who got affected. If I were there, I would speak up too.
Tony.
I just wanted to mention one very important dog that didn't bark in your comments, Edward, and that is we really owe a huge vote of thanks to Edward. His energy, his efforts, really pulling this together has been tireless effort. So thanks very much.
So this is a great way to end. Francis, what is your job title?
Hello, everyone. My name is Frances Chang, and I am from the CHIPS Program Office. I am the Director of International Engagement. 各位好，我是 Frances Chang， 中文名字张新和，我是我们 CHIPS 办公室的国际事务主任。Today's conversation has been very eye-opening, and it's taught me that I have a lot more to do in my job to communicate to all of you who are not in the government how much we are actually working with our international allies and partners, including our friends in Taiwan and also with Nishikawa-san in Japan. I know, just to say really quickly, 很惭愧我最近的这个表现不是那么的好，大家都好像不了解我到底是在做些什么事情。I assure you, I am doing my job and trying very hard, but I appreciate Edward's invitation to me, and I hope that we can have some conversations off the record. But just to talk about, what we can do to work together. Again, so happy to be here and to make your acquaintance and look forward to talking further. Thank you.
So for me, it's, I think, symbolically also important. I'm glad that Francis came up from DC, because I think it does show that the office is trying to have someone whose job is to actually communicate these things to all of these other countries internationally, but also that she took the time to come and listen. So at least for me, that's an important step. It makes her job hopefully slightly easier, because it's a difficult job. But I wanted to thank her for coming, and also for all of you to follow up. It's easy for me to at least connect you and give her even more work to do, because that's what we do here in academia. So thank you all for coming. Thanks.